Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts.
Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Cyclone cheetah.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Don't be creepy.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
What?
Consequences.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
A what now?
Don't even play.
Follow the rich white man.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
China. Have to have my China.
Oh, no one could.
Interesting.
It's just
It's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Jesus, I say that.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Right now.
It's a great day. For being sad.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Precision of language. Please.
Cyclone Cheeto.
I'm staying in the race.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing?
So hot right now. Aren't I a good guy? I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Winter is coming.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
It's science.
Well,
Look at us. Once again floating. Somewhere between Earth and that never-ending void that we call space. A lot for us to talk about here tonight. It's been over 2 days since we've talked last, so we better get right to it. As always, remember to buckle up those seatbelts, space fans, as safety is first on these interspace flights. Turbulence to be expected. All right, last day of Christmas, the 12 days of Christmas, if I'm not mistaken. So these Christmas decorations will be leaving any minute now, very soon. It's sad, but it's true, and there's nothing I can do. It's just a thing that happens. Time passes, and one lowly space lord cannot stop it from continuing. So good to see all of you. I better give the shout outs. Oh no, I'm in top chat. That's a disaster. So Life first, Sarah Layla Dose, and Schmegly third. Disco Wolf a close fourth. Mr. Spock, Monoip, Mozart, Morbius Dragon, Anarchus Among Us, Bob Carmody, Jerry McLean. So many people in chat already today. Who else we got? Lorraine Carmody. Any relation? I see D Cypher and Aaron W in chat. Omega Star, Mr. Spock, Miskatonic Petrol, and Soda Fountain. You gotta have both. Dalso Verde. My brain is starting to break. Who have I said and who have I not said yet? I think I got you all in there. Look, Bovine, I see you as well. Hopefully I got everybody in there. I missed you. I'm sorry. But it's time. Time for us to get to the news. Now, the sound shout is right. We are going to start in America, but you know what? For fun, since it's the weekend, I figured we'd start off with a little recap of 2024.
All right, without further ado, let's do the Hasanabi 2024 rewind.
Uh-oh, that sounds
Little Bear.
Lit.
Y'all ready for this? All
and
right,
Midas
let's do
Kevin
it.
Anderson. So sorry.
Welcome to Has News. I'm your anchor, Little Bear. The top story tonight. Has Hassan fallen off?
Wait, is this what Little Bear sounds like? I can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing her. That's crazy. This is the first time I'm hearing Little Bear speak. All right, let's continue.
We are going to investigate this. Reporting live from sunny Los Angeles, we have Oni Spumoni. Oni, can you tell us what you're seeing over there related to these rumors? Has Hassan in fact fallen off?
Hi, hey, hello, Oni Spumoni.
Shots fired.
LB, despite word among his haters and detractors being that Hassan has fallen off, it would appear as though the rumors were false.
Okay. Pinoy gang.
It was close. It was close. It almost
Wait,
looked bad for Hassan there for a second.
Man, my friend. Day one, Ramaswamy. I'm a political commentator. What am I doing? Hawking had a thick 8 and laid mad pipe. Chatter, you will not see the pearly gates. Oh, thank you for the raid. We're looking at Jeremy Allen White's penis. The year started off at a banger. Grand Theft Auto RP. Okay, no pixel RP. Let's go. Brushing his thoughts.
I remember that.
I'm not even sure Hungary exists.
That's what MVP QB.
The tackle heard around the world. Oh my god. Was that this year? It feels so long ago. I think we covered that here. If I recall correctly. I can't believe that was just in 2020. I mean, technically not this year anymore. I need to get myself remembering that it's 2025 now. But wow.
Oh, they're arresting me. I'm Nara. I heard a lot about the tunnels you guys got over there. We don't do that in America. Dude, the tunnel one was so good. God, the tunnel meta was so funny. And then instantly it was seized on by Nazis and still used to this day by Nazis. But like as a standalone moment in the year 2024, god damn, the tunnel meta was hilarious, dude. Just awesome.
The biggest invention that AI can give us is the invention of a hurtful slur for whites.
Oh no.
The way he pushes the camera and just starts running.
I never saw that one.
That's a dumbass. I'm sick.
I can't believe we never actually saw that. I assume that had to do with the tunnels that were in, what was it, Manhattan or is it Brooklyn? I can't remember where it was.
The Moo is a red Angus beef cow. We got her off of a beef operation.
It's a great question. What happened to the tunnels?
Look at the size of this thing. Can I hug you?
I mean, I'm pretty sure a bunch of those guys that were involved with the tunnel got arrested, right? Am I wrong? Didn't they get arrested? Got like charged. I can't remember what they got charged with now. Could have sworn they got arrested for that tunnel.
Stream saved my life, dude. Like, I was so sad and so depressed.
Why am I still on Top
I'm so
Chat?
glad I actually flew out to Texas to do some collaborations because I was just like, it was in the peak of endless genocide coverage. And it was also in the midst of like people just being like, you love terrorism. And I'm glad that I, took some time out, a little bit of self-care, by changing it a little bit, changing the direction a little bit. If I'm being annoying.
Oh, that's nice.
Just Hassan hugging emus. Just hugging all sorts of animals. That's
oh my god. I'm gonna get one for my house. For my $7 gazillion mansion, I'm gonna have some cow space. Hassan is stinky.
25K.
How dare that chinchilla?
I have the best community. Your favorite rapper is Tom McDonald. You've said this so many times over. Everybody knows this. How can
greatest white rapper, better white rapper than Eminem.
Wow. Bold.
Is this emo?
Bold. Shots
Stubbing
fired.
Your toe on the side of a chair.
No, that just sucks.
I am going to put you on a spaceship. You are going to go on a journey to Pluto to once and for all figure out if Pluto actually is a planet or not. Is Pluto a planet? Is Pluto not a planet? This is the streaming is harder than a 9 to 5 gate. Streaming is harder than a 9 to 5 gate. And the emo stream that happened literally that same day. And find out if you don't figure out how to send a goddamn link. Brother, I'm a leftist. I always try hard and get nowhere. It doesn't matter. It's not going to stop me from trying to do
I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again right now.
Everybody that keeps.
I'm pretty sure at least 30 to 50% of Hassan's content is him yelling at his chat and telling them that they are stupid. You're a dummy, chat. Wake up over there.
Can you give the phone to Winnie? Yes!
One Piece live action showrunners asking you to cosplay them. Yes!
Sure, I have a no soliciting sign.
She's gonna say, but it's not in Spanish, just trust.
But again, they don't speak our language.
Oh my god, him and Austin having a fucking field day over that.
Read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read Wikipedia.
God, this interview
Your name, please?
Delivered so this
Mr. Morelli
debate, ritualistic humiliation for Boner
Mr.
Shelley.
Morelli.
Oh my god. Mr. Bonerelli, you are a fantastic moron.
Mr. Bunnell.
Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about chapter 6.
Bring that dick over here. Let me suck the cummies out of your cock. Let's go. What? Who made this?
If you're able to go and find the truth, actually find the truth right now, you're working your ass off to find that truth.
Oh, birthday party.
Will,
Yes.
how do I get people to hear you?
Bro.
Not to
The Hassan stream is a fun place. Twitch is a weird place, but let's be real.
Hassan the Hunt enjoyer, okay? If I'm the government and I'm saying Chinese-style communist takeover, eminent domain, that shit's mine now. You guys that up. Be good now, so please unban me because I want to receive a free gift sub because at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break and I no longer want to see the ads. There is genuinely a lot of attitudes changing in the American public consciousness. I am literally a little girl. I am a tiny little girl. I am an 11-year-old. This is the most homophobic thing you've made me watch on Pride Month.
This is the... Wait, hold on. We have to go back. This is the most homophobic thing you made me watch on Pride Month. I'm pretty sure Austin is gay, if I'm not mistaken.
Listen to me. Stop making these edits, bro.
They made
I need to know what
Wizard
this
of Oz,
is.
and the world's decided to still go to war.
This is the most
It's true.
homophobic
It's
thing
true.
you've made me watch on Pride Month.
That's a good point.
Woo! I'm gonna kill. They shut the feeding tube down my throat. Oh boy. I refuse to eat. I'm on a hunger strike. It's totally legal. The Supreme Court ruled.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
This was so much fun too.
Raised up by a Yoda you've been. Whoa.
First up,
Yoda.
Bismillah! Donor time!
Bismillah! Helal olsun, helal olsun. Masadayız. Masadayız amına koyayım, masadayız.
Oh, you gotta give him that hot and spit on that thing.
Okay. Oh my God, it literally says free Steve Bannon. Wait.
Free Steve Bannon. Pretty sure he is free.
Yo, school shooter.
I guess he wasn't free back then, though.
Hassan, you don't know how to play the From Software games.
Flasher, you want to come on? Oh,
Doc tried to get with several women and then were turned down.
No straight people allowed.
Wow.
I was like,
How about that video? Did that bomb?
dude, did that bomb?
The rapport you want to establish with the audience is that of a suicidal boyfriend.
Dude, it was pretty sick. She did not know who you were. No, she had no idea. Her producers did, though. Your media run this year was peak. Yeah, I think I had a lot of solid media this year.
A little bit. I'm fangirling.
But Deep Dish is not good, bro. Bro, why is he debating a baby?
What if I told you it was Patty?
I couldn't figure out who that was, and then I realized it was Amy Goodman. That makes sense. That checks out.
Is not good, bro. Bro, why is he debating a baby?
What if I told you it was Patty LaBelle back
Remember
there?
that?
Okay.
hey, don't.
Is that a
Remember when
Are
Mike
you gonna stay
Pillow?
for Bill Clinton's speech tonight?
Remember when Mike Pillow went to the DNC? Wait, where'd it go?
Is not good, bro. Bro, why is he
Do you remember when Mike Pillow went to the fucking DNC to debate 11-year-olds in a what he called a what was it? He called it a disguise, but it was really just a hat and a shave of a mustache. He shaved his mustache, put on a hat, and he's like, no one's gonna recognize me. A guy who literally made his money by doing TV infomercials. There's no way anybody recognizes me. This is a disguise, everyone. Oh my God! What a year! What a year 24 was! Jesus Christ!
Okay.
Hey, don't.
Is that a leak?
Are you gonna stay for Bill Clinton's speech tonight? No.
It didn't mute at all. It didn't mute at all. Oh no. Yeah, but now you can tell your colleagues, like, no, I saw the largest online commentator get fucking chucked out with 60,000 people watching.
They're not gonna fucking pay Hassan Piker to come out here, and he's credentialed. That would arguably, there are people saying he was paid to come out here so he could shit on Obama while Obama was giving his speech.
America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
What the fuck? Bro, what? Yo, she's crazy. If they have time and space for a former Republican congressman and for Israeli members of a hostage, they have time and space for an elected Palestinian Democratic lawmaker. They lied about that. They were like, oh, AOC's coming into this space. I was like, no, she's not. She's stuck around a fucking motorcade. You're going to make Kamala Harris president. That's what you're going to do. Can't believe I said that out loud. Oh, my God. Oh, no, now it's going to happen.
Welcome to the cum zone.
Why did I do that? Number 15 most influential on the Rolling Stones list, everybody.
Blam. Ah, that's big. Number 15, huh? It was a crazy year. It was a crazy year. Now, you can find that video anywhere, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing. You know, there's like 17 Hassan upload channels on YouTube. So if you want to, you know, look at the 2024 recap, it's on the regular Hasanabi channel. We don't have time to recap all of Hassan's 2024. That's ridiculous. All right, let's get to the news. Not gonna lie, it's not great. That said, let's start in a little place called New York. New York, please. Thank you. Fantastic.
Last night, January 1st, at approximately 11:18 p.m., the NYPD received multiple 911 calls for several people shot in front of an event space located here at 91-12 144th Place. Our initial investigation revealed that approximately 90 people were inside the location in an upstairs private event space. The venue was at capacity and a queue of about 15 people formed outside awaiting as other attendees exited. 4 males were walking eastbound on 91st Avenue onto 144th Place. The males fled on foot westbound on 91st Street towards 143rd Place, where they entered a light-colored sedan with out-of-state plates. Officers responding to the multiple 911 calls found a total of 10 victims, 6 females, 4 males, which were taken to area hospitals. All of the victims are expected to recover with non-life-threatening injuries.
Are you considering this a...
So yeah, this was basically on like New Year's, right? And at least 10 people got shot outside of this club in Queens. Pretty horrifying way to start the year, if you ask me. But then, of course, all of this other stuff was happening. On the first day of the year, of course, we can't forget this. Let's go and talk about this once again. The Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas.
As of right now, our number one goal is to ensure that we have the proper identification of the subject involved in this incident. Following that, our second objective is to determine whether this was an act of terrorism or not. We believe this is an isolated incident. We do not believe that there's a bunch of folks out there supporting this or helping this, and we don't believe that there's any other danger to the community right now. But again, over the next few hours and days, we will continue to do our best to research that as much as we can and get to the bottom of this, and we won't stop until we're 100% certain as to what happened and why.
Yeah, I heard about Jeff Bana dying. Or Bana? I can't remember how you pronounce his name. But I did hear about that. And I'm pretty sure Aubrey killed him. But you know what? That's fine. We all knew who she was. Just kidding. But she does play a lot of dark characters. You hear about her husband dying, it's like, oh, what poison did Aubrey use? Honestly, I respect it. Anyway, let's go here. CNN.
More breaking news to tell you about. We're now learning the man connected to the rental of the Cybertruck that exploded outside of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas is a U.S. Special Forces soldier. Surveillance video shows the moment a Tesla Cybertruck exploded. Police say the driver detonated a combination of fireworks, gas tanks, and camping fuel. The FBI now working to figure out whether this was indeed an act of terrorism. The driver was killed and at least 7 people were injured. And CNN's Natasha Chen joins us now from Las Vegas. Natasha, some very interesting information coming in from our Haley Britsky over at the Pentagon about the man connected to the rental of this Cybertruck. What more are you learning?
Right, Jim. Well, Haley has confirmed in just the last few minutes that he is an active duty U.S. Special Forces soldier assigned to 10th Special Forces Group, according to 4 U.S. officials.
Yep. Yep, guy used the same app to rent this Cybertruck as the Louisiana attacker used. It's not clear that there's any clear connection between the two individuals, but there's a lot of interesting sort of questions about all of this. Now, one thing I found fascinating was the sort of dichotomy
we can show you
between the two, what do you call them? The two attacks. The way that different people have reacted to them. Honestly, I feel like the Las Vegas one is getting less attention than the one in New Orleans for whatever reasons. I think we might know which ones those might be. But let's try and have some fun about this, because it's already been a rough year, a very rough year. Maybe this guy can make some sort of jokes in light of all of this tragedy.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? Oh, that's private. Sorry.
That's private.
Come on.
Okay, sorry.
Hey, how are you? Oh, private. Sorry. Come on! Well, hey, guys. Welcome back to...
Oh, my God.
I'm your host,
CK Louis.
and today on...
Oh, my God.
We'll be looking at something. What is it? What is that? Oh, Jesus! Hey! That thing almost hit me, man. Whoa!
Officials in Vegas talking now about the Cybertruck attack there at the Trump Hotel. Let's listen in.
Oh, my God.
As many of you went to sleep last night, and I just want to give you an update on a lot of
No, I did not. I was up investigating all night, too. So you shut your mouth, man.
Show me the proof, dumbass.
But I would like to highlight a couple of things that the teams found inside of the Cybertruck that are useful to the investigation. And that, first and foremost, is a military identification.
Okay.
We also found a passport. And I do still not have confirmation 100%
Calm your ass
that
down.
is the individual that was inside
Does
of
not
our
have
vehicle.
confirmation.
As far as his military background, it's been confirmed by DOD.
I love that. We were about to listen to this, but I figured we would do it with R.M. Brown because it's better. But I found it fascinating. This guy was struggling to be sure that this was the same person in the car. I mean, I get it. There was an explosion in it. I don't know what the state of his corpse was after all this, but it's like, it almost feels like intentionally, like he's playing stupid or something. He's like, I can't be sure if this is the guy.
That he was indeed in the United States Army. He was also a Green Beret operations sergeant who spent most of his time at Fort Carson, Colorado, and in Germany. He was on approved leave from Germany, where he was serving with the 10th Special Forces Group. He was also previously in the National Guard and the Army Reserve.
Obviously, we're always concerned in these sorts of events to ascertain what the motive is. We understand
Me
that's
too.
everybody's
Very concerned.
at the forefront of everyone's thoughts. And so
Yes.
looking into exactly what the motivation is remains our number one priority. This
Thank
is why
God.
the FBI's Joint
Oh, man.
Oh my God, this is a very bizarre story. But I found this is a funny video where some local, I guess like Ohio news station, they're like, we have uncovered exclusive information. We got an interview with a lady who might be this
Here we
guy's
go.
neighbor at one point. You're
Nice.
not going to believe this interview.
Nice.
You are not
Here we
going
go.
to believe this.
Bombshell.
This interview is
Breaking
gonna make you
news.
say,
Oh, my God.
shut up,
We talked to neighbors about the home being associated with Livelsberger. Here's reaction from the woman who lives across the street.
Praise God.
It's crazy. Definitely not something you would expect from little Cuyahoga Falls, but it's a little scary at the same time because it kind of reminds you never really know who's right next door, potentially, allegedly. And there's not a lot of
Potentially
movement
allegedly.
from that house, like ever. And I stay at home all day, so I don't see much of them.
Two adjectives back to back. Who cares? It's fine.
Hey, that's it? You need to follow up on that. What are you doing in there all day? I really wanted them to cut to this news reporter inside this woman's house, you know? He's like, she makes all this stuff. She has her own store online. She makes all this. Then back at the news desk, they're like, okay, ask her about the explosion. Focus on the explosion. All right. The what? Okay, sorry about that. Here's the other kind of, what would you call it, obnoxious part of the story. Elon
Greatest
Musk has been, what's the guy's name? has been feeding the X algorithm all day with cheesy bootlicking, take it back, posts about how the Cybertruck bombing was an unintentional ad. Pathetic. America deserves its oligarchs if they can't see through
Illegal.
this shit. Okay, what does this person say? This has to be one of the greatest
Jesus
Cybertruck
Christ.
ads.
It's Chaya Raichik. Oh, Chaya. I always want to pronounce it Chaya, but I don't think that's how she pronounces it. Yeah, wow, what a fascinating tweet from Chaya. One of the greatest Cybertruck ads. A completely destroyed Cybertruck. Makes sense. Makes sense. No questions. No questions here about that. What are we doing right now? How are we doing on time? Are we doing okay? You're saying no, we're not doing good? No. Whose fault is that exactly?
And intelligence operations. Okay. He noted that there remains no clear motive for the explosion, which some have speculated was meant to be a political crap. Okay, so you don't... What? No, I don't need that. Oh, free shipping. Okay. Yeah. Guys, I don't know. Okay? Regardless, okay? I'm just a normal guy, so I don't know. You know, so I was looking on Reddit. What are some theories?
Seriously, though, I do think... I think might be right. Elon should pay for ads of these images during the Super Bowl. I think that would be financially astute of him to do.
About this, you know, and I was reading all these theories, and I was like, some pretty credible theories here. Some pretty well thought out theories. Might be true. Whole thing seems kind of suspicious, honestly, you know? Okay, so I'm looking around on...
We just started. No, I know. I know, but I've got like 100 videos today. I'm trying to end by like, you know, like 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And some of these videos are incredibly long. Incredibly long. Not this one, even. That we have coming up in the future that I'm concerned about.
And then this comes out in the New York Post, what, hours ago? The paper with the best logo, the New York Post. What the hell does this say? Cybertruck bomber Matthew, quote-unquote, Vic Berger's wife broke up with him days before explosion outside Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Sources. Okay.
Sources.
So now at least in the paper
Nice.
We got kind of a motive here.
Sources.
Okay? The wife of the Army soldier who blew
by the way,
up
the
a
New York
Tesla
Post
Cybertruck outside the...
has never posted anything hastily. Okay, they've never thought we need to get this out now. No. These people are serious about journalism. They don't fuck around.
Thing in Las Vegas Wednesday broke up with him 6 days before he did some...
Show me the proof, dumbass.
Before he did some...
Oh my God.
Inside the vehicle, according to law enforcement sources. He left his home in Colorado Springs the day after Christmas. Okay, yikes. That's sad. Following an argument with his wife over apparent infidelity. His wife, who had a baby daughter with him, reportedly told him that she knew he had been... Oh, so he was doing...
He was
doing...
He was the guy. I see.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so there we go. That's the at least publicly available story here. This is the story. Lifelong military guy, special operations guy, gets caught cheating. She breaks up with him. You know, people are saying based on his social media stuff, he was a Trump guy, so that probably means he was an Elon Musk guy. So for this final thing, he paired the two things that he...
His two favorite... He went and did a terrorism with his two favorite things. Oh, God. It's horrifying. That is horrifying. God. Now, what's fascinating is officials don't want to call this terrorism, even though it hurt 7 citizens, 7 civilians, just, you know, minding their own business outside of Trump Hotel. And they're struggling to figure out if this one is terrorism. For whatever reason. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that this guy is white. That would be crazy.
That's too much, man.
Let's see what Maggie Haberman thinks about what happened in NOLA as it relates to Donald Trump's recent post on Truth Central. Wait.
Just hours.
Shut up. I have to say something. Charlie Janmir just gifted 1 Galactic News Network membership to Logan Hill. Great job. Logan, you just got yourself a beautiful Galactic News Network membership. Thank you so much, Charlie. Much appreciated.
After the deadly New Year's Eve truck attack in New Orleans, when confirmed information was scarce, President-elect Trump was quick to suggest falsely that the suspect was an immigrant. As some early reporting on the attack said, the driver crossed the border from Mexico. Trump wrote on Truth Social, when I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. Law enforcement officials have since identified the driver as a U.S.-born citizen and Army veteran from Texas. My source on this and more is Maggie Haberman, CNN political analyst and senior political correspondent for the New York Times. Hi, Maggie. Good to see you. So, look, despite the confirmation that the suspect was born in the U.S., Trump is doubling down on his message, saying that Biden's open border policy has led to a violent erosion of safety, national security, and democracy. Now, of course, there are national security concerns about the border, but that doesn't have anything to do with this case in New Orleans. What's behind this?
What is behind this?
Well, what's
Come on,
behind
Maggie.
it, Pam, is that Trump has a pretty firm anti-immigrant box.
Oh, is that what it is, Maggie? Is that how you phrase this?
This is no exception. They're tripling down his communication strategy.
Great. Thanks, Maggie. That's super good. You know what? This entire 5 minutes, Maggie has an opportunity to call Donald Trump a racist, but like the rest of the media, she's decided it's easier to be in the king's court than to be yelling from outside of it and calling people racists for no good reason, or for good reasons, like when they do racist things. But no, it's just because he's anti-immigrant. It's, he just loves America too much. It's got nothing to do with the fact this guy, had a dark complexion or a Arab-sounding name. None of those things played into. He just doesn't like immigrants, and so he just blames everything on immigrants. Maggie, what a hero. Willing to avoid saying racist thing. Not racist. Claiming. God damn it. Why can't I say words right? What was I saying? Maggie. Yes. Hero journalist. Just making it clear. Donald Trump, not a racist. Just anti-immigrant. There's a clear difference, okay? God. People, stop with your bullshit. You don't need to do journalism around here. Make any sort of reasonable claims. That would be too much.
That's too much, man.
Remember, there was that Fifth Circuit judge who was auditioning to be a Supreme Court justice who was talking about naturalized citizens and birthright citizenship. And he said, well, there are sort of exceptions to this, like if there's an invasion coming from across the border. Now, in reality, we know that the number of immigrants who are coming across the border now is at like decade low. I mean, in part, that was because of very, in my estimation, egregious policies by Biden administration. But that's just the fact. Much harder to imply that there's an invasion happening when there's less people coming across the border now than there was during Trump's first term.
And like the way we think of border security has never occurred. That border has never been secure the way that, frankly, both parties pretend like they can do.
It can't be done. And the idea of our border being secure, like, what does that mean?
Right.
Fully half of the, supposed 11 million undocumented here came in on documents and just overstayed their visas.
Yeah.
Nevertheless,
I don't want reality.
If you're going to claim that there's some type of invasion or some type of problem that would justify some type of extraordinary measures on January 22nd or 21st, you need to start laying the groundwork. So if some U.S. Army veteran, U.S. citizen, goes on a rampage in New Orleans or blows up a Tesla in Vegas, what do you got to do? You got to pretend like it's a some type of immigrant attack. This is Fox News actually having to fact check Donald Trump. This is number 2.
Meanwhile, the man who's moving into this White House behind me in less than 3 weeks, President-elect Donald Trump put out a statement on social media earlier today that reads as follows. When I said that the criminals coming in are far...
Okay, this guy can't do a Donald Trump impression for shit. Come on. When I said the criminals are coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by the Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true.
Worse than the criminals we have in our country. That statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. The crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has ever seen before. Our hearts are with all innocent victims and their...
Now, there's some truth to the crime level is really down significantly in some areas.
Almost every area except shoplifting. There was
shoplifting. It's now actually increased to 2019 levels.
Pre-pandemic.
Pre-pandemic levels. Shoplifting had gone down during the pandemic, and it's now back up to 2019 levels.
But violent crime, murders, assaults all dropped significantly last year.
At a level that nobody has ever seen before. Our hearts are with all the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans police.
People tell me, they come to me and they say, sir, I have New Orleans police officers coming to me, crying on their knees, telling me, sir, I love you and our country is falling apart and we need you back right now. Grown men.
Department, the Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. Now, the former president said criminals coming in his statement, meaning into our country. But to be clear, Molly and Brian, the suspect was born in the United States. He served in the United States Army. He was a veteran. The FBI is the lead agency in this investigation, going through the social media and any other accounts associated with the suspect. But
yeah, just wanted to make that clear. Totally American.
I mean, but is he totally American? Because he's not white, which is like what we... So when you talk about the immigration levels being, or the border crossings being at a low at this point, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because this is all a pretext to demonize people who are non-white. And right now there's like this project to reclaim this movement to say, oh, it's not really about that. They're populist. They're pro-worker. No, they're not. Like, I'm reminded of in 2016, do you remember that judge who was of Mexican ancestry but was born in Indiana, who Donald Trump said was biased towards him? This is the same thing. Because the guy in New Orleans, the suspect, is not white, it's a problem of immigration, because when they say immigration, they mean non-white people. And let's deal with them. Let's deal with this issue on its face and not pretend like, you know,
maybe you're jaded.
Perhaps.
Let's listen to the border czar, Tom Homan, who, you know, guards the border.
Guarding
both the Canadian one and the Mexican one, the one we have with both those countries. Here he is talking about the story of, I guess it was the Cybertruck that was exploded in Vegas.
Yep.
Incidentally, that guy who committed that, also U.S. veteran.
So this is just another danger this country faces, because this country's been lax on national security, and groups like this been emboldened. I mean, when you got, you know, protesters walking down the streets in New York City carrying terrorist flags, chanting death to Israel and death to the United States, and nothing's being done about it. And when you have a secure a border that was secure under President Trump, and this administration unsecured it on purpose, it's open.
Tom Homan is an idiot. Okay, this guy is an idiot. I honestly don't know if he finished high school. I don't know much about the guy aside from the fact he's basically, his entire career was working at the border until, like, yeah, as border guard, whatever, until he became, what was it, under Trump the first term. Because he got a Trump, I can't remember what his actual appointment was in the first term. But this guy is just a complete moron. He's just so dumb.
President Trump and this administration unsecured it on purpose. It's
I mean, the thing about what he said before, like, I can't get it out of my head. The fact that he's saying that people that were walking, like, that were protesting, right, like the genocide in Palestine, because that's what he's talking about, right? When he's saying, oh, people are marching down the streets with terrorist flags, he's talking about the pro-Palestine marches, right? And he thinks every single one of those people got here illegally, including all of the white people there, I guess. It's confusing. It's confusing to me. It's like he didn't really watch a whole lot of the protests. He just heard about them sort of tangentially. He's like, oh, God, all these immigrants with their ISIS flags.
Invitation for those around the world that hate this country.
To put into perspective, incidentally, none of these attacks came from outside of this country. None of them came from people who are critical of Israel. At
least that we know of
attack on Palestinians, anyways.
But yeah, I mean, you can see how Israel is used as like a proxy for American interests against the scary hordes of Muslim people around the world.
What does the border security guy have anything to do with these attacks? But the idea is any opportunity they're going to be able to take over the next couple of weeks to blame anything on immigration, they're going to take, because they need to gin this stuff up.
Yes, and if and the thing that is frustrating about the whole thing is that it does, the immigration stuff that they exploit does near a truth, which is that our immigration system is about disciplining workers in this country, whether it be, we'll talk about it later, that H-1B situation fight where that's when your employer has basically control over your immigration status. That's the leftist critique of it. Or when it's the threats of deportation for workers who are undocumented and sub-minimum wage. Those are used to basically keep workers in line in this country. And so this is the Republicans trying to pit white workers against non-white workers, and that is the heart of our immigration system instead of actually...
Yeah. This is just one of many reasons why the title is 2025 fucked? That's the question that we're asking, trying to solve, trying to figure out if, you know, if 2025 has a chance of being at all good. Not a lot of evidence to support. Currently, most evidence is pointing towards, well, being kind of a shit year. Let's see here. Ah, yeah, great. Let's go to Tennessee. A fascinating place in our country, rich in history, and something else. I can't think of what else. Rich in yeah, well, whatever. Rich in something, but also rich in problems. Not gonna lie, things not going super good in Tennessee lately. We talked about how right-wingers are trying to start their own town by taking over another town. Rather than building their own, they decide to come and try and take a town. We've been talking about how neo-Nazis have been roaming the streets there. Apparently, Tennessee lawmakers are filing a bill to confront hate. And when I heard this, I was like, oh my God, this is exciting. Wow, Tennessee, progress, yay. There's no way this goes wrong. And then I watched this video we're going to watch.
In 2024, we saw some shocking and disgusting examples of both hate speech and hate groups infiltrating here in Nashville.
We saw a lot of them.
Why in 2025, a group of state lawmakers hope to put a stop to it.
So good. It's about time.
In 2024, we saw some shocking and disgusting examples of hate groups intent on spreading that hate right here in Nashville.
Yes. They did.
So as we enter 2025,
nobody should feel that they're in danger because of race, sex, religion in any way.
A few state lawmakers want to send a clear message.
Whether it's Nazis or Antifa or any type of hate group that's out there, we're not.
And that is where everything went off the rails. I'm sorry. We need to hear that one more time. I'm not sure if everybody here heard that, but I'd like everyone in chat to really listen closely to what that man just said.
Whether it's Nazis or Antifa or any type of hate group that's out there, we're not going to put up with that here.
Vast majority.
Okay. This is fascinating. So apparently Antifa and Nazis fall into the same group for this guy. He sees Antifa as a hate group, even though it is explicitly the opposite of that. Even though, if you knew anything about it, like, it is utterly... But I mean, this is what we're talking about here, people, okay? You want to deal with hate? Well, guess what? We're also going to label anybody who's an anti-fascist as a hater, as a literal, like, purveyor of hate, right? It's fascinating. I don't even know what to say. Because it's really... It just feels like we're just on track to sort of double down on all the worst shit we did in 2024. Like, remember when Congress, did the whole anti-Semitism stuff bill that actually made it illegal to criticize Israel at all, like, in any way, because apparently that's anti-Semitic. So I guess now also anti-hate groups are also hate groups. If you're too anti-hate, you're a hate group, because you hate haters. You're a hater, and that's not acceptable.
That's too much, man.
We don't need to watch the rest of this. It's just fascinating that they decided to lump those two things together. It was maybe one of the most shocking things I heard all day today. When I heard that, I was like, oh, that's good. There's no way that goes badly. Oh boy. Yeah, so there's some more evidence for how 2025 not getting a great start. Yeah, exactly. Lady Badash makes a great point. The anti-fascists hate the fascists so much, and it's just wrong. Why can't you just let the fascists be? Also, fascists are bad. Right? Because, I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? Nazis are literal fascists. He's like, fascism is not good. It's not good. It's hateful. Fascists need to be put down. Also, people who are adamantly against fascism, those people, same group of people, just two sides of the same coin. Just wild. Just fucking wild. Now let's go to New York. I'm sorry, not New York.
Police are investigating
Not New
a
York.
hate crime after
Oakland.
vandals targeted the
California. Shut the fuck up. Are you being...
Oakland police are investigating a hate crime after vandals targeted the Jewish community with anti-Semitic graffiti spray painted near the Lake Merritt menorah. Cron 4's Stephanie Rothman joins us live here in studio with the very latest. Stephanie?
Noel, police say the community painted over the graffiti, but Jewish leaders say the cleanup doesn't wipe away the lingering stain of hate that still
the stain of
remains.
hate. Israelis. This is a country in a group of citizens, right? This is not hate. But of course, Cron 4 felt this deserved a 2.5-minute piece. Ah, boy. Okay. There we go. Remember, 2025. Hate isn't always clear, apparently. Criticism of a nation state, that's hate. being against fascism actually fascism. I don't know. It all makes sense.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
It all makes perfect sense. I have no more questions. What? Why am I muted?
Brandywine police are searching for the person who intentionally cut Comcast fiber lines. This left a few thousand customers without internet, phone, and cable TV service on Thursday night. Photos provided by police show the extensive damage. Chester County customers living in Coatesville, Upper Euclid, Chester Springs, and Downingtown were all impacted. Comcast released a statement saying crews worked as quickly as possible to restore service. Customers can request a credit for the time they were spent without.
Ooh, big money. I'm sure that Comcast will give you at least 50 cents for your trouble. Okay. Well, there you go. An intentional cutting of Comcast fiber lines. No clear motive. No one arrested, from my understanding. But they are looking for a suspect. You didn't. That's good. That does give me some solace. I'm glad to know that you didn't do it. I'd be concerned if one of my chatters was the culprit of this cable cutting.
Illegal.
God. All right. Oh my fucking God. Let's go back to California real quick. I forgot about this. Holy shit. What a great start to the year. You know how there's been a bunch of plane crashes in like a week? Well, this was from yesterday in California. 40 likes. That's a lot of likes. Jesus Christ. That was a massive fucking
At 2:09 this afternoon, the Fullerton Police Department and Fire Department received a radio call of a plane crash in the 2300 block of Raymer Avenue, where we're standing now. The plane crashed into a commercial building halfway down the block on the left side, south side of the street. It crashed into the roof. Upon the officers and fire department arrival, they found the building on fire.
Good God. Planes are dangerous, people. Make sure they're serviced before flying them. That's an important lesson to learn. I'm not saying that was necessarily the reason for this. Just saying, it's dangerous out there flying. More turbulence now than ever due to climate change. That's actually true. That's science.
It's science.
But yeah, holy shit. There's been like a dozen plane crashes in a week. I swear to God. All of them have been fatal and just, you know, we have another one to talk about later. But first we got more U.S. stuff to talk about. More U.S. stuff to talk about. Oh, let's talk about how crime is legal now. Let's do that. Let's go here. I'm excited for everybody. We can all do crimes now, people. Here we go.
Illegal. Immediately, if not sooner.
10 days before being sworn in to be president of these United States, Donald Trump will face sentencing for his having been found guilty of 34 counts in New York of falsifying business records, allegedly to conceal $130,000 in hush money payments to adult film star and director Stormy Daniels. But there is some good news here for the president-elect. Let's go to CNN's
how
Kara
great. Thanks,
Kara,
Jake.
What is the judge in the case saying?
Yeah, Jake, so the judge is sentencing Donald Trump on January 10th.
I just want everybody, while you're watching this, to like sort of try and pick up on the tone that they're using. Because it's like, and Jake looks sort of sad, maybe depressed even, certainly low energy. But what's fascinating is that this, among many other videos I've watched recently, they all are giving off the vibes. CNN, MSNBC, CBS, whoever else. I mean, I don't watch Fox News almost ever, so I have no idea what they're doing. I mean, it's not like it would be a change for them, but the entire supposed liberal media, right, has been kowtowing to Donald Trump. They have been phrasing stories in ways intended to be less critical. The words that they're using, from what I can tell, are more generous to Donald Trump, less critical, and it's fucking frustrating for a guy who has to listen to this shit every day.
But the judge also saying that given the practical considerations of this issue, that it's 10 days before Donald Trump is about to be sworn in as the next president of the United States, that he says that he is likely, he says, he's inclined to not sentence Trump to any incarceration, and that his sentence would be one of unconditional discharge, which in real language means that there wouldn't be any sort of penalty. There would be no time served in any jail or prison. There would be no probation that Trump would be required to abide by.
No probation, just a felon, no big deal.
And that would allow
it's fine.
Trump to then begin to try to appeal the conviction itself. He has been taking all these steps to try to get.
Why should felons have to do anything? They should just be able to live their lives just like everybody else. It's not like they did something wrong. It's just a felony. 34 felonies. Whatever. I don't see the problem.
Verdict thrown out to try to get the indictment dismissed, and the Judge Juan Merchan has repeatedly dismissed those efforts, including today. But he's now going to, assuming that Trump does not postpone the sentencing here, January 10th would be final judgment, and that would allow Trump to continue to try to appeal it. Although Trump's lawyers have indicated for
what's there to appeal?
That they will try to stop Donald Trump from being sentenced. So
one thing about this like, because they talk about the appeal process during this, that fascinates me to no end. What exactly would and it's not even because if it's true that and it seems like it's true that Donald Trump and his lawyers are planning to appeal this, I just don't I literally do not understand. I do not see any benefit to Donald Trump here, unless he genuinely believes that he will be prosecuted after his presidency, right? That's the only thing I can think of. Because the fact is it's not like he's not going to be able to get a job after this because he's a felon. It's not like he's going to be, it's not like it's going to financially hurt a man who owns a multi-billion-dollar company. And, I just don't, is none of the normal reasons for why they want to appeal, to be perfectly honest. There would be no benefit to him. It's not like he's serving time. It's not like he's gonna be on parole or literally anything. There's no point. There's no point. But even fuck it, just might as well appeal. I think the other thing that I guess comes to mind is that perhaps they just want to do it to prove to their base that they still believe that that Donald Trump is innocent. I guess. As some sort of like a moral victory, they can sell the base.
To try to go to an appeals court to get an emergency action to stay this sentencing, to postpone it so that Trump is not facing any sentencing before he is sworn in as the next president. The judge in this decision, in addition to saying he's weighed these various factors, he says that he was not going to dismiss the indictment, focusing on both the jury's verdict and the sanctity of that verdict, but also
the sanctity of that verdict. That is hilarious. Juan Merchan is a hilarious judge. Maybe one of the we gotta figure out if this guy's been getting money from Donald Trump, because this shit is fascinating. I as a judge, I must take the sanctity of the jury's verdict very seriously. The citizens who have presided over this case, taken time out of their lives to see to justice, I must take it seriously. So seriously, in fact, that I'm going to give Donald Trump 0 consequences. Good seeing you. I just wanted you in the court one more time just to see your pretty face in my courtroom. Have a good day. It was great.
Especially as ones that Trump had made about the strength of the evidence in this case, saying that it would cause immeasurable damage to the citizenry's confidence.
Because like
in the
is that not the reason why this judge is having Donald Trump in his courtroom? Just literally to have Donald Trump in his courtroom again. It doesn't seem like there's any other legitimate reason to do it. It's like, why have a sentencing hearing if you're sentencing someone to absolutely nothing? For something that, for not just something, but for many things that anyone else would be going to jail for. 34 felony counts? Rule of law is over. GG, people.
Rule of law if he were to dismiss the indictments on some of Trump's arguments about the strength of the case. So while it is bad news for Trump that he is scheduled to be sentenced in this, certainly good news for him that the biggest concern that he could face potential jail time, potential other sort of remedies against him. The judge signaling here that he will not sentence Trump to any incarceration, will not put any restrictions on him.
Do you hear the way they're talking about it?
As he assumes his.
Do you hear the way she's talking about it? She genuinely doesn't seem to even have an opinion on it. Like, I feel like CNN is genuinely decided to some degree, like, they just don't want to even opine on anything anymore, right? Like unless it's Republicans opining on things, they've decided we're not liberal news anymore. We're actually pro-Trump.
Second term as president. Jake?
And we should note that Stephen Chung, who will be the White House communications director in President Trump's next term, issued a statement saying, quote, today's order by the deeply conflicted acting Justice Merchan and the Manhattan DA witch hunt is a direct violation of the Supreme Court's immunity decision and other longstanding jurisprudence. He calls for he says the Constitution demands it be immediately dismissed. Kara Scannell, thanks to you. Appreciate it.
Paula, take us through this ruling and what it means for the president-elect.
Wolf, after this opinion, President-elect Trump is still a convicted felon, but there is some good news here as the judge is signaling that he does not intend to impose penalties against Trump after being convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business records last year. The judge did have the option.
Shut the fuck up. Thank you. Exactly, Charlie. This is just going to put more fuel on the fire. Add, to the, list of bogus reasons that Trump's supporters think he's never committed a crime ever, even if he has. I mean, I don't even know if they care that he commits crimes, right? But it just gives them more bullshit ammo to be like, no, what? He's not a criminal. Look, even the judge didn't sentence him to any consequences for 34 felonies. Why would somebody do that? Why would a judge do that to somebody who committed crimes? They wouldn't do that.
To impose a jail sentence. But in a sort of unusual move, he's previewing what he will do next Friday, saying that is not something he is going to do.
Why is this bitch smiling?
It seems improper at this juncture.
I am so sick of the vibes of CNN, like, to the point where, like, I just want to shut these fuckers down at this point. I feel like they're doing less good than they are doing harm. Like, I don't get it. I think it's because they live in a fucking a bubble made of money, right? They're all getting paid more than most people, right? All these people are in, like, the top 1%. And they hang out with people who are in the top 0.1%. And then they come on and tell us about, just garbage every fucking day. And all the while, it's like, Republicans and their supporters are, like, constantly yelling about how these networks are, like, representations of leftism. And it's like, it's just such nonsense. The fact is, we don't have any left-wing news networks in the United States. It's centrist. It's neoliberal centrist. Centrist and or right-wing media. That's all we've got. Unless you're on YouTube or Twitch or something. I mean, Twitch is really just Hassan and, like, 3 other people. But point is it's just a fucked situation right now. And this is these are the people that we have to help protect us. Right, because that's the thing, right? The Fourth Estate, the journalism, they're supposed to be protectors of democracy, right? They're supposed to be protecting democracy by giving us, you know, fair and balanced coverage, you know, to be actually, like, you know, the fact is like, they do plenty of opinion shit, but they don't bring on any leftist opinions to actually push back on this stuff. And they keep going further and further to the right, bringing more and more Republican pundits on, you know, people like, oh God, I can't think of his fucking name. Fucking Muppet. What is that dickbag's name? There's just too many of them, honestly. It's out of control. It's out of control. Thankfully, we do have the internet. Now let's talk about a guy by the name of Patrick Bet-David.
Speaking of a guy who, multimillionaire?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's not a billionaire, is he, Patrick Bet-David?
Oh, no, I wouldn't think he's a billionaire.
No.
I think
you would have been more upset when I said billionaires should be illegal.
Michael Steele. How'd you guess that?
Oh, that's a pretty corny.
How did you even guess Michael Steele from the information I gave you? I gave you no information. I gave you Republican pundit and Muppet. Those were the two clues I gave you. That's honestly really impressive. That is who I was thinking of. Thank you.
Shirt. I mean,
future looks bright. 24.
He's got to get a Wyatt Coke in there.
He's really. I'll tell you something. All of these guys, this guy, Tim Pool, they all basically have decided we're going to be on Team Trump now. Like really, just out in the. I mean, like, you know, Patrick Bet-David tried to pretend like early on that he wasn't conservative, and that sort of facade sort of fell away. It's just more lucrative for them on that side. That's basically what it is. But here is Patrick Bet-David. Has he shut down? He doesn't have control over community notes on Twitter, does he? What happened to this guy?
That's unfortunate.
Who, Musk? Supposedly he doesn't have control over it, but I feel like, you know, that might be...
Do you think there's some competition between Patrick Bet-David and Musk? I mean, they're both, you know...
I think there's a sort of solidarity between...
I would imagine. Yeah. But maybe they have a personality clash, because Patrick Bet-David seems to be very upset with community notes. Let's tune in. Let's see what they're saying.
Some of the words, I mean, a community notes section came up, Rob. If you can pull this up. I saw one on, they called Vivek, scammer, con artist. They called, there's a bunch, but here's one right here.
It's such a lazy, weak
But put this one up there right there on the tweet that I put up. Look at the bottom there. Patrick Bet-David made his money by founding a predatory multi-level marketing pyramid scheme, which he then used to market himself as a business guru on YouTube. He is essentially a scam artist. By the way, the community notes allowed that for a couple hours. Then it was taken down.
Oh,
okay,
God.
that's the whole community notes concept. Wikipedia and community notes are...
I love how he's explaining the concept of community notes to us. This is valuetainment, people.
The whole community notes concept. Wikipedia and community notes are somewhat similar.
Pause it for a second. How do you get something dropped from community notes? Do you have to contact Elon directly?
Probably.
Do you have to have friends there?
You could, I think, maybe ask enough of your followers to downvote it too. That might be another.
I wonder also if you could go directly. I'm curious about that. I'm sure Patrick Bet-David wouldn't do that.
Patrick Bet-David, it is not similar to Wikipedia. Wikipedia is not for profit, and there are sources that are involved in the creations of those articles. This is a for-profit business run by the world's richest man, who has very murky rules about who is contributing to this community note process and what his role is in it. We know from this whole H-1B controversy that he removed blue checks of right-wing accounts that were criticizing him. So no, there's no equivalent. There's no king of Wikipedia who's doing the exact same thing.
Imagine Jimmy Wales throwing his weight around like that.
Yeah.
So this is, to be clear here, this is when Patrick Bet-David weighed in support of Vivek's essay about why Americans are lazy and mediocre people, generally.
not really addressing the substance of the.
And he came back and he said, I didn't mind working 80 hours a week. He was an immigrant from Iran. All I wanted was a shot, he said. This used to be the American way. This used to be the American way. Now I'm confused. I'm confused. Are we supposed to let people in? Because if this guy has to work 80 hours a week, he didn't come in on an HB1 visa.
All I wanted was a shot to get people to buy life
insurance. I am confused. I am confused here. What is it? Are only people who come in on HB1 visas, are they the only ones that we should be letting in? Or how come when Vivek says that immigrant families have a work ethic and
it's only certain immigrant families for Vivek, I think. That's my sense of things. I think Vivek is, he's a racist in the wrong country, right? Because he doesn't fit in with all the racists in the United States, but he does hold some racist thoughts, I'm pretty sure.
Patrick Bet David say that they had a work ethic. He didn't come in as an HB1 visa. He doesn't seem to have that technical know-how. I'm confused now as to which immigrants we're supposed to let in and why. It doesn't make sense. All right, continue.
Concept. Wikipedia and community notes are somewhat similar. I know Elon, I actually like community notes, to be honest with you. The only thing you have to be careful with community notes is that now went everywhere. Hey, this is what it is. At the end of the day, you know how hard it is?
Or in the wrong body, too. Well, I mean, if he was in a white body in the United States, he'd be doing fine, right? In terms of his racism and fitting in with the rest of the racists, right? Or if he left the country, it doesn't need both, right? Because if he just left and went back to, I believe, India, he could continue to be racist and then have a lot of other people who hold similar racist views and would see him as what's the word? Oh God, my brain just broke. There's a fucking whatever. Part of the club. That's not the word I was looking for, but it sort of describes what I meant.
To build a national insurance agency dealing with regulators in every state. Tom was the president of the insurance company. He's the CSO of it till today. You're dealing with every single agency. We pay taxes in God knows how many states.
He worked really hard.
A company like
he worked really hard to scam people, and so it's not fair that people are pointing out this stuff. He worked really hard for it, and it's not fair that community notes can just come in and rain on his podcast parade and letting everybody know that he's a scam artist. That's not fair. That's not right.
That's too much, man.
And then for somebody to cut a check for $250 million after they do quality of earnings, which Tom, can you tell everybody what a quality of earning is?
What a quality of earnings report. So everyone knows how to sell a house. In the middle of selling
everybody
a house,
knows how to sell a house.
If you're buying a house, your bank requires the inspection to ensure that the house is in good shape, and they're going to give you a mortgage for it, right? Very simple.
Yep.
I love that. Everybody knows how to sell. Everybody. I'm sure everybody in chat, all children, anybody who's never owned a house. I'm sure all those people also know how to sell a house, of course. Everyone knows, like this guy said.
An inspection times 1,000 is a...
What the fuck is this pin? Anybody know what this pin is? I can't quite make it out.
Quality of earnings report that gets done on your business. So they say, hey, we like to do an inspection, and part of that inspection is going to be quality of earnings. What do? They're looking for fraud. They're looking for offshore bank accounts. They're looking for transactions.
They
going back to the
literally
owner.
go through your bank account and watch every single expense, anything you ever bought, purchase, personal, everything.
They look for
wire
marketing.
Wire transfers.
But you have to do it. You're about to cut $250 million check.
So think of it as you're selling a company, and the inspection, the house inspection to sell that company, is called a quality of earnings report, and it only gets done by people like PwC and Accenture.
Now, so far as I can tell, what he's saying is he's
only gets done by PwC and Accenture. I'm sure everybody here knows what those companies are. That's Freemasonry. Is it? Did they change their logo? It doesn't look like a Freemasonry symbol to me.
He had a forensic audit when he sold his company. Is that it?
Yeah.
Did he sell his company?
Yeah, I believe that's how he cashed.
A forensic audit is for when a larger company's come, or maybe not necessarily a larger company, but probably a larger company coming in to buy your company. They want to make sure that your books aren't cooked so that they can expect we're going to pay X. We're going to get a return of Y. That's basically what they want to make sure that there's no internal chicanery. But I don't think that really addresses what the community note was, because the community note says that it was a multi-level marketing thing and a scam.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look.
I'll read it. Patrick Bet-David ran an insurance company, PHP, that operated as a multi-level marketing agency. An MLM has a structure that is similar to a pyramid scheme, though an MLM is technically legal so long as they sell an actual product.
Yes, so I think what Patrick Bet-David must have misinterpreted what the comment was, the community note was, because he thinks that it's saying that internally we played fast and loose with our books and we didn't spend money. No, I think what they're saying is that your entire enterprise is a scam, even if it's done legally.
So I'm trying to just
but I will say that business people, a lot of business people don't believe that those two things can be the same.
Right. Yeah.
So for instance, like, I could sell a product like, I don't know, some type of a brain supplement.
Yeah.
I could send you a supplement that says like,
I'm glad we don't have to rely on Sam's business ideas. He really struggled there getting
a brain supplement.
Yeah.
I could send you a supplement that says like, and I can make the claim like, look, in my experience, these brain supplements make me feel much sharper. Like I remember 3 weeks ago, Emma, I couldn't even remember, where I had left my shoes in the office, and now I've been taking this for 3 weeks. I know exactly where my shoes are at all times. And I could sell this, and all my books could be clean. I paid everybody the right thing. I haven't spent any, non-business expenses on anything else. All my books are clean. A forensic audit shows I've done everything exactly right. But I still could be scamming people in the sense that, you know what? There really is no, it's not really enhancing my brain functioning or yours.
Because at the end of the day, and for people that may not be aware of the
Joe Rogan literally did this, made millions of dollars off of, what was it called? Alpha Brain.
MLMs, and this has been the accusation against Patrick Bet-David that many of the
want your brain to be like Joe Rogan's?
Are not making much money, if any money at all. That was the accusation that was leveled against this company.
Your brain has muscles.
He was making the people that he was hiring to sell insurance. Well, you can't sell my insurance unless you buy it first.
So this is how it works. And there's someone who tried to recruit me into one of these things. There's a lot of women on Facebook that get suckered into this kind of stuff. There's somebody at the top that wants to make a lot of money, and they want to, quote, sell a product, but they don't make a majority of the money in an MLM selling the product. How they make the money is they get some lieutenants who then get a fee, a very exorbitant fee, if they hire more.
Yeah, it's called a pyramid scheme. I mean, that's basically what it is. It's an MLM. MLMs are basically just pyramid schemes with a fancy corporate structure, and it's insane. That's what a lot of these insurance companies are, right? They're just massive pyramid schemes. And there's a lot of these non-well-known insurance companies, like this PHP that Patrick Bet-David started himself and spent 80 hours a week on, toiling away at this scam. In fact, I was approached at one point by somebody to get involved in life insurance. It's very creepy. It's very creepy. The second that you start talking to these people, they're like, all right, who do you know? How many friends and family do you have? Who can you sell to? Right? And it's like, wait, you want me to sell to my family? And to my friends? What Well, the whole thing is fucking insane.
Sales people. So the bulk of the money that's being made is by these people right below the person at the very top hiring more people, and then those people hire more people, and all of that
and they
money
all have to buy the product to get hired,
and they have to pay a fee.
It's a reverse
to become
funnel
a
system.
Salesperson
Okay.
to have the opportunity to be a part of this, to be economically liberated. But if
now
you
you're
don't get
in
right
the hole.
Yes.
And so how do you get out of the hole? You recruit more people to do what you did.
And so the only people that make money off MLMs are the people that get in right at the beginning, who are at the top of the pyramid. Everybody else, so that accusation about those agents almost, that the majority of them are making almost no money, that accusation would make sense if this was actually a multi-level marketing scheme, which is a legal fraud that is perpetrated on people.
When I was a kid, I don't know if it was in the back of comic books
They
or
shouldn't
what,
be legal, though.
but there were ads where you could make money.
Like the fact is,
$100.
scams shouldn't be legal, right? Because that's all the MLM is. It's a legalized scam, right? And it's so like everything about the way these things work is just wrong. And I don't understand why it is that society keeps doubling down on things like this, making scams legal. People talking about regulating cryptocurrency, stuff like that. It's just, that's where we're at right now. We've run out of real ideas and we've just, embraced the dumbest ones possible.
$1 a month, just basically sending out envelopes. And so I paid my $25 because I'm thinking I'm going to get a return right away on this. And it literally was, it sent me like a 5.
This is a very antiquated scam story from Sam. He wrote in on paper, in a letter from the back of a book.
Xerox packet that says, this is what you do. You place ads like the one that I placed in there. And you say you can make $100 getting ads.
Oh, interesting.
And if you say place enough ads, you're going to get people responding just like you did. Yeah. They're going to give you $25 and so on. And that's basically it. Now, I think that's the point. I think Patrick Bet-David misunderstood the community note saying that what he was doing was legal, but still a scam.
Exactly.
That's why they say a scam as opposed to a fraud. Because I think fraud is a legal term. Scam is just sort of feeling like this is scammy.
Bill Ackman, the billionaire who I think was behind a lot of the motivation to call university professors in front of Congress to accuse him of supporting Palestine too much. He had a long bet against a company called Herbalife, which was basically a MLM structure. And he said it's an MLM, so it's going to go under. But the stock price never went under because actually BS can defy gravity for a certain amount of time. Now it's gone. The stock price has collapsed. But Ackman thought it was destined to, and he lost a lot of money because he couldn't wait.
That's a great example.
Not just a lot of money. If I recall correctly, Bill Ackman lost billions of dollars over that bet.
Scam that has a ton of life. Because
have you seen anybody who's seen the Big Short? You know what happened, okay? He shorted the company, right? Opened up position against the company with the bank, essentially. Where I can't remember exactly who it was. Could have been a trading institution. Point is, he signed a contract that said would lose him money until that company started actually losing money on the stock market. But it didn't for quite some time, and he was just bleeding out millions and millions of dollars a day. Every day the stock market was open, Bill Ackman was just getting shit on, and I love it. Honestly love it, because Bill Ackman is a shitty person. He really sucks. It's a great story. It is, historically speaking. Morbius Dragon with a gifted Galactic News Network membership. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. right, let's keep talking about Pat. Is there more to this? I can't remember if there was more that I wanted to watch. Actually, yes. Yes, there was. I forgot.
At the end of the day, capital rules in capitalism.
A lot of greater fools out there.
All right, let's just listen to a little bit more, because again, I think just Patrick Bet-David. I'm just saying this sincerely. He was very kind enough to host me on his program and allow me to say things that he took offense to.
Not sign the vault, though.
He did not let me sign the vault. But I think he's just confused when people accuse him of making all his money through a scam. He thought that meant as doing something illicit as
I know that we ended this conversation. I'm not 100, I'm like 99% sure that this is not a Freemasonry symbol. First off, is a shield, and then it almost looks like a human face. At least from what I can tell, it's a circular. It's not triangular. The image inside this pin, this guy. I want to know. I need to zoom in. Honestly, I think it's as good as it's gonna get.
Making all his money through a scam. He thought that meant as doing something illicit, as opposed to just sort of scammy. Go ahead.
Inspection to sell that company is called the Quality of Earnings Report, and it only gets done by people like PwC and Accenture, big companies. You sell a company for more than $50 million, it is a big inspector. It takes months to do. It costs at least $250,000 in my experience. That's what it costs. And guess who pays that? You. If you're selling your company, you have to pay that before it closes. So guess what? If the deal falls through, the economy crashes, they can't get their loans.
It's an audit.
Guess what? You have to pay it anyway.
But here's the point. So if a person's never gone through,
you demand I do a reverse image search.
I don't blame you for not knowing.
How could you not know what a quality of earnings is?
How can you not know? Like, for example, I don't know what it was to, mother's labor, all this stuff. Then I saw my wife have 4 kids back to back to back to back, all without, what do you call it, Pitocin, without epidural. I'm like, oh my God. The level of respect for your wife goes up when you watch them give birth.
Oh my God.
Like, damn, I don't know the pain. But oh my God, salute for what you do. Then you see that person while you're sleeping trying to run a company. They're waking up throughout the night 3, 4, 5 times a night. You're like, wow, I thought I worked hard. I don't, the amount of hours a mother puts in when they're working and raising a child. Hey,
while you're not helping.
Mothers don't work 80 hours a week.
I don't know about you. But Pat does not strike me as a guy who put in a lot of effort in the raising of his children. My sense is whenever his wife asked him for, I don't know, like help with something, he'd be like, isn't that your job? Isn't that what I pay you to do? Or something equally fucking insensitive and fucked. I'm a man, don't do baby stuff.
You pause it for I mean, honestly, what a hero. I like how he reveals subtly there that he did not wake up to take care of the baby at night at all.
No shit, Emma. Oh my God. My favorite part of that is that he decided to completely just like ignore actually addressing the scam part of it. And just went on to talk about how great his wife is, Oh boy. He just wanted to mention how fantastic his wife is, I'm sure. That she's his personal hero. And that was all it was. But we're not done talking about PBD. This is not the only problem going on in PBD's life, being fact-checked on his success by Community Notes on Twitter. Other shit is going on to PBD. He's just finding out all sorts of stuff about reality that is not, let's just be real, he's not a fan of. It's all really breaking him inside. The valuetainment is being destroyed internally, from within. From within PBD's heart. Community Notes first comes and attacks him on his favorite social media platform owner's platform. And, it's like, guy just can't win. You know, you just can't, you know, seem to figure out, like, you know, why people are the way they are. It's just unfair.
If you take a moment to think about this and use just even a small portion of your brain as a progressive, and, you know,
Science.
even like, you know, Bernie Sanders is getting criticized for, you know, maybe his tact on this H-1B visa thing, but I personally don't think it's warranted. But you'll notice that he's not really saying I'm siding with one or the other, because the racists are not complaining, and the xenophobes and the ultra-nationalists, they're not complaining about H-1B visas because you're disempowering these workers, that you are exploiting these workers. That's not why they're complaining. They're complaining because you're letting non-traditional Americans.
Non-traditional Americans.
And the ones who are in support of
Jesus
H-1B
Christ.
visas, they're not saying this because...
I know he was saying that from the perspective of someone else, but holy fuck.
Who are in support of H-1B visas, they're not saying this because we are a better country when we have... you know, a diversity of
open borders,
and open borders, and whatnot. They're saying this, whatever their story is. They're saying this because we want low-wage workers, and we want workers who are going to, even if we've got to pay them something, it's certainly going to be less or no more than we would pay a citizen of this country. But the point is, because they're not a citizen, we can say, like, are you really going to not work this weekend?
Are you really going to complain about, say, unfair labor practices, or
you don't like that this job is potentially dangerous or illegal, or do you like America?
or workplace abuse? Because
I wouldn't do that. I wanted to stay in this country
because this is not an immigration program. This is a guest
at this
worker
juncture.
program.
So I just want to remind people that, because the way we will deal with wedge issues during these years is not to pick a side or another side. It is to go at the issue from a progressive or leftist perspective. Anything else is literally your perspective on politics is, less sophisticated than, I don't know, watching, the NBA playoffs and rooting for a team that's not from your city. But speaking of which, here is PBD, Patrick Bet-David, who is...
He's going to value-tain
legacy Americans. I wonder when the legacy starts exactly. It's a question I have in my mind. What year exactly? And, where's the cutoff on that legacy?
So much. Right?
You're going to get so value-tained by this guy. He, of course, came out in favor of the H-1B visa position of Vivek Ramaswamy and...
I just noticed what's happening in chat. Is that a Tammy R. Peterson account? How is Jordan Peterson doing? Is he holding up good? How's Peterson Academy? Is that good? Is that going good for you and the fam? I'm sorry that he only gives you an hour of internet at night, but you're supposed to be traditional. You're lucky you even get an hour. That's generous from Jordan.
Elon Musk, because of course this is a guy who also made millions of dollars exploiting people. And he's pro-exploitation of people.
Part of this, to me, is like when you think about when Dallas Mavericks...
Wait, hold on. I need to know what that graph was. What was that graph you were looking at? Oh, percentage of total graduates in STEM fields. Yeah. United States not doing super good on that list right now.
Is... like when you think about when Dallas Mavericks bring Dirk Nowitzki or Luka or Giannis, or all these players that are coming from the European system here, and Kobe would always bash the AAU system in the States, and he came from the Italian, he learned how to play basketball, the fundamentals in Europe. Why do they translate from that league? It's results. So my only concern with this argument is...
Wait, yes. I'm sorry. Okay, so Kobe was criticizing U.S. development programs. That's been an established fact for quite a while in the NBA. Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's like the Euro step was revolutionary in that way.
Very true.
The fundamentals from the way that European players
it's called the Euro
played.
step.
But they came over here because they can make the most money. And they also are free to...
yeah, it's in the name, as it turns out.
But they came over here because they can make the most money. And they also are free to leave if they need to.
Yeah, Kobe wasn't told, like, hey, if you don't like the Lakers here and you get sick of Shaq and want to trade, you're actually going to have to go back to Italy because we don't want you anymore.
But we're seeing, like, for the WNBA, for example, some of the players who were drafted even high in the WNBA went over to play in Europe because the pay is better there, because the WNBA is so exploitative.
Well, but also, this isn't using the NBA or the WNBA is not apples to apples, because we're not talking about incredibly unique talents. We're talking about stuff that is imminently learnable and is teachable and part of like a basic education.
Yeah, it's not asking you to be a 1 in 10 million sort of athlete or genius to be able to do many of these things we're talking about in the STEM fields. It's stuff that you can definitely learn. You just gotta start at a certain age, be capable of a couple of rudimentary things, and yeah, you're ready to go. By the way, I was gonna say Manu Ginobili was the guy who started, but he was actually from Argentina. He popularized it. But there was somebody else. I can't remember who it was that actually started the Eurostep thing. I think he was like from Serbia, I want to say.
Don't need to have some literally 1 in a
You can't teach someone to be 6'7"
to have these jobs and to qualify.
I don't know. I don't know. I think you can teach somebody to be 6'7". What's so crazy about that?
What you talking about?
Leak, it's results. So my only concern with this argument is, yes, keep the jobs in America. Yes, give the jobs to American graduates. Yes, make it competitive here. And if some of these guys are coming here that are the smartest people, why not keep them? Why not recognize them? Why not respect the fact that they create?
Pause it. So that is also not the argument. I say yes, let's keep them here.
Right.
And let's give them all of the labor rights that we would give an American citizen, so that they cannot be, despite the fact that they are so unique and so talented and so intelligent, they cannot be exploited by their bosses with this looming threat of being kicked out of the country.
And if this was a issue of talent and they're coming to the United States because they are going to get better compensated, and this is the situation where all these coders or all these people working for tech companies need to come here, so like you're not getting paid like you would be in a European league, you're getting paid NBA salary, then they should be paying them the equivalent of what an NBA salary would be in a tech job. But we just showed what Warren Gunnels put up earlier, which is that they're making like $57,000, $60,000 a year, with on top of it the threat of their boss deporting them if they do something that pisses them off.
It's just a matter of like, even the salary, you can't do apples to apples, because if you're if you have the labor protections of American citizenship, you can say to your boss, dude, I'm not working this weekend. No, my hours are not 8 to 8 every night. I'm going to take a paternity leave. I'm going to take a maternity leave.
You see this in the financial papers all the time. They're talking about how Elon Musk is able to get like such productivity out of his workforce. And
and if, I can't remember if Matt makes this clear, but they're very, very much, what's the word for this? They're very congratulatory of Elon, I guess is the word I would use. They're very supportive of his practices. They think it's great because he's able to wring money out of the spines of human beings.
suggest that this is a massive part of it. It is this sort of, and American corporations in generally, they have an advantage because they can coerce people into these sorts of situations where they have to work more for them.
And in the NBA, they're all in a union.
That's true. That is true. There is an NBA union.
Make it competitive here. And if some of these guys are coming here that are the smartest people, why not keep them? Why not recognize them? Why not respect the fact that they create jobs? One of the tweets, I said, our founding fathers, a guy responds back and says, oh, no. Those are not your founding fathers.
Oh, boy.
Guy posts a picture of the Shah of Iran, says, that's your founding father.
Oh, boy.
But that tells you what, a part of this, there's a nationalist and there's white nationalists.
Oh, my God. What?
I don't want reality.
That's crazy.
It's science.
You're telling me that there's nationalists and then there's white nationalists. Oh my God. Who could have predicted this, PBD? A cursory amount of research on literally any of your guests that signed this fucking vault of yours here might have actually clued you in on some stuff. But hey, why do that? It's not necessary. It's all about valuetainment here. We don't need research. Come on.
A nationalist and there's white nationalists. White nationalists, Vinny, don't want people like us.
Oh, poor Vinny. Threw Vinny under the bus.
A very different model, and they can have that argument, but this got very ugly very quick.
PBD is clearly from some sort of Middle Eastern place, but Vinny was kind of getting away with it until PBD threw him under the bus there. He's like, Vinny, you too, pal. You're Syrian. You know what it's like.
Model. And they can have that argument, but this got very ugly very quick.
Yeah, no, you're spot on with the white nationalist thing. So.
Oh, yeah. So everybody that you've been hanging out with and
pandering to for the last 4 years.
The entire political movement that you've assigned yourself to turns out they're a little racist.
This is like when Sam Harris realized like all his followers on Twitter were Trump fans, and he's like, wait, what happened?
Right.
You mean my Islamophobia didn't nurture the same, all the people who were, meditating in my Twitter follows?
They're still calling me a Jew in my replies. What is this? I thought they just hated the Muslims. That's we were on board with that.
That was fine. And I have do we have more of this, Bradley? Or
didn't they just move on?
They kind of move on here, but I got an older clip of Vivek Ramaswamy here. But the thing is like so. That no surprise that they've been pandering to racists for this long, but it is. PBD later says it's not. It's maybe about 5% of the guys that are the white nationalists. Or whatever. Maybe that's a low ball. I'm not sure, but I also think there's a huge part, and Trump wouldn't have won without the people that actually look at it from a labor perspective. The actual issue here, issue that Vivek was speaking to in October 2024. Here is this, if I got the right clip here, Bradley.
A lot of the people who have come here through the H-1B system would tell you, as I would, that it is just a broken system no matter who you're seeking to serve. For example, you want to talk about special interests and lobbying? This is direct Silicon Valley lobbying that said that if you get your H-1B visa and you're hired by one company, you're effectively...
You don't think Vinny and Hassan are white passing? I think we disagree on that one. In my opinion, they're both vaguely Mediterranean looking enough, and their skin tone is on a certain side of a dividing line that I think in a way is enough to some degree. I mean, granted, Hassan's name isn't helping a whole lot, but beyond that, I'm just talking about on appearances only. I do feel like there's there's something to that. I don't know exactly how to even unpack it, right? But like being vaguely Mediterranean looking, you can kind of just like, be like, people. I feel like a lot of people are just like, oh, he's Italian. But hey, no, we don't have to agree on that. I should interview PBD's family. Should I? I've never done an interview on this show, and I feel like that would be really jumping the shark there. Probably maybe start off a little bit easier than that.
Like a slave, you can't switch to a different company. That's not a free labor market. So there's so much that's broken and bureaucratized. Here's the next question about the H-1B visa system: is why the heck do we do it?
That's a good point. I mean, it's a good point to be made there, Dur. White passing is in the eye of the beholder. It's very true.
basis of a lottery when you could actually just select the very best people. So there's a lot that's broken about the administrative state, the bureaucracy. My general approach is when something's broken in government, you can't really fix it when it's lasted that long. You need to shut it down, start with a blank slate, and rebuild from scratch. And that's just a stylistic point that I've applied to this issue as to any other.
But what is it? Wait a second. Okay, so I would agree. Yeah, we should actually allow somebody who comes in on a visa like that to not be tethered to an exploitive boss. Apparently, Vivek has given up that perspective. Yeah. But what does it mean to tear it down and then rebuild it? What exactly are you talking about? So no borders. Let's start with no borders. Yep. No borders. No ice. Everybody comes in, no ice, and then we build it from there. I'm on board for that.
If not sooner.
This is the libertarian brain. They will pick an arbitrary spot. Like, you just break things.
They love talking about logic and like history, but then when you actually talk about the history that they don't like, it's like, that history doesn't matter. What are you talking about? History started at 1812 or something.
Yes. Oh, that sounds like entrepreneurship.
Talk to me about.
Okay, break it down. No borders, no customs officials, none of that, and we'll build it from the ground up. And you'll be like, what? That's crazy. No, they'll arbitrarily pick the point what it means to break it down. Like, we're just going to take the structure and we're just going to lop off the top two stories because I actually want a new
American history starts in 1493.
Keep the other stories. I mean, that's basically what it's about.
Didn't that libertarian presidential candidate have a much better immigration policy than others? Like that, and there's so few libertarian. At the end of the day,
that's why all of the base went to Republicans.
Right. They don't care.
Yeah, no, seriously. Libertarians are cooked. That game is over. I think even Dave Smith knows it, not gonna lie. All of those libertarians, just not, there's no future. There's no future in it. I will let you know when America is great again. Okay, it's time. You know what time it is. It's been 2 hours, people. That means it's a very particular time. That's right, it's break time. That's right, it is that 2-hour break. As we always do here, gotta get in little break-sies for our galactic fam. You know, take a little breather. Maybe grab yourselves a little snack. Before you do that, do consider a number of things. First, if you haven't already, make sure you've hit the like button and subscribe to the channel here on YouTube so that you, don't miss any galactic content in the future. Once you've done those two things, do also strongly consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope. That's right, Galactic News Network funded by viewers like you. So many great ways to do that. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon, where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. That's right, becoming a Patreon member gives you a real veritable cornucopia of benefits, including getting an avatar here sitting by me at the pool. Shoutouts every stream, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, do consider those things while taking this break. I will be right back. Alright. I am back, which means it's time for us to get back to the content. Back to those seed space fams. It's time. Aw, shit. Did I leave that over there? I started the stream early today because we have a hell of a lot to talk about. So, we're going back to U.S. politics. And let's talk about the state of our government here in the United States. Things aren't super good. In fact, I would say they're especially bad. Future looking bleaker and bleaker. But we gotta talk about it. Some would say it makes it even more important to talk about. Let's talk about the state of the Democratic Party real quick. Before we talk about Congress, because we do have some stuff to talk about in Congress. But first, how's it going with Dems lately? Let's find out. These are the people supposed to be representing people on the left, supposedly.
I'm curious how many of you guys in this audience remember a guy by the name of Martin O'Malley.
Mm-hmm.
It's this gentleman that's on the screen right now.
Yep.
Martin O'Malley ran for president in 2016.
Yep. It's the only reason anybody knows him.
He was in the Democratic primary. And I think originally it was Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Martin O'Malley, Lincoln Chafee, Jim Webb. Maybe there were a couple others on top of that. But like that was the 2016 field. And of course, everybody not named Hillary and Bernie were like utterly irrelevant. Martin O'Malley was the closest to being relevant along with them, but he was like a very distant third place.
Which in a way,
right. The problem
was worse for Martin, right, in terms of longevity, or what do you call it? Posterity. Because really it just made it so that we knew his name more than anybody else, like of the bottom tier of the ticket. But it didn't help him at all in his actual campaign or being successful at it. So we just remember his failures more than maybe we should. At least I remember them.
Martin O'Malley is an empty vessel, right?
Mhm.
He's a shell of a human being.
Yes.
He's good for nothing but conventional wisdom and pablum and typical politician talk, right? So anyway, this guy emerged from a long hiatus and hibernation in a cave somewhere in the forest, and he wants to be the new head of the DNC, okay? Guys, this is the first story I've seen involving Martin O'Malley since he ran in 2016. Look at the first thing I hear from him since he comes back on the national stage. Here he is talking about some of the fixes the Democrats need to make to be more competitive against the Republicans moving forward. You're not going to believe this.
Let me ask you about something that David Plouffe said on Pod Save America, someone you and I both know. He said, quote, "We have to stop playing a different game as it relates to super PACs than Republicans. They coordinate more than we do. I'm just sick and tired of it." And he was talking about kind of legal advisors saying to the DNC and others, you can't coordinate at all with super PACs while Republicans are doing that. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of merit to that observation, and that's what I've heard as well, talking to people, both lawyers and also people within the DNC. We need to make greater use of the flexibilities, not to do things illegally, but we need to be making greater use of the flexibilities in the law especially for moving money around, spending dollars appropriately on things so that, say, Hakeem Jeffries and his congressional candidates don't have to spend that money on if we can do it as a party. So we need to make better use of all of the flexibilities that are in the law, because Lord knows we're getting pounded because.
So rather than doing the job that we keep telling Democrats to do, right, in so many different ways, including the very campaign in which he was running in, right? Bernie was the most popular of all of the candidates. And what was he saying? We need to get money out of politics. We need to end Citizens United decision. We need to reverse all that shit and get back to having a government without money swaying things in one way or another. But Martin here, he's like, actually, David Plouffe, the guy who was sort of behind the whole Obama legacy, actually, he's got some good points, and actually, maybe we should be Republicans when it comes to money and be as corrupt as them. That's very exciting. That's very exciting. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. So glad we have you here to tell us that. Oh, God. How is this guy in Democratic leadership? I just don't understand it. Doesn't make any sense. Or is he in? I think he's trying to be. Oh, right. Okay. So he's trying. He's not yet, but he is doing his damnedest to become the next DNC chair, because there is an opening right now. And should be fascinating to see what happens with that. He's the worst? Are you sure you want to say that right now? Because we're about to go to a different video. You might want to hold on to that statement. You might have said that a little too soon. Because yesterday, Joe Biden was pretty busy handing out medals to people. Hours of handing medals out. But there was one particular person he gave a medal to, which I thought would really paint the picture best of where things are at here. Guess who's getting a Presidential Medal of Freedom? Oh, sorry, Presidential Citizens Medal. Not quite as good. It's a second tier.
Elizabeth L. Cheney.
Oh, yay.
American people over party.
American people over party. Of course. And we put the party, not even the party. We put Liz Cheney above the people and the party. And now we're giving a medal for it. This is fantastic. This is so great. I'm so glad she's getting a medal. She deserves it. What a trooper. She was so helpful during the election. Remember that? Remember how she came out for us and fought the good fight? Remember how that won us the election? Remember that? Oh, wait, sorry. Lost us the election? I love how Joe doesn't actually hand her the medal. He puts it in her hand, and then he takes it away. He's like, yeah, I could take it away. I don't know. I'm pretty tired right now. And I remember when you fought me on that bill in Congress? Just kidding. You can have it. See what I did there? See what I did there, Liz? I could take it away. Oh, and he gave RFK a medal too? Oh, we should have watched that one. Oh, I fucked up. I missed that part. Somehow I missed that. Thanks for mentioning that, Midas. Well, maybe we'll watch that one tomorrow. Jesus Christ. RFK and Liz Cheney. Presidential medals of go fuck yourself. How great. How great. Democratic Party really seems to have stuff together right now. We really do. It's fantastic. Did he sniff her hair? I don't know. Probably. Not only are we potentially going to have Martin O'Malley as the leader of the DNC, and we have our current president handing out medals to Republicans. You also have for some, a hero leaving Congress. Future's looking pretty bleak. Let's go here.
Well, it is the end of an era. Today is Congresswoman Barbara Lee's last day in office representing the Oakland area on the national stage. NBC Bay Area's Valina Jones has a look at the legacy Lee leaves behind after nearly 3 decades in office and what could be next.
For 26 years now, it has been the privilege of my lifetime to serve my incredible constituents.
In her final speech on the House floor, Congresswoman Barbara Lee recounted more than 2 decades in office with pride.
I feel a sense of gratitude for the opportunity to not only serve my community, but to advance justice, equity, and peace throughout our country and the entire world.
The 78-year-old U.S. representative is the highest-ranking African-American woman appointed to Democratic leadership. First elected in 1998, diversity, civil and human rights, social and economic justice have been her focus, serving as a progressive voice in Congress, a voice her successor, Latifah Simon, has heard.
Sucks. It's not good.
She changed my life when she was the president.
2025.
She was my professor at Mills College. The syllabus
Coming out
was
strong.
really the bills that she was bringing to the floor during that Congress, that session of Congress, and it made politics palpable for me, that folks like us could actually serve.
Lee attended Mills College in Oakland as a single mother. Simon will be sworn in tomorrow. As she takes over Lee's seat, it's years of lessons from her mentor and former professor at Mills College.
You're predicting that the Democrats will run a Republican as a VP. Why not just run a Republican as a presidential on the ticket? What's the point? Might as well just merge parties, uniparty. You know, people have been saying it for a long time. And you know what? I feel like Democrats, they're just, at this point, they're just resisting. They're just resisting it too much, If you're gonna embrace right-wing ideologies and you're gonna back, Republicans and all sorts of shit, why fight it? You'd have more resources.
Simon will keep with her.
It is true. She's been
Not that you
speaking
need
for
them with
disabled
one party,
people, for
but
folks
hey.
with HIV and AIDS. She's been speaking with for queer folks, for Black women, for mothers, for folks seeking health care and reproductive care, for folks who don't want to fight or pay for unjust wars. She speaks for us.
One of Lee's biggest moments came after the September 11th attack. Lee was the only member of Congress to oppose the authorization of the use of military force in a public stance to avoid endless war.
The country was so emotional at the time, and it just took so much courage, for her to do that.
Fred Jordan of San Francisco.
Yep. And this is why ever since November 6th, I've been talking about how we need a third party option. How we need a real leftist third party option. So we can point out how much Democrats are just a centrist party. if not for any other reason. And not independents, not the Greens. The Greens are too just, Jill Stein, all that shit did not go down. It just has been a complete failure. We need something else. All right, those three, I'm going to wrap up discussion of Dems specifically with another Kyle Kalinske video. That's right, secular talk. I don't know why I'm doing a Southern drawl. It just felt fun.
All right, guys, so this right here is infuriating. Jerry Connolly is the Democrat who got the nod to be the head of the Oversight Committee. And understand something, this is like probably the most highly visible Democratic position that's going to exist during the Trump years.
Yeah.
This is where
It's one of the most important positions, arguably, during the Trump years, like Kyle is getting at here, because it's basically going to be the guy or gal, but looks like guy at this moment, to push back on all of the things that they are trying to do over there. And now we have a guy who's, I hate to be insensitive, but is literally on death's door. He's going to be in charge of it. I'm sure there's nothing like cancer treatments or anything like that that's going to get in the way. By the way, I don't know if anybody here has ever had cancer, or if you've ever known anybody that had cancer in your family or friend group, and visited those people while they were getting chemo or any other sorts of cancer treatments. Usually it saps your energy quite a lot. It's really not conducive to doing like high energy, high like intensity sort of job that requires I mean what was required to be the head of the House Committee for Democrats. I mean, it's an insane thing to suggest, and it kind of shows just how out of touch the Democratic gerontocracy is right now.
actually bring some MAGA people in front of a committee and grill them, right? So you want strong leadership, you want intelligent leadership, you want aggressive leadership. And AOC was running for this position, and Nancy Pelosi, from a literal hospital bed after getting a hip replacement, she was making phone calls trying to kick AOC out of leadership and hand it over to, you ready for this? A 74-year-old Democrat with esophageal cancer. You can't make this stuff up. No, so this guy's been doing a media tour and
no further
basically
questions.
Adding insult to injury, rubbing salt in the wound of AOC and the entire Democratic base who wants to see new, fresh leadership that actually is solid on the issues. Ready for this? Listen. Here we go.
The decision about leadership ought to always be based on
crazy enough to
proven record, skill set, competence, capability, and your plan for moving forward. I've never had my chance to be a ranking member or chairman of a full committee.
I've never had my chance.
Jesus
This
Christ.
is my chance.
I've never had my chance either. Where's my chance, huh? Where's my chance, Gary? Jerry, whatever your fucking name is. Your dad's an oncologist? Yeah. Well, there you go. Well, I've had multiple people in my family die of cancer who went through cancer treatments. I've seen it firsthand. Just makes no sense. It only makes sense if you're trying to be as ineffective as possible, disenfranchise as many people in the party as possible. I mean, there's no sense in it. It doesn't. It's literally one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. You also didn't get a chance. Seriously, Mozart didn't get a chance to be head of a committee. Why can't we get some people in this chat on some committees? What the fuck? Where's our chance? I hate to say it, but this is a make-a-wish position for Jerry. Okay, Nancy Pelosi and whoever else was involved in this, whipping these votes, must have also had the Make-A-Wish charity foundation behind all of this as well. Let's talk about Congress. I've had enough. Democrats and Jerry Connolly and all this other crap. And this is actually why I think Democrats have literally fucking lost their minds. Right? Like, they are genuinely losing their minds. The Congress, the Senate, shifting to the right. Right? 115 to the 118th. You can clearly see a massive shift rightwards from the Republicans. And, you know, like, they want to somehow engage in what? I mean, I'm trying to figure out exactly what they're doing. Like, they want to shift right so that Republicans can get more stuff done? This is why I say that they should just merge with the Republicans and let us have a real leftist party. You know? Or get a third party that's actually leftist. One of the two. Because this is idiotic. Because, I mean, first off, look at the lines, right? Look where the lines actually fall. 80+% of Democratic senators are voting to the right of this line, which essentially represents, this is the center, right? If you look at these two lines, this represents the center, right? And these are the extremes, left and right. Very few senators are actually voting on the left, but then you have 10 times as many on the right, while Democrats continue to push more right and suggest to us that that's what we need to do. And it's like, you've already done that. Why you want to do it more after losing another election? None of it makes any sense unless you just you're planning to merge. Because I mean, let's just talk about that. Like, if we move out to 2022 or 2024 election year, right? Let's just say Democrats in this session right now until 2022 or 2024 push to the right on everything. Vote more with Republicans. What do they tell us to vote for in either of those things? Let's just stick with 2024. What do they tell us in 2024 if for 4 years they continue to move more to the right, more to the center, more to acquiescing to Republicans' desires, right? What is going to be the message in the 2024 presidential campaign from Democrats? We're just like Republicans. What else? What else can they say? We made it work with Republicans. You know, we didn't fight them. We basically, you know, continued to enrich a specific group of people, and we're going to do that again if you elect us, if you get us into the White House. I'm literally just wondering, because I mean, I look at this graph and it's disturbing to me that the Democrats are so much more willing to work with Republicans than vice versa, and that they're at the same time simultaneously saying that we need to go even further to the right. None of it makes any fucking sense to me. People are such a joke. It's been so hollowed out. Yeah, it depends on how you want to view what the center is. I hate these people. And this little resigned dot here, it's old Matt Gaetz. Although he could technically come back, and he has threatened to come back if he doesn't get a sweet position over there at the Trump administration. He has suggested he could. I mean, and in theory, legally speaking, I believe it is actually something he could do. But the fact is it's going to be a very interesting future here for Republicans in terms of how they get things passed, as it would seem that they have a razor-thin margin. One of the thinnest margins in recent history. All right, now let's go over here. Now, if you didn't hear, Mike Johnson needed votes to get himself reelected speaker.
Mike Johnson is fighting for his political life again. The Louisiana Republicans hold on the House Speaker's gavel, and his position as second in line to the presidency will be tested Friday when a new Congress convenes. The challenge for Johnson is that he will need almost every Republican vote to win the speakership again.
I could be wrong on that, but he is...
Johnson's handling of major funding fights, including the passage of aid to Ukraine last spring, has turned at least a few allies into detractors. But Johnson has one big thing in his favor: President-elect Donald Trump has endorsed him.
He's the one that can win right now. People like him. Almost everybody likes him.
The House cannot organize until it has a speaker because that person effectively serves as the House's presiding.
Yep. And things were a little rough for Mike in the votes this week. There were some struggles, some scrambling, if you will, to get those votes in the final council.
Every time there's a new term, every 2 years, whether it's the Senate or the House, each body essentially reestablishes its rules. And they vote on it, and they voted on their rules the other day in the Republican caucus. They get to decide what the rules are. That is the value of having the leadership within those houses. You can only go so far with the rules, although, those keep getting pressed more and more. And, the idea being that the only thing that keeps you from going too far with the rules is that the potential that you may not be in charge 2 years from now, whether it's the Senate or the House. The Republicans have legitimately a razor-thin majority. I don't know if it's been closer in decades.
The maximum that it will be, even if they sweep these special elections, is 5.
My understanding is it's more than just decades. I think it's a literal century. I think it's over 100 years now. I think it was like 1912 or like 1918. It was like way back that the Congress was this close.
Which is the margin that Mike Johnson had last time around, and it was chaotic then.
And there's every reason to believe that they're going to win these elections because they're very solidly Republican districts. But the point is that 3 of those people, or 4 now actually, because Gates is not there, are not there. So it's a 1 vote margin,
basically.
And the way it works with the selecting Speaker of the House is you must win the majority of votes of people present. That number is not a fixed number, the number who are present, because some people can vote present and therefore their vote doesn't count and as part of the quorum. So this is a little bit confusing, but let's just use round numbers. 100 Democrats, 105 Republicans. It's actually like 2020, 215. It's really 16 in terms of who are present, right? In terms of...
Well, I think it's a 2 vote margin, right? Because there's Massey. Massey's already said because he's a anti-Mike Johnson hardliner, right?
Yeah, so the reason why Chip Roy is so prominent is because basically if
vote.
Roy is the hinge that then they have to...
So how does it work with the present, though? If I vote present, am I counted as part of the majority, or just I'm taken off the board? It's when I vote present, that's where it eliminates the numbers of what constitutes a majority, and then puts it more in play for the Democrats.
Yes.
Because if, let's say, 4 Republicans vote present,
Hulk Hogan,
then Democrats actually have the majority of, assuming they all vote for the same person, of counted votes. I don't know how else to articulate that.
But Massey is saying, no, I'm not voting for Mike Johnson under any circumstances. So it's been falling on Chip Roy right now, who people might remember as a big troublemaker. 2 weeks ago, he was on the House floor railing against the spending bill that Mike Johnson had agreed.
Chip Roy is such a fascinating individual. And the fact is, like... I actually enjoy Chip Roy more than the rest of his Republican colleagues just because of how crazy he is, and he never backs down on the crazy. Like even Marjorie Taylor Greene has backed down in the past on crazy things she said, and people were like, hey, Marjorie, that was crazy. People come to Chip to say things are crazy, and he punches them in the face, I'm pretty sure. And so nobody comes to him anymore to tell him when he's saying crazy things, and so there's no one to really hold him back, which makes him a very entertaining person. Okay, that's really the reason why whatever.
Upon, so he has his own political ambitions as well, and what he wants is to be the head of the House Rules Committee, according to some of the tabloidy DC reporting that we're seeing. And because of that stunt and previous stunts that he's pulled, including against McCarthy, the speaker previously, Mike Johnson doesn't want to give that kind of guy who has his own agenda untethered from his that level of power. And so Roy is kind of the big holdout right now. But establishment politicians like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jim Jordan, I say that sarcastically because you can just see how quickly these right-wing freaks become a part of the establishment of the party. They have Johnson's back.
Here is Fox News just begging Republicans not to screw this up.
I think it lacks strategy and also substance, frankly. And that's my whole issue with this. And we've been talking about it all morning, that the purpose is to legislate, and you cannot get anything done without this pre-game ritual. This is not the time to demonstrate petulance or some type of power over the will-be speaker-elect in a couple hours. I mean, the reality is...
Oh, the holiday crew over here at Fox News is hilarious. This guy... He actually looked like he's considering what's happening. I feel like Brian is breaking the fourth wall right now, looking directly into the camera and being like a fourth wall doesn't exist for news. Because my point is like he's just looking into the camera and begging to not have to do this right now.
Over the will-be speaker-elect in a couple hours. I mean, the reality is we are depending on you to get to work. We talked about ad nauseum the mandate the American people have levied on this particular Congress, on this particular government, as to the refreshing new insight that we need, the refreshing...
Pause it for a second. This is like she's been studying for SATs or something like that. But the irony is like... On one hand, we're saying, look, we have a razor-thin margin. You got to not be petulant. There's no room to lose any votes.
That's
On
right.
the other hand, we also have this huge mandate.
Science.
Right.
Kilmeade falls asleep here, but it catches himself. Go ahead, Brad.
Nauseum.
It is the largest razor-thin margin mandate. Sorry, largest razor-thin mandate anybody has ever been given, and Republicans can't screw this up.
The mandate the American people have levied on this particular Congress, on this particular government, as to the refreshing new insight.
Refreshing and new.
Here we go back. Here we go. Oh boy, he does fall asleep.
Brian
What's going
Brian
on
is
with him?
struggling.
He's having a tough time. All right, go back,
It's
folks.
just
You got to
sad.
focus on Kilmeade here and watch. Let's just go back a little bit.
He's resting his eyes.
We are depending on you to get to work.
He's tired of having to listen to this nobody, this random woman, come in and tell him what to think. What is this? CNN? Come on.
Talked about ad nauseum the mandate the American people have levied on this particular Congress, on this particular government, as to the refreshing new insight that we need.
Oh my God, he woke himself up.
Oh, the literal jerk asleep. That is classic. That is classic. Oh my God. That's amazing. Gotta watch that again.
Yes, that is efficiency. Yes, that is cutting spending.
Oh my God, he woke himself up.
As to the refreshing new insight.
Oh my God, he woke himself up.
Yes, that is efficiency. Yes, that is cutting spending. But it is not in the form of, again, this pre-game ritual that will only hamstring everyone that we are depending on to get that legislative agenda passed after today.
I think he almost fell asleep
The
too.
only one of the A-team on Fox and Friends that isn't on vacation right now. He's like, God,
I gotta go.
What's going on with the DEI over there at Fox? My God.
What does she mean by pre-game ritual? What? They're not like having a carbo loading before electing Mike Johnson as the speaker. Like they are
That's just
jockeying for political position in a razor-thin majority. That's like what I think.
Got to
really,
carbo load before you do a
by
lot of
the
strenuous
math,
activity.
The slimmest it's been in decades.
In real terms, I mean, in terms of who's there for the next 3 months, definitely.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. I mean, maybe 100 years.
So we're rooting for maximum dysfunction. That's the kind of thing that we need.
Max dysfunction. Yeah, definitely.
The max left wants max dysfunction.
Always vote whatever max there is. That's the one I want.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of which, here is Mike Johnson in a also. I mean, you can just the desperation is dripping off of all of these people to sort of get past this. Mike Johnson. The only thing that he can basically do is, and we mentioned this yesterday, they are trying to set up, I think, some very, very extreme stuff on immigration and immigrants in this country for January 21st. And so they're looking to any story where they can possibly gin up some hatred towards immigration. This is a twofer for Mike Johnson. It fulfills that edict that I think is coming from the soon-to-be inaugurated Trump administration, which is any chance you get, you need to create fear around immigrants. And then Johnson's also hoping that this is going to help his bid to be speaker.
They tried to convince us that the greatest threat to the homeland was racially motivated extremism when we all looked at the wide open border and thought logically that that might lead to terrorist attacks in the future. We need a dramatic change, and this emphasizes once again why this election was so important to the country. And we cannot get President Trump here soon enough. 18 days away from his inauguration and his cabinet coming in. And we need all of these people that he's...
What is going on over here? Larry Kudlow doesn't look like they let him get at the Ozempic, and he was never a portly man, but he suddenly put on a lot of weight. What's going on here? He also looks... he looks like he's actually morphing into Mitch McConnell a little bit. You see how the mouth is just sort of turning down? Like, oh, God, I'm very, very tired right now.
Away from his inauguration and his cabinet coming in. And we need all of these people that he's chosen who are law and order types who will get control of these agencies, including the FBI and the DOJ, to get to work immediately. It can't happen soon enough.
So basically he's saying it's the no need to fear white supremacist organizations. It's our wide open border. And we just had 2 attacks carried out by U.S. either active or retired U.S. military personnel.
Yeah.
So...
I mean, the extremism in those ranks in particular, that's not something that they want to address. It's just because, and we said this yesterday, Fox News was blasting the photo of the New Orleans attacker all over the place, but less so what happened in Vegas, where both of them were former military. I think they actually, there's no evidence that they worked together, but that's still an open question at this moment. They were at what used to be called Fort Bragg together. And the attacks, they used...
Sorry. We already talked enough about the truck attacks. Let's get back to the action in Congress.
And Keith Self. And Self, you said Bradley was the third vote that was present. Okay, so he's...
he voted for Byron Donald.
No, you can't vote president. Because if they vote president...
I'm sorry.
Yep.
I misspoke. He voted for Byron Donald.
Yeah,
so
Self voted for Donaldson.
One of the 3 people that didn't vote for Johnson.
Correct.
So they're doing some negotiations, it seems.
Oh, wow. He's really running around. Wow, look at this.
Yeah, large group, including Self, Johnson, and Norman, those 3. And Mike Johnson, Self, and Norman, and then Andy Harris, who's the chair of the Freedom Caucus.
It's like, here, play this clip. It's like, dudes, get it together. You're running around like it's like, I've seen Survivor, this is like a tribal council, more cohesive than this.
It's like sorority rush.
He needs 2 votes to win, doesn't he? Right, assuming he can't get Massey, he needs those 2. Not going to get Massey, I don't think we can probably call that. It seems extremely unlikely. Here he goes with himself and Ralph Norman, the 3 of them, right?
Let's see what we can get. Now, the thing that's House. We got 3 guys in there. You got to give them each something that they want, not vote for. Mike Johnson's running down the hall. Wait, no, come to my secret room.
come to my secret room.
Yeah. I think those are mostly Freedom Caucus freaks, right?
Amazing.
Wow.
It is amazing.
I'm looking forward.
He's running around. He's scrambling. Okay, if you ever watched Survivor, sometimes you got to scramble when you don't have the votes. Okay, back in camp, you got to run around. You got to figure out who's voting which way, who you can maybe peel off a vote from onto your side. It's a high intensity and very dramatic situation.
Seeing Mike Johnson try to govern here. Maybe a few more
well, that's in many
wrestling
respects
matches.
That's why I am less concerned.
By the way, I don't know if anybody actually has seen Survivor. That was in fact the Survivor music that we were listening to just now.
Mike Johnson.
Okay, what am I doing? Yeah, Mike Johnson scrambling over there. But he did, in fact, manage to get those votes eventually.
Congressman Mike Johnson was elected Speaker of the House after a contentious but ultimately successful Speaker vote. The vote was successful after 2 lawmakers, Ralph Norman and Keith Self, flipped their votes after voting initially against Mike Johnson for the Speaker, giving him a bare-bones 218-seat majority. Johnson is now going to preside over the narrowest House majority in more than 50 years. Johnson is now set to be able to lead the chamber into addressing many of the majority's priorities, including several goals of the incoming Trump administration, including tackling inflation, immigration, and geopolitical crises, which Johnson stressed in his House speech. With you.
Well, there you go. Mike came out victorious. Now he'll get to lead the circus that is the Republican-led Congress. Nope, a couple people missed the Survivor reference. Hey, that's fine. That's fine. The fact is, it's a cultural phenomenon. It's lasted 40-plus seasons. And I can't help it. You know, I didn't get to watch it when I was a kid. My mom said it was too something, and so I wasn't allowed to watch it. But then Netflix made a bunch of seasons available, I think like 2-3 years ago or something like that. And I couldn't, I couldn't help but, have good, you just like, you run out of things to watch. You're like, I gotta watch something. Fuck it, let's watch Survivor. And now it's in my brain. It's in my brain. It will be in my brain forever now, I think. I have conflicting views about the show, but it is unique. Unique New York. All right. I just figured we would do this for a laugh while we were ending the discussion of Congress. There's one lady. She's heading back to Congress. She's looking ahead to the future. Lauren.
The Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress.
The U.S. House voted today to re-elect Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson to lead Congress. There were 3 Republican holdouts initially. Sources tell ABC News Donald Trump called them and to eventually change their votes, bringing Johnson to victory.
Other lawmakers elected in November were sworn into office today. Republicans now control both chambers.
Denver 7's Brandon Richard talked with Colorado lawmakers about what they expect in the new Congress.
The 119th Congress gavelled into session Friday as lawmakers elected in November were sworn into office.
The House will come to order.
Republicans now control both chambers, the Senate and the House, where they hold the slimmest majority in nearly a century.
I'm sorry. I forgot they talked about a bunch of random unnecessary stuff at one point. There we go.
Already exists.
Evans says he'll focus on reducing cost and finding ways to fix the immigration system.
That we want to make sure that we are following a comprehensive plan to not only secure the border, but make sure that we are taking care of American citizens. And
Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert thanked former constituents in the 3rd District as she was sworn into a new seat representing the 4th District.
This isn't a goodbye. This is just expanding our territory.
One of the first big jobs Congress has is to certify the presidential election January 6th.
Not a goodbye. Okay, Lauren. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, technically is a goodbye, because she's leaving her former district for another district. But, you know, what does a goodbye even mean? It's hard to say. Yes, the wide open border of Colorado, which is in the middle of the country. Makes sense, makes sense. Speaking of the border, that supposedly wide open border, we got a fucking problem, okay? A genuine problem, which is why I put her on the goddamn thumbnail. Because this is one of the shortest stories we have today, but I'm probably going to sit here and talk about it for like at least a few minutes longer than the actual video itself. Oh my god, the implications that we're about to watch right now are humongous and just massively problematic. And she's pissed me off. She's pissed me off immediately. I had nothing bad to say about this woman until today. Okay? I mean, maybe I had some like light criticisms, but that is, I barely pay attention to Mexico's, democracy. Not enough to be criticizing her all that much. But newly elected first president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, has completely fucked us. Probably not us so much as, Americans that, well, maybe some of us. I don't know if there's anybody in here who is, an undocumented immigrant, but the fact is, what Claudia has done here is essentially sign the deportation papers for an untold number of American, undocumented immigrants in America.
Bueno, primero no hay que asociar porque si no nuestro lenguaje nosotros no estamos a favor de estas deportaciones.
We are not in favor of these deportations, but if they do occur,
pero si se llegan a dar, porque no todo depende pues de lo que nosotros
we will receive the Mexicans who arrive in our country, and we will ask the United States that, as far as possible,
y vamos a solicitar a Estados Unidos que en la medida de lo posible, pues los migrantes,
the migrants who are not from Mexico can be taken to their countries of origin. And if not, we can collaborate through different mechanisms. There will be time to talk to the United States government if these deportations really happen. But we are going to receive them here. We're going to receive them well. Donald Trump has talked about legal migration as far as in other issues. He refers to migrants in a way that we do not agree with. He's also talked about legal migration.
Ha hablado, por ejemplo, en una de las entrevistas que
honestly
hizo en una de las cadenas de
the rest of this fucking speech is completely unimportant. It's the first things that she said during that speech that are a goddamn disaster. Nadia, Peter Carter says it's time to panic about climate. I don't know who Peter Carter is, but it is time to panic about climate. That is true. That much is true. But this is the main problem, right? Going back here, right? Where she's saying not only will she accept deported Mexicans, she will also accept non-Mexican deportees. And this might be confusing to some people who don't spend their days thinking about how the deportation process works. But here's the problem with this. You can't just deport people to a country, right? I know Donald Trump talks about it like you can. But you can't just drop people off in another country, right? You have to have the permission of the country where you're dropping them off. And what Claudia Sheinbaum has just done for Donald Trump is roll out the red runway, right? Red carpet runway for him to deport as many people to Mexico as he wants. And I just don't understand why she would say this. Because she must know, legally speaking, that is the thing Donald Trump needs to be able to do these things, is essentially the explicit cooperation of a foreign government. I don't know how else to see it. I don't know how. There's no other way I can view it in this moment. Like, if she really wanted to stick it to Donald Trump, she should have said, the fuck, we're taking them back. We'll shoot down any U.S. military planes flying, over our airspace. Whatever. I mean, that might be a little far. Point is, plenty of things she could have said, instead of saying, actually, we will accept all deported people from the United States. It's actually fine. It helps to facilitate what Donald Trump is going to do. I don't see another way to see it. What are we doing on time? All right, let's talk a few business, sort of economics stories, as well as some Elon X related stories. So much going on. Starting in Canada.
By 10:54 a.m. on January 2nd, Canada's richest CEOs will have made more money than the average worker makes all year.
CEOs make 210 times what the average worker makes, and it's hard to conceptualize just how much more that is.
A lot more than in 1998, when the ratio was 104 times. A new report from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives shows Canada's 100 highest-paid CEOs received $13.2 million in compensation on average. Not a record, but right up there after 2 years in a row of record gains. Only 3 women make the list, and they're outnumbered by men named Scott or Michael.
And they've always been an all-boys club, and there's no indication that is changing.
What's changed?
Men named Scott and Michael, beating out all women.
The rank and file is a 7% increase in wages this past year. Pay raises as a result of labor action helped narrow the gap between everyday workers and those in the corner office.
It's completely out of touch.
Public anger over corporate greed seems to have reached a tipping point. Case in point, the collective support for America's most notorious accused CEO killer on Saturday Night Live.
Luigi Mangione dropped.
Oh, God. All right. So yeah, even in Canada, income inequality is very much real. Proof? Do you need it? Well, let's go to British Columbia.
So this is the listing. This is parking stall 106. This is your exclusive spot.
It looks like any other underground parking stall. Faded paint and a concrete pillar. But this spot is under Whistler's Glacier Lodge, steps from the Blackcomb gondola.
So it's listed at $110,000, which we've seen this year. We've seen about 5 sales at that price in the same parkade.
The ski-in, ski-out of parking stalls, if you will.
It's the convenience factor that people are looking for here.
But this incredibly expensive piece of concrete is not unusual for Whistler. In 2023, an individual parking stall sold for $195,000.
And that one is Village location, and you walk out the door and you're at the base of the Blackcomb and the Whistler gondola.
It's a reflection of the increasing demand
I love,
for parking.
you know, I love most about this guy. The way that he talks about it like it's worth it. He's like, yeah, it might be $200,000, but I mean, come on. Can't put a price on being 2 feet from the mountain.
$195,000.
And that one is Village location, and you walk out the door and you're at the base of the Blackcomb and the Whistler gondola.
It's a reflection of the
Okay, whatever. Who
increasing
gives a
demand
shit?
for parking.
And it's busy. The lines are huge, so everyone and their dog wants to be here.
It's a capitalist world, supply and demand. Whistler's the hot spot.
Every day you look at the website and it's showing that we're 90, 95, 99% are full in each of the lots.
This winter season, for the first time, Whistler Blackcomb is trialling a carpooling initiative. So this lot, Lot 7 and a section of Creekside, is only free to cars with 4 or more people before 11 a.m. on peak days, such as weekends and
You wouldn't want to have to be bussed around with the riffraff. You could just spend 6 figures on a parking spot. That makes sense. That makes sense. No more questions. For fuck's sake. Just out of control. Out of fucking control, our world. You pay $10 a month for your spot right in front of your building, and even, yeah, even that is stupid. It's an insane society that we've got going. Really need to address some stuff. All right, let's talk about this business story back in the United States, where Joe Biden tapped the brakes on business stuff just yesterday.
US President Joe Biden has decided to block Nippon Steel's bid to take over US Steel. That's according to a report by the Washington Post. If confirmed, it would put an end to a long-running and contentious plan. The report says the decision was taken despite contrary advice from some advisors, who feared the impact on US-Japan relations. It cited 2 administration officials. There was no new comment from the companies or the White House. Nippon Steel was set to pay $14.9 billion to acquire its rival, but the deal had faced widespread opposition from US politicians and labor unions. Biden has said he wants US Steel to be domestically owned and run. Meanwhile, President-elect Donald Trump has vowed to block the deal when he takes over later in January. Despite the opposition, shareholders in the US firm voted overwhelmingly to approve the takeover. The 2 companies had...
Oh, well, shareholders wanted it to happen, so why would Joe Biden step in and stop shareholders from doing whatever the fuck they want? Oh, God.
Help! Help! I'm being
Poor
repressed!
shareholders, jeez. Ugh. Comments aren't appearing? Well, I can see you, Daredevil. Other people can see you, so you probably need to refresh or quit your app, whatever you're viewing on right now. Okay. Let's just go straight here. Let's talk about Elon fucking Musk, the richest man on the planet. and the new head of the American government.
Last year, Barnes & Noble
Oh,
opened
nope, not
nearly
Barnes & Noble.
60 stores around the country, and plans for 60 more.
Hush, no Barnes & Noble right now. Thank you.
Not long ago, the biggest brands in America boycotted Twitter, or what Elon Musk now has us calling X, after he took over the platform and let hate speech run wild. Advertisers fled like rats from a sinking ship.
Disney, Apple, and IBM have pulled their ads from the social media site.
To which Musk had a pretty clear message.
Go f yourself. Go f yourself.
But suddenly, they're scurrying
What a
back.
nice guy.
Aren't I a good guy? Hate speech hasn't disappeared from Twitter. So what has changed? Elon Musk is tied to the hip with Donald Trump, and the corporate giants who once boycotted Twitter, from Disney to Comcast, want to get on their good side.
Take over, Elon, just take over.
After Musk's takeover of Twitter, revenue collapsed, and the company's value has decreased by 84%. In the second quarter of 2024, X brought in only $114 million in revenue. That's down from $661 million in the same quarter of 2022,
That's not great.
before Musk took the reins. The social media company was in trouble, but Musk anticipated a change of heart at the country's largest companies.
If Trump wins, we'll see, probably most of the boycott lift.
Like clockwork, as the election neared and predictions of a Trump win grew, companies started turning their spending spigot back on. By going back to X, big advertisers are lending the company a much-needed lifeline. But that's not all. In an interview with the Financial Times, Lou Pascalis, a marketing expert, called advertisers' return to X a form of political leverage. It's a calculated move to appease a guy who said, "There's a large graveyard filled with my enemies," and who's so close to Trump he started calling himself the First Buddy, following Trump around and grooving to the YMCA with the soon-to-be president whenever he gets the chance. Musk has amassed so much influence he's been described as a shadow president. The richest man in the world has even secured a role in the incoming Trump administration. With Trump poised to head back to the Oval Office, corporations like Disney and Comcast, two companies the president-elect has criticized, restarted their ad spending on Musk's platform. While we don't know for sure what they're after, we can make an educated guess, based both on what we know about these companies and what we've learned about a certain Trump official who will have the authority to regulate them come 2025. Let's start with Disney, which some consider one of the biggest enemies in Trump world. Last year, Trump lashed out at the entertainment giant, calling it a woke and disgusting shadow of its former self. The criticism came after Disney's decision to cast a black actress as the lead in a new adaptation of The Little Mermaid. Then came the presidential debate, hosted by ABC News, a Disney-owned network. Trump didn't just criticize their coverage, he outright threatened the network's broadcast licenses.
They're a news organization. They have to be licensed to do it. They ought to take away their license for the way they did that.
So, could ABC's license actually be revoked? That comes down to the Federal Communications Commission and who's calling the shots there. Which brings us to another crucial player in all of this.
The FCC. Now, in my estimation, if people like ABC, and they seem to already be preemptively genuflecting to Donald Trump, if they do decide to do that, I think it basically makes them completely irrelevant. If they would rather just not do their jobs, they should just close down. Like if the only reason for the existence of these organizations is to make people money, then they shouldn't exist, because they were supposed to be, doing the journalisms and stuff. But it does seem like a lot of them are already preemptively trying to, what's the word? Like ameliorate themselves to Donald Trump, I guess. That's not the right word. It kind of is. Point is we're fucked. We're fucked if these organizations do what I'm pretty sure that they're doing, which is to essentially shift their coverage in a way that doesn't get them, in a Donald Trump truth or whatever else, and avoid having him direct the FCC, I guess, to revoke their licenses or whatever. It's like, I think what would really, if anything, if there's anything that can do it, I think that what would really, oh God, my brain is not doing good with words right now. oh God, would really help news organizations sort of win over viewers, I think, would be to actually do the news like they're supposed to, and let the FCC's or Trump's decisions be damned, essentially, and to, you know, like if he's going, if he's even, I don't even think he's capable of. Although, I mean, technically he is, right? Because this is the new loyalty administration, so you know, none of these agencies are really supposed to be, in Donald Trump's mind, independent, right? And they're supposed to be really there at his beck and call. So I guess it's possible that his new FCC pick would, you know, just start revoking licenses based upon the whims of Donald Trump. But my point is if the news organizations were to, instead of just point out these facts, to, you know, do whatever they can to fight it, to continue doing what they were supposedly supposed to be doing, if anything, it's just gonna it's gonna tilt the scales even more out of their court. And people are just gonna completely leave in droves as we watch these news organizations completely change their coverage to you know, make Donald Trump feel better about himself.
And Carr, a Musk enthusiast and Trump's pick to head the FCC. As an FCC commissioner, Carr stood up for Musk when the agency denied Starlink, his satellite business, government subsidies, and accused the FCC of subjecting Musk to regulatory harassment. Carr's shown even more support for Musk since the election, notably attending his SpaceX rocket launch with Trump. Carr hasn't just cozied up to the duo, he's also shown a political alignment with their desire to punish their enemies. He blasted NBC when they had Kamala Harris on Saturday Night Live, alleging they broke the FCC's equal time rule. They didn't. And following his selection for FCC chair, Carr issued a clear warning. When the transition is complete, the FCC will have an important role to play, reining in big tech, ensuring that broadcasters operate in the public interest. Unsurprisingly, broadcasters are worried. As an independent federal agency, the FCC wields significant authority over communications in the United States, including regulating media, approving mergers, and enforcing industry standards. As the agency's
Yeah, and my opinion, if they're worried, then they need to double down on actually doing the news. Okay? That's my opinion. Fact is if they allow those worries to change their coverage, then they've already lost the game. Am I wrong? Like, is the game not to be unbiased source of information? Is the supposedly the purported goal, right? Is that not what it is? Because what is the point if of them existing if they're just going to be there to, you know, acquiesce to Donald Trump?
Musk going back and fighting against people who have said to him, you are trying to optimize H-1B visas because this is how you make all your money, by basically exploiting these people and bringing them in. Now, they get paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
But they probably don't get paid market value.
And if they want to take vacation, or say they have something to do after work and they need to leave an hour early, well, maybe they're going to think twice about that because their immigration status is entirely dependent on their employer renewing it.
Yeah, let's say you work for a massive communications platform and then some crazy billionaire buys it out of nowhere and starts doing crazy stuff to it. But and you might say, like, this goes against my ethics, but it doesn't go against my visa, so I'm going to have to stick with that.
Exactly.
Yep. Here is Elon Musk really basically striking out at people. He doesn't like people using his platform to criticize him, apparently. All right, Elon, stop trying to optimize something that shouldn't exist. Everyone's been trained in high school and college, and you answer the question. Convenient logic. Here, let's listen to what the response is to.
The sort of 5-step process. First, make your requirements less dumb. Your requirements are definitely dumb. It does not matter who gave them to you. It's particularly dangerous if a smart person gave you the requirements, because you might not question them enough.
This is just engineering
wrong,
stuff,
no matter
right?
who you are, everyone's wrong some of the time. So make your requirements less dumb. Then try very hard to delete the part or process. This is actually very important. If you're not occasionally adding things back in, you are not deleting enough. Right. The bias tends to be very strongly towards let's add this part or process step in case we need it. But you can basically make in-case arguments for so many things, and for a rocket that is.
Okay. So the caption is just basically criticizing him, right, for...
Basically saying apply your engineering shtick to this immigration stuff.
Right, which is sociopathic. And he responded and took the side of Vivek, basically saying the reason I'm in America along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong is because of H-1B. Take a big step back and F yourselves in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend. So that's
I'm
the
so
fissure,
excited
is
to
in
have a guy
between
like that in government.
The people, when we played that video earlier...
This is what's so exciting about having him in government, is that this guy literally can do this kind of stuff because he's the richest man on the planet, and he wields power unlike any other man ever has on the planet due to his vast wealth. He can do insane things like this even without the power of the government. But now he's gonna have the power of the government and the most money on the planet. No way that can go wrong. Although I do like the fact that he's bumping up against right-wingers. I really do hope he does go to war with some of them. Should be hilarious to watch.
So that's the fissure, is in between the people. When we played that video earlier of that attack in New Orleans, that he's not...
I mean, let's be real here. Elon just would have to repurpose SpaceX. He could start launching missiles at people's houses.
Right, but he's American, was born in Texas. It doesn't matter, though. They're making it an immigration problem. That is the fissure between the capitalist gods like Elon Musk, who are running the party, and the rank and file MAGA Republicans, rank and file Republicans, who are just nativists and racist, and they don't really care about what he's trying to say, which is like, don't you guys care that these visas help us make more money? Don't you care that we can bring in these people who are highly skilled and hold their immigration status over them so they can be the most productive workers for us and make all this money? But they're like, no, we don't care. That's what the Trump base says. We care about getting rid of the brown people and of the immigrants.
What is so fascinating about this is that Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, and I will, Pink Lady has said, a reminder, Sam, when you're mispronouncing Vivek's name, that y'all took issue with racist and sexist mispronouncing Kamala Harris's name. It's also just not it is not a very clever joke. I am not mispronouncing his name because I am doing it with a very specific agenda in mind, calling him smarmy. So what Musk and Ramaswamy seem to be saying here is that, look, there are aspects of cultures outside of America that breed excellence. And when people come to this country as immigrants, because he's also saying it was immigrant families too. When immigrant families come to this country, they also breed excellence because they are so much more focused on success. If this is a function of immigrants, right? They're just saying immigrants. They're not saying rich immigrants. If it's just a function of immigrants, why in the world would this not apply to someone who...
He's probably poorer than like the Saudi princes. Okay, that might be true. Yeah.
Has come into this country to
it's
work...
like literal monarchs are the people we have to compare
on farms
Elon Musk to, huh?
To pick...
Not great.
Peaches. To work in construction. to work wherever they are working. They have the same ethic, according to Vivek and Elon. Why should it only apply to the workers that they hire to bring in? I got no problem with allowing labor to have as much ability to enter this country as we do, or exit this country as we do with capital.
Yep. It's just fascinating, this whole Elon Musk situation. Let's go back to talking about Twitter real quick.
The president is now on TikTok. Change will only come if you vote for it.
TikTok, Rishi Sunak here with 5 reasons.
From democracy to disorder. Social media matters. Big news often breaks on X, but is the platform itself now broken? Elon Musk bought Twitter in 2022 and rebranded it as X. He pledged a purge of bots, yet they're a persistent presence. The billionaire says the platform promotes free speech, though it's rife with misinformation, prompting many to quit the site. It was even banned in Brazil for a month.
Come on up here, Elon.
The exodus was accelerated by the US election. Musk played a key role in Donald Trump's victory and will be part of his administration.
Take over, Elon. Just take over.
The most popular destination for people leaving X, Blue Sky, a platform that started out as a project inside Twitter before becoming its own company in 2021. So it's no surprise that it looks very similar to early Twitter, offering a level of familiarity to users coming across from X and more control over what they see on their timelines. So how could it change the social media landscape? Experts say X's loss can be Blue Sky's gain.
There is a bit more of a center-left leaning kind of demographic on Blue Sky at the moment. Of course, as a consequence also of the fact that Elon Musk owns now X. Blue Sky appears to be a platform where less harmful content is being posted. So there seems to be quite a variance in terms of news that are shared on there, not only extreme left or extreme right, but also kind of in the mainstream.
Far-right disinformation surged on X after the Southport attacks, in part leading to riots. In the raft of convictions that followed, hefty jail sentences for those who stirred up racial hatred on social media.
We were trying to get messages over when Southport happened, and we used every platform available to us. And I have to say that, you know, if we hadn't have done that, then the things that were being posted on Twitter at the time probably would have become the norm. People would have just accepted it because there was nobody pushing back. And that's the danger about us all leaving at the same time, that they all left and it becomes a sort of Fox News for Twitter followers.
After the riots, Steve Rotherham said people should consider quitting X. He hasn't yet, but is one of many politicians who've joined Blue Sky. So more than a third of UK MPs are now on Blue Sky. Most of them are Labour. Are we just going to start to see an echo chamber here?
There's always a danger, isn't there, when you just get one perspective of someone's views of the world online, and we need to see a whole range of different views. But if it means the demise of Twitter, then so be it, because what we really need is to get back to speaking to each other online as if we would offline.
It hasn't all been plain sailing for Blue Sky. There are issues with content moderation, glitches and verification. This page, purporting to be Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch, was fake. The account has now been suspended.
These big content creators.
Elsewhere, other rival platforms are growing, like Threads, owned by Meta. It also looks like Twitter and is connected to Instagram. There are more options than ever before. If we do see more fragmentation on social media, is that necessarily a bad thing?
At the moment, the data would suggest no. At least on Blue Sky, you don't necessarily see the same type of polarization, and extreme kind of opinions and controversies as on other platforms like X, etc. The same on Threads. It seems to be relatively civil on those platforms. So at the moment, we don't necessarily see more of a radicalization because of this fragmentation.
Right. Okay. So yeah, social media wars are going down. Now, according to More Perfect Union, I was watching the part of that video we didn't watch, but basically, apparently, like, there has been a huge return of different companies going back to advertise on X, and essentially they're suggesting that it's being done literally just to gain favor with Elon Musk and with the current government. And I think that deserves a second BDS. So I think that anybody who's advertising on Twitter should also be BDS'd for literally just trying to sway the government with money in a completely just sort of cynical bullshit way, even though they tried to pull this bullshit earlier and be like, oh, we're leaving X because it's bad, and they have white supremacists on there. Actually, they don't care. They just want influence. That's really all it is. It's getting really gross. Now, while we're talking about Elon Musk and all this H-1B stuff, I figured we would look at this really quickly. This is from PBS 2 days ago, talking about the state of American education and community colleges.
In the next decade, millions of manufacturing jobs will open up in the U.S. as workers retire. Meanwhile, the sector is also supposed to add more jobs with help from federal subsidies. But by some current estimates, only half of those jobs will be filled. So where will the workers needed come from? Well, how about some two-year colleges like Cincinnati State? Our economics correspondent Paul Salmon paid a visit in search of hope for the future.
It had to have 3 wheels, it had to be a gas motor, and it has to have a wheelie bar because these things do wheelies.
We used to say when I was a kid, cool as a moose. Not exactly your grandparents' shop class here at Cincinnati State Technical and Community College.
The students have 2 semesters to design and build this. Semester 1, they design everything you're sitting on.
Zane Decker now runs part of the program he himself recently graduated from. Teaching skills much in demand these days.
And let's go ahead and look at the simulation, see how it looks.
Schools like Cincinnati State are key training grounds to prepare students for manufacturing jobs for which there just aren't enough workers these days, like a GE Aviation, a partner to this program. The job gap is especially important here in Ohio, America's 3rd most manufacturing-heavy state.
Demand is just skyrocketing for this, and if you went back 20 years ago, there wasn't as much demand as there is today.
That tool right there, it's called an 1/8-inch ball mill.
Demand for the likes of 20-year-old Andrew Lakes.
And it turns that software into G-code. And this is what G-code is right now. And it's...
So yeah, the fact is without H-1B, we need a ton of people in rooms like this learning on very expensive machines like this. And it takes time to train those people. Now, there is plenty of these classes available, but they are not filled up like you might expect. And so that presents us with a problem that, H-1B technically solves, even though it's an imperfect, system. Does exist and help in some of these things where we don't have replacements right now. Some of that has to do with the fact that we just haven't taken education seriously in this country. We have kind of, if anything, sort of gutted it as much as we possibly can. There's not a lot of encouragement of getting people into these kinds of stuff, and you got to get them in young. You can't expect adults in college to suddenly pick up coding out of the blue. A lot of coders, like at least certainly the most prolific coders, start when they're still young, when they're still in, like out of college, right? When they're children. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about something we need to get rid of. And that is insidious arbitration agreements inside of what do you call them? Terms of service.
Whenever you click accept on a terms of service, what exactly are you signing away? It's probably not what you'd expect.
A grieving husband filed a lawsuit against Disney after his wife died at Disney Springs. But Disney wants this case thrown out.
They're using the husband's Disney Plus subscription as the reason why.
Hidden in that mountain of legal jargon you scan through when signing up for subscriptions like Disney Plus is a nefarious clause that waives a fundamental right for consumers and protects negligent companies from accountability. You know, a totally reasonable exchange to stream Inside Out to. This quiet tactic isn't just weaponized by Disney, but by countless other multi-billion-dollar behemoths. And don't just think you'll beat them at their game by actually reading their terms and conditions. These life-altering clauses lurk in places you might not even expect. Airbnb used it when someone was murdered at one of their properties, and Wayfair used it to crush a legal challenge over allegedly shipping customers furniture infested with bed bugs.
Illegal.
Intrigued by the absurdity of these cases, I had to figure out what was going on. What exactly is Disney sneaking into their terms that make this legal? How long can companies like Disney get away with it? And what more do we as consumers stand to lose? To start out, I called the lawyer for another case you might have heard about.
The McGinty's were out to dinner with friends. They ordered an Uber to go home. They started traveling home, and everything seemed normal until all of a sudden they were screaming, bracing for impact as they realized that their Uber driver, who had been fussing with the application, was running a red light, and they were about to slam into a van that was taking workers home from a local warehouse to their collection point. John really thought that was the end of his wife's life. Georgia suffered fractures to her sternum, to her ribs. She suffered tears to her abdominal wall and had to undergo numerous surgeries and will still likely be going under surgeries for the rest of her life.
So the McGinty's sued to compensate them for the financial, physical, and emotional toll the accident had taken on them. Uber cooperated for nearly a year until suddenly its tune changed.
After it had gotten information from us in Discovery, it decided it wasn't going to provide its answers. It wasn't going to respond to our demands. It was instead going to try to compel arbitration.
What is arbitration? Why does it matter? It's something the McGinty's agreed to, Uber argues, when they hit accept on the terms of service for their Uber Eats account. And at first glance, actually seems like a good deal. Instead of going through the typical lengthy and very expensive legal process, Uber and the McGinty's would have an independent third party, called an arbitrator, decide the case. So no judge, jury, or courtroom is involved.
If you were to read about arbitration in a textbook, you might think this is great for consumers. It's faster, it's cheaper, and they will be able to get a fair adjudication of the results by a professional in the field. But that just is not how it plays out in reality for several reasons.
Arbitration clauses keep consumers from bringing their cases to a jury, something that a person living their lives might see as absolutely terrible. An arbitrator might have seen many times before, and so it might not shock the arbitrator in the same way, and so the arbitrator is going to feel less sympathy for the person who was injured, perhaps, and they might feel like awarding less money.
Corporations also get to pick the companies that provide the arbitration.
There's a professor at Harvard who agreed to serve as an arbitrator for one of the big arbitration providers.
In the first few cases, she decided in favor of the companies. But when she decided in favor of consumers,
not only did the arbitration provider stop sending her cases, it told the parties to some other arbitrations that had already been assigned to her that she had a scheduling conflict, which she testified in Congress she did not in fact have.
Silvern told me that there are many years where, in the United States, more people are struck by lightning than when in an arbitration case. Arbitration has, in the last few decades, become a tool.
that should in no way be true. But if that is the case, then these arbitration agreements are clearly just vehicles for companies to essentially completely shirk any reliability. It's disgusting. And the fact is, we're about to lose Lena Khan in the FTC, somebody who would have actually probably tried to do something about all of this. But the future administration, I mean, Elon Musk loves these things. You kidding me? You buy a Tesla, you'll find out. You do, God. We have got to do something about this shit. It is fucking freezing in here right now. Jesus Christ. Let's go to another very annoying story that is, I mean, very relevant to what we were just listening to.
Hey Siri, what's my update?
Apple is to pay $95 million to settle a lawsuit claiming its Siri voice assistant snooped on users. That's according to a filing in a California federal court. iPhone users complained that Apple routinely recorded their conversations after they accidentally activated Siri. That can happen when people say something similar to the "Hey Siri" phrase that is meant to wake the voice assistant. The class action suit says the firm then disclosed the recordings to third parties, including advertisers. Two plaintiffs said they were targeted with ads for products like Air Jordan sneakers after mentioning them in conversation. Another said he got ads for surgical treatment after what he thought was a private talk with his doctor. Now parties to the class action could get $20 per Siri-enabled device. Which includes iPhones, Apple Watches, and smart speakers. The tech giant denied any wrongdoing in agreeing to settle, and did not respond to a request for comment on Thursday.
And how much should people expect
from this? A
$95
million payout would equate to about 9 hours of profit for Apple, which saw net income of close to $94 billion over the last fiscal year. A similar lawsuit against Google's voice assistant is also pending in California.
So yeah, $20 for having a company spy on you and then use that information that they got while spying on you to sell to other companies so they could advertise to you. And that's worth $20. Really? Fascinating. I wonder what happened to all that information. This is a slap in the face to all consumers. Not just Apple product owners, but them especially. But the fact is this is the kind of shit we're talking about. The fact that, these companies can basically do whatever they want. They get you to sign agreements to use their products, and then use those agreements to, do whatever the fuck they want. And, this is another example of it, because if I'm not mistaken, this went to arbitration. There was a judge who arbitrated over it, and then decided that it was worth $20 fucking to people. 9 hours of profit for Apple. 9 fucking hours. It's disgusting. I'm sure if you stole information from Apple and then used it for business purposes, you'd probably go to jail. We're talking about all this fucking money sloshing around. Let's look here.
The new year will bring new sweeps for the unhoused in the South Bay. NBC Bay Area's Marianne Favre is in San Jose with details of one of those sweeps planned to start this week.
There are an estimated 50 people living here along the creek off Story Road in San Jose. And even though the sweeps are set to start tomorrow, many of the people here say they still have no idea where they'll go next. People living in tents here in San Jose fear the new year will mean searching for a new place to live again. The city of San Jose posted this abatement notice warning of a crackdown on illegal encampments near Story Road. Marquez Dwayne Dorsey has lived here near Coyote Creek the past year and says he's been on a waiting list for housing for a year and a half. With the planned sweep, he's worried about where he'll go next.
That's traumatic, honestly. Like I've lost so much stuff in this past year. It's ridiculous, you know. Like every time they come, like you got like 10 minutes to get all your stuff together. So even if you have it packed up and ready to go, like on your carts or whatever, if you don't get it out of there in time, they're going to take everything.
Homeless advocates question why the city sweep needs to be done during one of the coldest months of the year.
Almost 60% of the people who died on the streets of Santa Clara County in 2024 were seniors. And so I'm sure that the majority of the people who are going to be swept from the creeks are seniors as well.
People who live here are also concerned about facing sweeps later in the year. Starting tomorrow, Santa Clara Valley Water District can begin enforcing a new law that bans camping on Valley Water land to address health and safety issues. We reached out to Valley Water today.
I love that excuse. Health and safety. Can't have homeless people near a source of water. Because wouldn't want that water to be tainted for people who use it for drinking and whatever. Wait, you're telling me that most people don't unless they're homeless? And most kids don't go into streams and creeks, they just hang out on their phones at home? Oh, weird. Okay, so this is really just punitive against homeless people? Oh, okay, that makes sense. They don't actually care about health and safety, actually. Fucking sick break here. Alright, well, it's that time again. Time for a quick space break. If you haven't already, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. Once you've done those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. I'm back. Time to get back to those seats, space fams. Got more content to look at. Alright, now it's time for the environmental half. Finally. It's been coming. We had an extra half in between the regular first half and this. I'm sure that's thrown off a number of you, but if you're still with us, well done. Alright, let's talk about AI before we... as a way to start this all off, I suppose, before we get into more non-tech-based issues. Let's go here. Reuters. AI
From
Weekly
OpenAI's
Wrap-Up.
high-profile restructuring to why AI firms could face a pivotal year in court. This
yay.
is AI Weekly. OpenAI has set out how it plans to become a for-profit company.
Okay.
The ChatGPT maker says it will set up a public benefit corporation in Delaware.
Weird.
It says that will remove restrictions placed on it by its current nonprofit parent and make it easier to raise, quote, more capital than we imagined. Apple is closing in on a historic
That is hilarious. I love that. This is like... Oh god, what does this remind me of? This reminds me of Johnson & Johnson splitting themselves, creating a shell corporation to hide liability. But instead of hiding liability, they're hiding profits. Well, I guess Johnson & Johnson was also kind of hiding profits too, but in a different way, because they are a corporation, whereas, you know, OpenAI was supposed to be, I think, an NGO? I forget exactly how they're you know, set up, but they are supposed to be a non-profit organization. Maybe they're a 501. I don't know exactly how they're set up, but this would seem to go completely against any of that. And just making a shell corporation to raise funds doesn't make you a non-for-profit, okay? This is a complete bastardization of our system. If they can actually get away with this and pretend to be a nonprofit while also clearly not being a nonprofit, then all nonprofits, I think, come into question as well. Like, this shit is just out of control. Like, why is our system just steadily becoming a complete bastardization of itself? A complete joke of what it's supposed to be. like what the fuck? Oh my god.
$1 billion stock market valuation. After criticizing it for lagging rivals, investors are warming to the firm's AI plans and betting the tech will drive a new surge in sales of iPhones.
Really?
Nvidia's market value increased by over $2 trillion last.
I highly doubt that. Honestly, I think that is misplaced optimism. I could be wrong. Maybe there's a bunch of people out there. Maybe the majority of iPhone users want to upgrade to an AI phone, even though AI is still basically in beta phase and has a lot of problems. I certainly wouldn't do that. I think I've heard a lot of other people also, not heard, but seen a lot of other people in comment sections about this kind of stuff saying exactly that they're not interested. They won't be upgrading to the new phone until it's an optional feature, if it ever is.
Making the chipmaker the biggest global gainer in market capitalization for 2024. But Abound Financial Chief Investment Officer David Lott says industrial firms could be among 2025's top picks as the benefits of AI spread.
All these different places, not just in terms of how they're running their businesses, but also potentially the products that they can create as a result of these technologies that will be sellable and enhance their businesses.
Right.
So in my view, I think it's technology being infused into some of these traditional businesses is what's going to be more exciting with a backdrop.
We need AI coffee. That's right. We need AI newspapers and AI. What else can we make AI? Can we get AI football, please? I need an AI football. Thank you.
Infused into some of these traditional businesses is what's going to be more exciting with a backdrop that's going to be more supportive.
Students in Germany got a lesson on artificial intelligence from an AI-operated humanoid robot.
Great.
Attention, humans. We have now reached our fifth and final debate topic. AI leads to more fake news. This should be particularly interesting given how much misinformation exists about my kind.
They brought in an AI-powered robot to come in and and sell propaganda to students. Actually, there's been a lot of misinformation about my kind. We don't spit out misinformation, just wrong information. And sometimes it's been misinformation, but it's not ours, it's someone else's misinformation.
Dubbed CAPTCHA, it was developed by Hong Kong-based Hidoba Research. And AI firms face a pivotal year amid copyright cases over how bots are taught. Courts will likely start hearing cases brought by copyright owners who accuse OpenAI, Meta, and others of using their work without permission.
Yeah.
The tech giants say being forced to pay for content could cripple the development of AI.
No! Being forced to pay for content could cripple the development of AI. Don't say it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Really? Shocking. I'm shocked to hear that. Oh, God, that would be so bad for them. Oh. If they had to pay for the content that they're stealing, they would go out of business. Oh, no. That is not fair.
That's too much, man!
That is not fair. Why should they be forced to pay for content while the rest of us are forced to pay for content? That's too much. That's too much. If you're a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, you should be allowed to do whatever the fuck you want. Laws be damned. This is America, after all.
So hot right now.
Let's go to some places that are utilizing AI now.
The next time you hear, "Do you want fries with that?" at the fast food drive-thru, consider the source. Is that the cashier talking or AI? CBS's Danya Backus explains.
In a world where convenience is king,
would you like to add nacho fries to your order?
Fast food chain Taco Bell is turning to artificial intelligence to meet the demand of its drive-thru customers.
What can I get for you?
Now, I mean,
implementing voice
love
AI
this.
at more than 300 locations.
They have to meet the demand of their drive-thru customers. Now, of course, before AI, Taco Bell was incapable of meeting the demands of their customers. For whatever reason, employees at Taco Bell were just incapable of taking orders. It's like you would say something and then nothing would happen. And lines, they would just go down the street. But now they have AI to do it. They don't have to pay human beings to do something that they definitely were capable of doing before. No, that wasn't good enough. Those orders weren't getting done before.
For you. Number 13.
Implementing voice AI at more than 300 locations, including the one we visited in Irvine, California.
Does the order look accurate on the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Nationwide, just 4% of drive-thrus use the technology.
We've built it to be very friendly and interactive.
Oh!
You are talking to a human.
AI is set to cut the wait
dude
for
creeps
an
me the
order
fuck
by
out.
29 seconds and improve accuracy.
I know what the fuck is up with this guy, but he creeps me the fuck out.
We've built it to be very
I don't know what it is that something.
friendly and interactive, as if you are talking to a human.
AI is set to cut the wait for an order by 29 seconds and improve accuracy.
29 whole
Switching
seconds.
things up on how I wanted my burrito or my nachos made. They
Worth
caught within
it.
a matter of seconds.
Taco Bell says its robots help employees by handling the repetitive tasks.
This isn't about technology trying to replace our team members. It's actually how can technology create an even better human experience.
Okay.
Other fast food giants have struggled.
It's a better human experience without the humans, you know? God, humans always ruining human experiences. Jeez. Now, what's interesting is, as they transition to removing humans from what used to be human equations, my sense of things is that people won't be able to buy the food when they don't have jobs. But I guess they must have it figured out somehow.
With adopting AI.
Where did the butter come from? I would just like a large water and a cup of ice cream.
McDonald's recently scrapped its nearly 3-year test run after incorrect orders and viral customer complaints.
What?
For some reason, she took the Diet Coke off and made it 9 sweet teas.
To avoid similar pitfalls, Taco Bell is pushing to make sure its voice technology works correctly, so employees don't have to fix botched order.
Now, they're pushing for it to have no problems. Now, what I find hilarious about that framing is that it sort of suggests that McDonald's wasn't pushing to have their AI do exactly what Taco Bell is purporting their AI is going to do. It's a really weird vibe for me. I'm just like, what, you think McDonald's did a 3-year test run for no apparent reason? Like, in this particular case, I find it completely idiotic. Like, Taco Bell somehow refuses to learn from its own, essentially, competitor, right? Like, McDonald's already tried, spent billions of dollars trying. Didn't work so good, but Taco Bell's like, you know what? No, we're Taco Bell. We're better than McDonald's. We can do that. We can do it. We've never fucked anything up before. You know how I was making fun of AI coffee earlier? Well, there was a reason for that. I present to you AI coffee.
We really started with free ChatGPT. Like, we were adamant that we wanted to use tools that are available for everybody. We started, hey, it's like talking to a friend. Hey, we have a coffee roastery. We're trying to find a new blend. We want to use AI. That's part of the thing. How would you go?
Why?
How would you go with it? And so
what I love about this guy is his excitement, but I don't think he's even sure why he's excited. Or was excited to try and use AI for coffee. He's like, we need ChatGPT for coffee roasting. And the amount of, like, sort of, like, certainty he was saying that statement with is like, oh, like, in the moment we were saying, oh, we really, really want to use ChatGPT for this, but we, what?
How would you go upon?
Why would you go about it?
And so what we did, we started with ChatGPT, just asking, how would you create a new blend?
First reaction, I think, like most of people here, was a bit like, no way. Like, not in the roasting, because we use all our senses. We use our smell, we look in the roaster, we hear the roasting, and we don't have so much data on like exactly what we do. So it's kind of, you learn, and it takes like 5 or even 10 years to kind of become a really good roaster. We actually did exactly as the AI told us to do, the blend components. So for us, we of course created the roast to emphasize what
it looks like.
To get the taste,
It looks like fucking coffee.
AI explained us that the taste should taste, but we also did our own, like, better versions, as we thought, like, hey, we're better than AI. So we did, like, had AI coffee, and then we had our versions of kind of the similar blends, and we cupped them blind, and every time the AI coffee was better or as good as the rest.
Oh wow, it was as good as the rest of them? No way. Oh my god, it's crazy. It's a revolution. AI made coffee as good as coffee before AI. It's crazy. I don't know how they did it. It's a revolution, people. Unbelievable. As good? That's worth it. Oh my god. All of that, all those criticisms I had of, like, the amount of energy and water usage for AI just go out the door when I hear that AI can make coffee as good as coffee roasters were making it before. That's... What? How is that possible? Oh my God. No more questions, thank you. You know, I'm just gonna give up on the news. Let's just do puppies. What do you say? Oh, who's a cute little fluff ball? You're a cute little fluff ball. In your own backpack, too. Oh. Oh my God, look at these fluff balls. Hey, let's play nice. Let's play nice. No biting. Hey. Your brothers. Act like it. You think you can master this strawberry here, pal? I know your lips are kind of grotesquely... Oh, who's a cute little pepper? You're a cute little pepper. Oh, is it cold? Oh. Oh my God. This woman is being attacked. Oh no.
Help! I'm being repressed!
She's about to be taken down by an entire pack of mongrels. Good God. Oh, look at look at that little mop. Oh, hi. Oh. Who's ready for a car ride?
Yoshi, who's your best friend?
So cute. Oh, you got your own little pocket. Oh, it looks comfy in there. Yeah. Pocket. Pockets are good.
Good girl, Maya.
Oh, look at that. Little puppy love. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. You can love each other. What was that? Is that a sneeze? What the fuck was that? Uh-oh, someone's very sneaky. Look what I found. Have you seen one of these before? Okay. Just kidding. We're gonna go back to the news. I'm sorry. Can't just be puppies all day. It would be fun. But we got lots of stuff to talk about. Alright. Let's talk once again about how fucked 2025 really is. Here's a little story from MSNBC 5 whole months ago.
Just about everywhere you look right now, climate change staring us in the face, melting our faces, in fact. Hurricane Beryl, that is the earliest Category 5 and Category 4 Atlantic hurricane on record ever in recorded history, ripped through the Caribbean last week before flooding Houston and knocking out power to millions of Texans. Right now, 160 million people, nearly half the country, are currently under some kind of heat alert. Las Vegas hit 120 degrees, Phoenix hit 118, Portland, Oregon, 102. Just to be clear, all three of those are all-time records for each of those cities. It's hot enough to melt crayons just by leaving them in the Vegas sun. It's not going to break until later this week. Now, for decades...
No kitten videos? No, I'm sorry, I did not have any kitten videos prepared for you today.
As you know,
my bad.
conservatives and Republicans have lied about climate change. There's no other way to put it. They've said it's not happening, or that it is happening, but it's natural, or that actually, no, the world is cooling. All kinds of nonsense. Here's the thing. Things have finally gotten to the point in the last few years, particularly like the last year or two, where they've just run out of room for those lies. Like, you just can't do it. The Republicans cannot tell you the world is not getting hotter, because it very obviously is. And so now...
Cats are going to protest space. Cats have taken over space. Have you not seen space recently? It's literally swarming with cats. It's a swarm with cats. Have you seen it? Have you not noticed? Look, cats. There's a cat right there, eating a shark. Look over here. Even more cats. One cat playing in the snow, another cat listening to music. They're literally everywhere, okay? What's that? More cats? Oh my god. Look at that, there's a cat on the billboard. There are literally cats swarming space. We couldn't stop them if we wanted to.
They're just trying to, like, yada, yada, yada their way out of it. That is why Donald Trump had no answer when asked about climate change at the debate.
Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group.
38 seconds left.
Illegal.
President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O.
Absolutely
we had
clean.
the best numbers ever, and we did.
We had H2O. That's his response. So that's why the word climate isn't even mentioned once in the Republican 2024 party platform. They have no plan to combat climate change. Well, that's not true. They are going to actively try to stop and sabotage the incredible progress being made right now in green energy sources, thanks largely to the Biden administration. Look at this map from the Energy Information Administration. All those yellow spots are utility-scale solar units. The green ones are wind, all coming online by next spring.
Gonna shut them all down. They're killing all the birds.
In the next year, new data shows that back in March, wind power generation, the black line here, overtook coal for the very first time in history. With solar, that blue line, not very far behind. The proposed Republican Party platform says nothing about promoting green energy, just they want to drill, baby, drill.
Climate and
in Project
everything
2025,
are the
the
same
big blueprint for actually governing, the priority is to oppose eyesore windmills billed at taxpayer expense, support repeal of massive spending bills like the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs and Inflation Reduction Act that they acknowledge are providing hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies to renewable energy development. But it gets worse. Not only do they want to actively destroy this incredible growing industry, employing millions of Americans that could pull off the greatest energy transition since the Industrial Revolution, not only do they have no plan to mitigate the effects of climate change we see all around us, they want to actively make it worse by undoing all climate regulations. Or as Project 2025 puts it, the Biden administration's climate fanaticism will need a whole of government unwinding.
Drill, baby, drill. That's the plan. We don't need solar panels and all these wind turbines. I hear wind turbines cause cancer. That's what they tell me. They tell me, sir, I live next to a wind turbine. 70 years later, I got cancer. And I'm like, oh my god, you shut these things down. There's no way we can sustain this. Alright. Let's talk about the tipping points of climate change. And where we stand. I'm gonna go to a place we rarely go to. Thankfully they did get a actually qualified speaker to talk. TED Talks, here we go.
The Earth system scientists and climate scientists are getting seriously nervous. The planet is changing faster than we have expected. We are, despite years of raising the alarm, now seeing that the planet is actually in a situation where we underestimated risks. Abrupt changes are occurring in a way that is way beyond the realistic expectations in science. 15 years back, I introduced the planetary boundary framework, the scientific framework with the 9 Earth system processes that determines the stability, the resilience, and the life support on planet Earth. 10 years back, the world signed the Paris Climate Agreement. Almost 5 years back, we entered the decisive decade where our choices will determine the future for all generations on planet Earth. Where are we on this journey halfway into this decade? I will give you a scientific State of the Planet report, the most objective assessment that science can give today. And it starts here. We've reached 1.2 degrees Celsius of global mean surface temperature rise, the warmest temperature on Earth over the past 100,000 years. We have just scratched on 1.5 degrees Celsius as an annual mean in 2023. But what worries us most is this. We are starting to see an acceleration of warming over the past 50 years, 0.18 degrees Celsius per decade from 1970 to 2010. But then from 2014 onwards, it abruptly jumps up to 0.26 per decade. And if we follow this path, we will crash through 2 degrees Celsius within 20 years and hit 3 degrees Celsius by the year 2100, a disastrous outcome caused by us humans. But it's not only carbon dioxide. Any parameter that matters for human well-being and our economies look the same. Here you have it, linear change up until the 1950s. We go into the great acceleration, and this is what we're seeing across.
Jesus Christ. Look at all these graphs. World population, real GDP, foreign direct investment, carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, methane, stratospheric ozone, surface temperature, ocean acidification. Oh God, this whole thing is wild. Oh, everything's fine, everybody. No worries.
Consumption of fresh water, the 6th max extinction of species, over-eutrophying our freshwater systems with nitrogen and phosphorus, all of it undermining the stability of the planet. As if this was not enough, we are seeing that this is now causing impacts across the entire economy. We're seeing bigger and bigger invoices being sent by the Earth system onto societies across the entire world in droughts, floods, heat waves, disease patterns, human-reinforced storms, scientifically attributed to human-caused climate change. 40 degrees Celsius of life-threatening heat across all continents occurring in 2023. 52 degrees Celsius hitting the over 1,000 who lost their lives at the Hajj pilgrimage in June in Mecca. 3 times higher climate change risks now attributed to our cause of climate change. 2023 up to 12,000 deaths, $200 billion of cost just in the US, up to $100 billion. This is seriously causing economic costs. We have scientifically in the past shown that this could cost a few percent of global GDP of the climate impacts caused by us. I can tell you that the latest scientific assessment is what you see on the screen here. An 18% loss of GDP by 2050 if we now follow.
All right, we're going to skip past the GDP stuff here.
Is it surprising that we scientists are getting really, really nervous? But it's more. It's so much more than this. The first issue is buffering capacity. The second is the risk of crossing tipping points. And both are moving in the wrong direction. Buffering capacity is the Earth system's ability to dampen shocks and stress. Like, for example, soaking up greenhouse gases in intact nature on land and in the ocean. And so far, Mother Earth has been so forgiving. Here we have the evidence. What you see here is the hockey stick of fossil fuel burning in red and deforestation in yellow. Is it this tremendous climate forcing that has caused the 1.2 degrees Celsius climate crisis so far? The answer is no. 53% of the carbon dioxide from fossil fuel burning and land system change have been soaked up by intact nature on land and in the ocean. It's only the blue sliver you see here, which remains in the atmosphere, causing the climate crisis so far. The problem is we have more and more scientific evidence of cracks in this system. Let's start on land. Land absorbs 31% of the carbon dioxide from our greenhouse gas emissions. We have more and more scientific evidence across so much research that the boreal forest in Canada or the temperate mixed forest in Germany and Russia are starting to lose their carbon uptake capacity. Did you know that the latest science shows that the part of the Amazon rainforest, planet Earth's richest biome on terrestrial land, has already tipped over and is no longer a carbon sink. It is today a carbon source. It's no longer helping us. But as if that was not enough, what really worries us today is the ocean. The ocean absorbs 90% of the heat caused by human-induced climate change. This is well understood, but what really worries us is what you see here. This is the latest data on sea surface temperature across the ocean. What you see here is from 1980 until today, how gradually the ocean surface just gets warmer and warmer. It's actually warming all the way down to 2,000 meters depth. This is well understood in science. It's a deep concern. It's well represented in the climate models. We understand it. Then suddenly in 2023, something happens. Temperatures just go completely off the charts, 0.4 degrees Celsius outside of the warmest temperature in previous years. What's happening? We admittedly must be honest here. We do not know.
I mean, it looks like the ocean's about to start boiling.
El Nino is certainly partly to blame, but cannot explain it all. 2024, it just continues. What is happening? We do not know, but the candidate number one is the energy imbalance caused by us.
Yeah, and the fact that like you was saying, those temperatures are being recorded at 2,000 meters down. And so the, ocean's kind of running out of the space to store heat in for us. I think that's one of the main problems.
Humans. In 1 year alone, the heat equivalent to 300 times global electricity use is absorbed in the Earth system. Is it what we see on the screen here?
Imagine if they tried to close the hole in the ozone today. Actually, that's an interesting thing to bring up, because the fact is, and I guess it's funny. Like, we don't really talk about the hole in the ozone that much anymore, because the fact is it kind of went away, right? And now our problem is that we're dealing with the pollution causing the greenhouse effect and all this other stuff. The fact is, like, when we got rid of CFCs in like aerosols and stuff like that, much of that damage was undone in a pretty short time. But if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I could have sworn we talked about this earlier. But regardless of that, even with that having been the case, we're still warming up hella fast.
That is starting to lose resilience, an ocean that is at risk of releasing heat to the atmosphere and self-amplifying warming. We do not know, but one thing is for certain: the ocean is sounding the alarm. Reasons for concern? Yes. We are now at a point where we are forced to ask the following question: are we at risk of pushing the planet out?
I see what you're saying. You're talking about trying to persuade people to stop doing a thing that was causing a problem. That's a good point.
Of attraction, the stability of the planet where we've been since we left the last ice age, the extraordinarily stable Holocene state. And if we pushed ourselves outside, drifting away unstoppably towards a hothouse Earth where we get self-amplified warming and losing life support on Earth. What could take us there? Well, we know it. it is if we cross tipping points. Big systems like the Greenland ice sheet, the overturning of heat in the North Atlantic, the coral reef systems, the Amazon rainforest, are tipping element systems. Push them too far and they will flip over from a desired state that helps us to a state that will self-amplify in the wrong direction, going from cooling and dampening to self-amplifying and warming. A rainforest tips over to a savanna state. Now, we have now mapped the 16 tipping element systems which are now scientifically cataloged that regulate the climate system. These 16, and you see the 5 in the ground zero on planet Earth in the Arctic, are connected via cascades through the ocean, particularly via the AMOC, the Atlantic overturning of heat in the ocean, all the way down to Antarctica. These are big biophysical systems that we all depend on, global commons for the stability of the planet. The question is, at what temperatures are they at risk of tipping from helping us to becoming self-amplifying foes?
Yeah, and we're getting really close to all of those fucking tipping points right now, and it's not good.
What you see here are the 16 tipping element systems on the y-axis, and in red you see the uncertainty range, the best estimates in science. Darker the red, the higher the risk of tipping. It's the temperature levels at which they're likely to cross the thresholds. The average temperature at which they are likely to tip is the yellow circle lines you see here. What this tells us is the following. 5 of these 16...
Now, the fact is, a lot of these tipping points are kind of like dominoes. You know, because the Earth is completely interconnected. I'm not saying each one directly affects the other, but indirectly, they absolutely do through other systems. And, you know, as dominoes start to fall over, the ease of which the other ones will fall over is going to get increasingly lower, right? Because of the fact that the systems that were keeping the planet at a certain temperature, causing those other ones not to happen, if those fall away, then suddenly the equation completely changes, and you have, you know, suddenly an extradited, you know, sort of, expedited, not extradited, an expedited sort of effect. Like we were looking at earlier, like how the current temperature in the last decade was going up faster than the previous decade, right? And yeah, it's just like an exponential curve once we hit the tipping points. All right, this is a very sad story. I'm sorry for this next one. We're going to the ocean, and it's not going to be a fun story. I am sorry.
A mother orca carries the body of her dead calf. It's a heart-wrenching sight, but one experts know all too well.
It's definitely hard to see it multiple times. This behavior, J35, seems kind of particularly prone to it.
In late December, the Center for Whale Research reported J35, also known as Taliqua, had given birth to a calf, J61. But by the new year, it was confirmed the baby did not survive. And now history is repeating itself.
Back in 2018, we saw J35, and it wasn't until we got closer to her and were able to observe her for a few minutes that we realized she was actually carrying the body of this calf. And that kind of was just the pattern for 17 days.
The whale made international headlines, capturing the world's attention as she carried the calf's carcass for more than 1,500 kilometers. And now that she's doing it again, it's a behavior some researchers are calling an act of mourning.
The potential for grief in these animals is certainly possible. You know, they're a lot like humans. And I think that's what attracts a lot of people, including myself, to, you know, be interested in work on killer whales. So having emotions, is not out of the realm.
There's also concern for the mother's physical well-being. Carrying the roughly 135-kilogram calf will require significant energy while resulting in more drag. And while that could make foraging more difficult, researchers are cautiously optimistic.
Jeez. Oh, it's a sad story.
Last time in 2018, when she finally dropped that calf, she was in pretty good shape. And there was a general feeling by scientists that other animals in her matriline were feeding her. And so I would expect that that would continue.
And if there is a silver lining in all of this, a second new calf has been spotted traveling with the J19 matriline. So far, it appears healthy, a promising turn of events for the pod in the face of so much heartbreak.
Okay. All right. It is winter time. So let's talk about winter a little bit. Go here. To California's winter season.
Well, as Jeff just told us a few minutes ago, we got to look at the first snowpack survey of the year. Check it out for yourself. This is the Phillips Station off Highway 50 in El Dorado County. Survey gives us a snapshot of how much water we might expect to fill our reservoirs when it melts. So, how are we doing? Well, as Jeff told us, scientists are looking for lots of clues in the months ahead. Here's NBC Bears Ian Cole.
At the Phillips Station, just west of South Lake Tahoe, state water officials measured the snowpack for the first time this winter. And along with 260 sites across the state, reported right now, California is at 108% of its historical average for January 2nd.
As of right now, feeling okay, but if we don't get more storms, we'll need a progression of monthly storms to keep going, because otherwise we will end up maybe similar, under average by the end of the year.
They say the December storms certainly helped. It's the first look to see if we're on track for the summer, which is crucial because the snowmelt makes up about 1/3 of the water that fills state reservoirs. It also has an impact locally.
So that's very important for Valley Water because about half of the water that we use here in Santa Clara County comes from outside of the county. So that snowpack is really part of our water supply here.
Right now, Valley Water says the South Bay reservoirs are about 91% of the historical average. In good shape should strong winter storms arise.
So we've got our wettest months now here in January and February. So we really are early in the season to see, to give a definitive look at how we're doing locally. But because of the last 2 years and what we've seen and the rainfall we've had in the past 2 years, things are looking pretty good.
The data doesn't include the Anderson Reservoir because it's drained while the dam is being retrofitted to stand up to earthquakes. And overall, California's major reservoirs are 121% of average. But state water officials caution snow totals in January don't indicate how the winter will end.
And
well, there you have it. Officials in California cautiously optimistic about snowpack, which is more than just skiing on. It's also incredibly important to the water supply. Of course. All right. How are we doing on time right now? Doing okay. Oh, but I forgot we have to do this. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. I gotta skip a couple. Just a fact.
This is Seattle's new Overlook Walk,
settle down,
elevated
pal.
pathway over Alaskan Way.
Let's talk about the bird flu real quick.
Next tonight, a potentially troubling new development about the bird flu. The CDC reporting that the virus mutated inside a severely ill patient in the U.S., which could make the disease easier to spread. But no transmissions to other people have been reported, and the CDC says the risk to the general public remains low. Here's ABC's Phil Lipoff.
Tonight, the Centers for Disease Control finding potentially concerning new mutations in the bird flu from a patient recently hospitalized with a serious case of the virus.
The CDC found that this version of the virus had additional mutations that made it attach to upper airway cells more easily, hinting at a better ability to infect people.
Not good.
That being said, this was only found in the individual that was sick, and there's no reason to believe that this version of the virus is spread more broadly.
But the agency making it clear that the risk to the general public has not changed and remains low. The CDC has...
I would say it feels like it's changed. Quite literally. I mean, in terms of danger, I guess, you know, the health experts, I'm sure, are correct, but it does feel like something is clearly changed. Mutation in the virus inside of a human is troubling, I think. Very troubling. Because it does show that it's making progress, essentially, right? We've been talking about this most recent outbreak for quite some time now. And we've been talking about how the more chances it has to mutate inside of mammals, in proximity to mammals, the more dangerous that it can become, the more likely that a mutation can occur, allowing it to be a human-to-human transferable disease. And this was very disturbing development. And it was from like a week ago. I actually meant to talk about this a while back. We didn't. So there we go. We got it done. All right. Now let's talk more about snow. Because there is a bunch of it coming down.
We're just off Bayfield Road in Northbury, and we are still under a snow squall warning where we are. It was snowing very heavily until just a little while ago, but there is a lot of snow on the ground here, and we're expecting some more. As we drove around Ontario, this part of Ontario today, we saw all kinds of conditions, from no snow to a little snow to a lot of snow. It's winter weather skiers had been waiting for.
We were very excited for it.
Lake effect squalls bringing down welcome snow for those desperate to get out on skis or snowboards, many for the first time this season. Forecasters predicted as much as 60 centimeters of snow could fall. On roads near Orillia, poor visibility for those trying to get to destinations, and in some cases leaving drivers stuck and in need of a tow. But this winter snowfall targeted some areas much more than others. In the GTA, there was some snow, but not enough to cause long delays or road closures, which made it possible for many to get away.
Patiently waiting. We might get some powder today.
You're not put off by the fact that, people are saying stay off the roads, etc., etc.
We're off the roads. We're on the mountain.
As for the drive
good
home,
point.
though, not worried about all the heavy storm weather to travel in?
We never thought about that till now. We'll worry about it on the way home.
This week. Yeah, now that you're bringing it up, could be a problem. There you go.
So the forecasting that was done leading up to today was correct. And what we found again is that just because there's no snow where you are right now doesn't mean you won't find snow. So all the more reason.
I love that. I love that people need to be told that. Just because you don't see snow right now, there may be snow later. Hot take. Hot take.
So hot right now.
It's very true. Just because you don't see snow now, it may show up later. I know, it's crazy. It's revolutionary. You've never heard of such a thing. But it's true. It is true.
Megaforest, can you see these things?
Oh, almost. So close. Oh, yes! Success! Great success.
弟弟啊，大红不听话，我揍大红吧。
What is that? What is
我揍
that?
大红吧。不让揍啊，揍大红吧。
Is that comfy? Is that comfortable for you? And look, it can't possibly be comfortable. Oh my god, this cat is being attacked with love. Will she survive? Hard to say. Aw, is the cutest face ever. Okay. I just figured I'd give you some more puppy love because we got a bunch of shit to talk about that is a little bit dry. And by a little bit dry, I mean all the way dry. All the way dry. Let's talk about something here. A little debate on degrowth. One of the topics of the stream today. It's about to get weird in here.
Yes? Okay. Well, thank you everyone for coming today. I have never seen this lecture hall so full. So I'm Joy. I am a recent graduate of this department, and I want to welcome you all to this very, very, very anticipated event that we have. A shocking amount of people actually signed up to watch this. I think over 2,000 people have signed up to watch the live stream, so it is really, really incredible to see all your faces here. And I think it's...
Sorry, we don't need to hear this.
Expected it to be. So how do we meet? As Joy just set out, we know these are extraordinarily challenging, devastating times. The climate and ecological crisis is no longer something we imagine, it's in everyday's headlines. There's been human suffering for millennia, but it is so visible to us all now, and it's right in our own high-income countries where we may no longer have expected it to be. So how do we meet the needs of all people within the means of the planet, as I would put it? How do we do that? It's so clear we need an economic transformation. But what kind? And there are, of course, at least two very compelling different perspectives on this. And it's brilliant that we have both Sam and Jason here today, two of the leading proponents of both of these perspectives. So I'm really looking forward to the debate we're going to have. Now, the title that's put up here is How to Save the Planet. I reckon the planet, if she were here, she might say, I'll do me, you do you. Because she's going to evolve and look after herself. So I just want to nuance this theme so that we don't end up debating about how to save the planet, okay? So I'm going to say, perhaps we can, and I think Jason and Sam have already agreed, just to nuance it a little bit. How do we secure a thriving future for humanity and the rest of the living world? Whatever that means, that thriving future. How do we secure a thriving future for humanity and the rest of the living world? Is it through the vision of green growth, which Sam is going to set out for us? Or is it through a vision of degrowth that Jason's going to set out for us? Now, we are really lucky to have two of the best proponents of this in the room. And I think we're even more lucky to be doing this in a university setting, because debates like this are 10 a penny on the radio or in TV, but they last about 7 minutes, and they are rhetorical, they are snap, they are quick, and they're often, there's no room for being reflective. But we have the privilege here in a university setting of respectful disagreement. And asking ourselves, how can it be that two highly informed people, and by the way, all of you holding very different views, how can it be that people with so much information and opportunity to learn and understand can reasonably hold such different perspectives about the future? So, in the words of the slam poet Taylor Marley, changing your mind is one of the best ways of finding out whether or not you still have one. So I invite you as an audience, as you listen to this conversation, I invite each one of us first to appreciate what you hear in both of these perspectives and aim to appreciate even more what you hear in the perspective you don't think you agree with. I invite you to listen for the deeper roots of disagreement. Is it over different definitions? Are they talking about different regions of the world? Are they focusing on different ecological challenges? Is it different beliefs about human motivation or possible futures in terms of technological and political and economic and social scenarios, or something else? Why do people disagree? And I invite you to ask yourself as we talk, what would it take for you to change your mind on these topics? So, as Joyce said, we're going to kick off. Sam's going to launch us with 10 minutes putting forward a perspective on why a thriving future is best secured through pursuing green growth. Then Jason will propose why it might be through degrowth. Then we'll have a conversation. I'm going to invite you to have a quick buzz conversation with each other. Just what are you hearing? And then we'll open up to questions, okay? Everybody in the room. So listen with your best ears. Come up with the best questions that you think will help us all go even deeper into this so that we all leave with more understanding and more appreciation and a better thought of what we do next. Okay, with that, Sam, would you like to kick us off?
Thanks, Kate. And let me also start with a word of congratulations to Joy, Nanak, and the student team for organizing what must be the event of the summer. Also for surrounding me on this panel with, the A-list of people on this topic. So well done on that. So I'm going to make the case for green growth or climate compatible growth, as it's known in one of the programs I'm involved in, which is sort of sponsoring what I'm doing. I'm going to start with some perhaps sort of more conceptual things in search of things that we might agree on, but then just because that might be boring, I will then work out the things we don't. And then I want to also finish on a few words on climate change, and there I'm hoping to say things that we definitely disagree on. So that's the plan. Some of the sort of more conceptual things where I assume we are in agreement. The first one of those is that the GDP is a lousy measure of human progress and prosperity. I assume we're degrowing GDP. We could degrow other things, but I assume we're degrowing GDP. And most people, including most economists, would agree that the GDP is a measure of economic activity. It's the pile of stuff that an economy produces. It's not a measure of prosperity or human welfare or human happiness. Now, that's not a particularly novel or controversial statement. Each economist probably learns that in Economics 101. You're being given the reasons why what's all excluded in GDP, unpaid work, defensive expenditures are in there, and sort of wealth is not there, flows are in there. We learned that a car crash is a good thing for GDP. It gives income to the doctor and the car mechanic, and clearly there's something wrong there. But again, that's not the sort of a controversial thing to say. Most people will agree with that. And there are measures in the making which are hugely important to have a broader dashboard of human development, of prosperity, of progress. The system of environmental economic accounts, for example, the human development indicators. So that's all stuff we need more of and need to pay more attention to. So I think that we agree on. Let me now add the nuance on GDP. It so happens, in my opinion, that a lot of things that we do care about actually are correlated with GDP. And the reason why I say that is that GDP isn't just the pile of things we produce. There's another way in which you can measure GDP, and that's in the sources of income producing these things generate. So it's the sum of wages, of rents, of profits, of taxes. And it turns out that income is correlated with a lot of things we care about. Health outcomes. Healthcare is expensive. COVID vaccines were expensive. Poverty outcomes. Clearly income helps on poverty outcomes. The one close to my heart, climate outcomes, climate vulnerability. tends to, or adaptive capacity tends to improve with income. So we have that sort of empirical evidence. No, it's correlation. It's just a correlation, and you can find exceptions to each one of those rules. But exceptions are just that; they're exceptions. As a broad trend, it turns to be the case that if you have less of a budget constraint, if you have more income, some problems are easier to solve. So that's the GDP story. The second thing where I'm pretty sure we agree on is that the economic activity must respect planetary boundaries. That, for me, is a given. So we're not talking about Singapore on Thames, Sunak versus Truss type growth. We're talking about green growth. We're talking about growth that understands planetary boundaries and lives within those planetary boundaries. So you can think of a sort of, you optimize happiness or prosperity, however you want to measure it, subject to a binding constraint so that you stay within your planetary boundaries. And it's then an empirical question. Either prosperity goes up or it stays constant or it comes down. GDP, which isn't the same as prosperity, either goes up or comes down. It becomes an empirical question. I would say, I would probably agree with Jason, if you look at the very, very long run, there must surely be at some point limits to growth, because if you sort of GDP that grows at 2.5% or prosperity that grows at 2.5% increases by a factor 10 over a century. So that's a factor 100 over 2 centuries and a factor 1,000 over 3. So clearly you sort of expect somewhere at some point this thing will have to level off. But, you know, human ingenuity is a wonderful thing. Thomas Malthus 200 years ago thought that there would be constraints to agricultural productivity in terms of poverty and population control. Turns out he was wrong. Another example that I quite like is the sort of the productivity improvements in knowledge generation. If you think about all the information that we ping around in Twitter, on social media, the stuff that's being live streamed now, if you have to communicate that in the way of the 19th century, you have a post rider on a horse. The number of horses you would need to communicate all that would be wholly unsustainable. The amount of food you would need for those horses, completely unsustainable. But we have found a way of communicating, of making communication work within environmental constraints. There are other examples that where I think we've solved them while remaining prosperous. Ozone layer depletion is usually a good example. Ozone, the hole in the ozone layer is closing. One of the reasons why it's closing, scholars who have looked at that, people like Scott Barrett, will tell you one of the reasons why this was a problem that could be solved was that there was an industrial solution. Industry bought into it. There was a green growth solution to it, which made it easier. There's another reason, that is it killed rich people, but the green growth reason played a role as well. So those are some of the nuances that make me believe.
Hold on, I'm going to move this forward just slightly.
What we use the GDP for. And that's the sum of consumption plus investment plus government expenditure. That also gives you GDP. Now, I just told you need a hell of a lot more investment and need a hell of a lot more of government expenditure. How do you do that? How do you increase the slice of that in the pie if you also shrink the pie? It makes it so much more difficult. It also makes it more difficult politically. That's another empirical observation that we have, that people's interest in environmental problems, wrongly in my opinion, but it's an empirical observation, people's interest in environmental problems goes down in economically difficult times. We sort of did the statistic, the number of climate change laws that were passed in the world, most of those laws were passed in economically good times. In the share of, in the relative share, the laws passed in economically difficult times is a lot less. So people's attention wanders to more important or short-term more important things when the economy is bad. So again, a little bit of growth, however measured, prosperity, however measured, makes it easier to solve the climate change problem. My final point, the one I'm sort of making deliberately most provocatively, is that the politics of green growth is just disastrous for the climate change problem.
Degrowth.
Degrowth. Ooh, Freudian slip. Freudian slip. Freudian slip. The politics of degrowth is disastrous. Just to be very clear about that. And why do I say that? There is a sort of look at the narrative that the skeptics of net zero use. The whole narrative that they use is about, this is a story of hardship. Here's a bunch of zealots who want to take away your steak, your job, your holiday, and your car. And it's an incredibly effective narrative. People listen to that and they start having second thoughts. You can go, and I did that, it's a sort of a perverse kind of pleasure. I went to a website of net zero skeptics. It's called Net Zero Watch. That's the UK MPs who are critical to net zero. And you just go through their Twitter account, and it's one statement after the other, after the other, after the other, that says about Britain's economic suicide plan is the net zero plan. They talk about Biden's green energy agenda is a beeline for degrowth. So their whole narrative, their whole way of fighting what we have to do so urgently is a story of degrowth. And so you just basically play into that narrative. You just make their job so much easier if you tell a story of misery, of hardship, when you can tell a story of prosperity. So we have a problem to solve here. We have 30 years to solve it. It's a difficult problem. Why do you make it pragmatically? Why do you make that problem more difficult than you have to? Why do you tell a story of hardship that turns people off when you can tell a story of prosperity, which happens to be true, that makes people excited about it? Let me stop here.
Thank you.
Now, I see a lot of problems with what he's getting into here, essentially saying things that, I mean, especially on the topic of the like the political salience of it. I mean, this guy's from Switzerland, but in the United States, like it's a moot point. Like degrowth, green growth, both are completely just sort of like if you're talking about the people that oppose green technology and like talking about like the shift in the climate or whatever else, like those people don't give a shit whether or not you frame it in one way or another. I mean, maybe it'll be easier for them to like villainize it, but they've been doing a perfectly fine job with that already, right? And I think it's fascinating, like this guy sort of suggesting that green growth has no barriers to entry and that nobody's trying to stop that from happening when Donald Trump is, you know, about to take office. And, you know, he's, well, actually, all right, this was a couple of years ago. But the point is like, with Donald Trump taking office here, with everything that as it is, it just doesn't make any sense to even fool yourself with some of this talk this guy is getting into here. I'm gonna get into who this guy is a little bit later. There is a reason he's here at this particular discussion.
Sam, can I ask for just one point of clarification? So at the beginning you said green growth is climate compatible growth, but then you also said, well, it's actually growth that would happen within all planetary boundaries. Here's some planetary boundaries I whipped up earlier.
I was waiting for the props to bring it out.
Right. But then when you were giving us the examples of the scenarios that show that it's possible to have radical reductions in environmental impacts compatible with growth, you were using carbon emissions data, I think, or you were speaking to carbon emissions, so this one. So I just wanted to ask whether you believe or have seen or believe there will be evidence not just on climate, on carbon emissions, but on material footprint, on fertilizer use, on water use, these also can be radically reduced within a growing economy.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you look at your donut there, I talked about ozone layer depletion, climate change, air pollution. Those are all things we can solve very easily within a green growth framework. Ocean acidification, to some extent, to a large extent, is CO2 related, yes. Climate related.
Now, I'm going to get into this now, just because I think it helps with understanding who this guy is and where he's coming from. This guy is a professor at the school, at the University of Oxford, where this debate is happening. He's part of something called the Smith School of Enterprise and Environment, which when I read that, I felt like I literally had to read it twice. And like look into the school and be like, what the fuck is going on here? But this is like a, what do you call it? Like a satellite, not a satellite. Is that the right word? That might not be the right word. I'm just going to use it for now. This is like a satellite school of the University of Oxford, right? That essentially is all about climate change economics and policy. And essentially, I mean, this guy's whole job is to try and convince businesses, essentially, right, to adopt climate like friendly stuff, right? And like you can kind of tell when you listen to him where he talks about growth in this sort of deified way, like, oh, we need growth, we need it, right? Because of course, oh, maybe adjunct is right. That might be the right word. Yeah, that's probably it. Point is, like, it's basically, he's chosen to be the guy to try and explain how we actually can continue to have the paradigm of constant growth on a finite planet, and sell that as a solution to climate change to businesses and stuff. And it's just, God, it is this sort of either intensely pessimistic or optimistic. I'm honestly not sure which one it is, because I'm not in this guy's brain. But I just don't know. I think we've talked a lot about how businesses don't give a shit about the climate, and that they will continue to do whatever they can to profit regardless of climate change until all of their factories are underwater, right? Like, like that's just the way that capitalism is set up currently as we have it.
That will solve itself as well. So for me, the difficult ones, fresh water withdrawal can probably be done as well through efficiency measures. So the difficult ones for me is biodiversity loss, the nitrogen cycle. Those for me are the difficult one. The other ones, I am very convinced we can solve them with green growth. No problem at all.
Great, thank you. And just hearing your take on degrowth, I think I'm going to guess that one of the sources of where our disagreement may be is around a definition of what's meant by degrowth, for which I'm going to turn to Jason to set out his perspective. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Is it okay if I stand?
Absolutely, go for it.
Just so I can
wherever
read it
you
better.
would like to.
And we'll have a chance to respond to points made by Sam later.
Absolutely, okay. But you can respond now, or you can set out your perspective.
Whatever you think is best.
After.
I'll talk first.
Whatever you'd like. Give us the degrowth perspective.
I shall.
Rather than just.
And let me take water. Okay, it's so good to see you all, and thank you for coming, and greetings to all of you who are following online. So let's see, this is very challenging, because this is a big and difficult topic that I have to now present in 10 minutes, which is hard, but let me try. We stand at a difficult juncture in history. To quote Antonio Gramsci, the old world is dying, and the new world is struggling to be born. So let's start with the old world. The global economy is driving dangerous ecological breakdown. With existing government policies, we're headed for 3.2 degrees of global heating this century, within the lifetimes of present generations. Humans have never lived on such a planet. Scientists warn of severe displacement, crop yield decline, species extinction, and political upheaval. And climate is not the only crisis that we face. We're also overshooting 5 other planetary boundaries, including a staggering collapse of biodiversity. This is not because of ignorance or individual behavior or a lack of concern. It is due to structural features of the capitalist economy. And by capitalism here, I do not mean markets and trade and businesses. These existed for thousands of years before capitalism, and they're innocent enough on their own. What distinguishes capitalism from other economic systems is that it is organized around and dependent on perpetual growth, ever-increasing levels of industrial production. It's the first and only intrinsically expansionary economic system in history. If it does not grow, it collapses into crisis, which happens, of course, every few years, with devastating consequences for working class people and the poor. This system is profoundly unstable. Crucially, also, capitalism is undemocratic. Decisions about what to produce and how to use labor and resources are controlled by the 1% who own the majority of corporate shares and who appoint the directors of firms. And as far as they are concerned, the purpose of increasing production is not primarily to improve people's lives or to achieve specific social goals.
Yep.
It is not about use value or social progress.
It's all about amassing capital and profits. It's got nothing to do with benefiting society. We talk about that all the time, especially in America. Both of these guys are European. But in the United States, we see this kind of shit so blatantly firsthand all the time. The way that, business profits are constantly put above people, constantly put above societal benefit, constantly put above the environment, or literally anything but just hordes of cash.
Follow the rich white man.
Rather, for them, it is to extract and accumulate an ever-increasing quantity of profit. That is the overriding objective. And this leads to perverse forms of production, such as SUVs instead of public transit, or gadgets designed to break down and increase product turnover. The result is that we have an economy that massively overuses resources and energy, and yet remarkably, nonetheless still fails to meet basic human needs. It is dangerously inefficient. Now, scientists are clear that it is the rich economies of the global north that are overwhelmingly responsible for the ecological crisis. Their use of energy and resources is extremely high and vastly in excess of what we know is required to meet human needs even at a good standard. What is more, growth in the global north relies on a large net appropriation from the global south. This is draining poor countries of resources and energy necessary for development, colonizing their atmosphere and ecosystems, and offshoring the social and ecological costs of growth onto vulnerable communities. And yet note that despite this immense production and appropriation, in the US, which is the richest country in the world, 1/4 of all people live in substandard housing. Half cannot afford healthcare. In the UK, we have 4.3 million children living in poverty. Why? It's because the enormous productive capacity of these countries is organized in the interests of capital rather than in the interests of people. So what do we do? What does the new world look like? For 50 years, our ruling classes have promised that green growth will save us. They say that efficiency improvements will allow capital to continue increasing production and profits, while at the same time reducing ecological impact to sustainable levels. It sounds nice, but of course it hasn't happened. And now scientists are challenging this narrative on empirical grounds. Let's start with emissions. We know, of course, that it is possible to absolutely decouple GDP from emissions. If that wasn't possible, we'd be doomed. And this happens by shifting to cleaner energies. Indeed, several nations are already on this path. But what we face here is a question of speed. To meet the Paris Agreement target, we have to cut emissions in half in 7 years and reach zero by 2050. And remember, that is a global average target. Rich countries must decarbonize faster than this, since they've contributed most to cumulative emissions. That's a basic climate justice principle. This requires a rapid rate of mitigation. And growth makes this task extremely difficult. The reason is because more production means more energy demands, and more energy demands makes decarbonization harder to achieve. It's like trying to run down an escalator that is accelerating upward against you. Green growth proponents know this problem, and they deal with it in several ways that are apparent in the green growth scenario models. First, they assume efficiency improvements big enough to achieve an unprecedented decoupling of GDP or production from energy to an extent that is not supported by the empirical literature. And the main problem here is that in a growth-oriented economy, savings from efficiency are leveraged to expand the process of production and accumulation, thus wiping out many of the gains.
Yep. Like, we talked about this recently, like how the AI server farms are implementing nuclear technology not to lower our energy or like consumption or to like, you know, transition us off of coal or off of natural gas for electricity. No. It's just to help supplement their profits because they can't get a hold of energy for cheap enough, right? That's literally all they're using a technology that we could be using to cut down on our emissions, but instead it's just being used to ramp up the profits of tech billionaires right now in an attempt to chase AI so they can, just get rid of most of humanity, I guess. I feel like that's their plan, is like they're just hoping that the world ends around the same time they figure out how to replace humanity. And so then they can just watch billions of people die and then maybe be served by a robot butler in like some sort of bunker somewhere, I guess. I don't know, it's not clear. It doesn't seem like a great plan.
The second feature is that these green growth scenarios assume a mass deployment of speculative negative emissions technologies, mostly in the form of BECCS, which stands for bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, right? This would require biofuel plantations up to 3 times the size of India, with substantial deforestation, biodiversity loss, and constraints on human food systems. So you solve one crisis while exacerbating others. Moreover, BECCS is unproven at scale, and if it fails, we're stuck in a hothouse trajectory from which it would be impossible for us to escape. This is a dangerous gamble with the future of human civilization and all of life on Earth. Third, green growth scenarios maintain excess energy privilege in the global north and among the rich by suppressing energy use in the global south and by appropriating southern lands for biofuel plantations. That's built into these models. This approach perpetuates colonial inequalities. It is clearly immoral and unjust. Finally, even if we imagine these problems away, we have to deal with another issue. Regardless of the type of energy that we use, more growth means more material extraction, which is the single biggest driver of biodiversity loss and ecosystem damage. Several major scientific reports in recent years have found that sufficient reductions in material use are unlikely to be achieved if growth continues as it is in rich nations, even in high efficiency scenarios. This is not good enough. We can and we must do better. In our vision for the new world, we must be attentive to scientific evidence and insistent on global justice. In its latest report, the IPCC points out that scholarship in degrowth offers an alternative. Now, some people will quickly assume that degrowth is somehow anti-technology. This is not accurate. In fact, degrowth embraces efficiency improvements and feasible and safe technological change. But it recognizes that this alone is not enough, and therefore also calls for rich nations to transition to a post-capitalist eco-social economy, abandon growth as an objective, and focus instead on equity, sufficiency, and human well-being. We need to recognize that when it comes to well-being, it's not aggregate production that matters, What matters is what we are producing, whether people have access to essential goods they require, and how income is distributed. This focuses the mind on what is important. And the first step is that we need to decommodify and expand essential public services, healthcare, education, housing, public transit, energy, water, internet, nutritious food. Mobilize the productive forces to ensure that everyone has what they need to live a good life, regardless of fluctuations in aggregate output. This stabilizes the economy, directly cuts the cost of living, and improves the welfare purchasing power of income.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to move this forward to where they actually start arguing, I guess, debating.
Thanks, Jason. I just want to ask you, again, just a clarifying before we go into a debate. Can you just define for us, when you say degrowth, what you mean by the term degrowth? Because it's something that's often misunderstood, mischaracterized, whether willfully or unintentionally misunderstood. So can you just say, for the room and for the sake of our discussion here, when you're talking about degrowth, what is it you're actually advocating?
So it can basically be defined as a kind of planned and democratic reduction of less necessary forms of production in rich countries to bring economies back into balance with the living world in a safe, just, and equitable way. I think that hopefully captures the core values of this literature.
So it's a planned reduction of less necessary consumption.
Well, we focus on production, actually.
Okay, production, production in rich countries.
That's right.
In a just way.
That's right.
Great. Okay, so I'm just holding that. And I want to ask you, because you said in rich countries, can I just therefore say, and so if somebody from Turkey, a middle-income country, or Malawi, a low-income country, said, so what does degrowth mean for us? Just to clarify again, what would you say? This isn't meaning to be a long and complex question, but because you said it's for rich countries, and therefore is it not about those countries, or?
Well, there's no need to degrow any form of throughput, material or energy throughput, in cases where countries are within planetary boundaries, right, or using sustainable levels. So it would not apply to any countries along those lines. But we should note that there's a strong literature, actually, from Global South scholars and economists who are also growth critical in their own regions, right? This is very powerful, particularly in Latin America. And so I think that we should also create room for growth critical points of view from the Global South, recognizing that forms of growth in capitalist countries in the periphery are destructive and damaging to ecosystems and human well-being, and are also deeply inefficient in the ways that I've described. But there's certainly no prescription coming from the degrowth scholarship more broadly for any kind of reduction in aggregate throughput in poorer countries. The opposite is certainly the case, and I should emphasize this. An increase in production to meet human needs is necessary in lower income countries, and including an increase in the use of energy and resources, right, to achieve core human development objectives, and to eradicate permanently the health gap and other forms of development gaps between rich countries and poor countries in terms of social indicators. That's the goal. Degrowth, I think, aids this. Degrowth in the rich countries aids this because it cuts off this net appropriation of resources and energy and productive capacity from the South that presently constrains development possibilities, right? Under things like structural adjustment programs and so on. So addressing that is really critical, I think.
Great. So your definition of degrowth actually doesn't mention GDP, right? So then somebody could say, oh, I'm all for a reduced, a planned reduction in production and use of Earth's resources in a more equitable way. I think actually there are many people in the world who support green growth who'd say, well, I'm all for that. I just believe we can do it with a growing GDP. Whereas I sense that you're saying, and I believe that if we're going for that, it won't be compatible with a growing GDP in high-income countries, right? That's where we're talking about right now. And so, therefore, does this come down? It's going to be a future empirical question as to whether or not it's possible. And of course, we can't see the future. We can only look at data from the past that's informed us up to now. But I heard you saying, yes, there's absolute decoupling of carbon emissions, just nothing like the speed and scale that's required to come back within planetary boundaries. Whereas Sam, can I just invite you to respond to that? So just on the empirics, the belief about the speed that's required and that's possible on carbon and beyond. You believe it is possible to have a planned reduction, because we're all actually talking about coming back within planetary boundaries, but you're saying, yes, it will be possible to do this.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's an empirical question in the end. You know, you just have to sort of find out whether it works or not. The speed point is interesting for me because we both argue in terms of speed, and I don't know how we're going to empirically figure out who's right here. Your argument is degrowth is a faster way of solving the climate problem. My argument is degrowth is one of the slowest ways of solving the climate change problem, because you just have too many political arguments about it. By the time you have the societal consensus for degrowth, it's too late.
Okay, and that's a really interesting point of, as you said, you know, Jason said, and I heard exactly the same, we needed at much greater speed, but you're arguing the political transformation for people to understand what the agenda is and to get on board with the agenda and actually transform a much deeper change in the system. We can't do that at the speed that's required. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the existing arrangements and the existing narratives, including green growth, which is dominance, right, are also not working, right? I mean, you still have the same enemies that you're accusing degrowth of having. They're there. The right will accuse you of impoverishing them, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not like you're protecting yourself from those critiques, right?
Seriously.
As far as I see, look, I don't think it's necessary for politicians to stand at the podium and call for degrowth. I think the degrowth is critical as an analytical term. It organizes our thoughts. It focuses our minds on what's wrong with our economy and what needs to change, right? But there's a variety of different words or slogans that one could use and are already in use at the level of political parties, calling for, and again, the word is not important when it comes to political communication, calling for the policies that I've outlined, which are popular, right? Now, the idea of consensus, I think it will be easy to establish a consensus among the people who will benefit from this, from these sorts of policies. But we're not aiming for it, and we will not succeed in winning a consensus with those who presently block these kinds of policies, right? And I don't think we should try. I think we're at a point now where we have to start building the social movements and political movements necessary to unseat those people, right?
Yeah, and this, I think the reason why, this like exact argument he's talking about right now is the reason why I felt this video was an important watch for us. The fact is what this argument is, what this debate is a debate, essentially a debate between leftists and neoliberals, between capitalists and anti-capitalists, right? On climate change, right? And I think this is one of the fights that we have to figure out how we win on, right? How we attempt to frame all of this, and figure out what it is, who it is that is standing in the way of our achieving any of these goals that we're talking about on climate change, if it is in fact a goal of anybody listening to this stream. Because, you know, the fact is, this other guy, Sam Fankhauser, he basically represents neoliberalism, right? He's trying to sell greenwashing, essentially, to businesses. Whereas this guy's like, we gotta stop trying to convince people whose very existence is predicated upon not doing the things we're talking about, right? Big business will never really think this is a good idea, right? They'll never go and, say, you know what, we should probably stop producing so much of this stuff that's completely useless. Of course not. Of course not. I mean, come on. Jeep's gonna stop making Jeeps tomorrow? Okay. Because they decided, it's actually bad for the climate? Okay, yeah.
So, I don't know, I guess I approach it a bit differently. I'm not here to convince Bill Gates of the value of these policies, or Elon Musk, etc. I consider them to be a problem, and I think we need to build movements capable of changing the world. changing our societies. And this has been done before and must be done again. And I think it's difficult for us to grasp what's required, because most of us here in the room have grown up in an era where social organizing is not a major feature of our society. But we can draw inspiration and knowledge from the anti-colonial struggle of the 1940s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, from the civil rights movement in the USA, from the labor movement of the 1940s, from the movement for women's suffrage. These movements changed the world permanently. And that's the scale of transformation I think we need to start achieving. And that doesn't happen easily. And we don't have a lot of time. And I think that's what we need to focus the mind on here.
Okay, Sam, do you want to respond?
Yeah, and I think we sort of agree on the sort of the weightless economy, the direction towards a weightless economy. If you can build an economy that uses fewer resources to achieve the same level of prosperity, I don't think too many people will be against that, and you can sell that one politically quite easily. You could probably also sell the sort of the technological fixes, but they do cost money. You know, there's a lot of investment needed in the infrastructure that turns current cars into electric cars and so on. I sort of, one other point I want to make, it's just probably a definitional one. A lot of what you sort of said, Jason, wasn't actually about degrowth. It was about other things where we can have a debate about, you know, capitalism, income distribution. You know, we certainly agree that the income distribution in the world isn't the way it should be. I'm not sure that just redistributing income gets you to solve the problem. I'm also not convinced that redistributing income is a terribly easy thing. I noticed you sort of, Turkey, we don't know where Turkey is on the, you know, can they grow, can they not grow, but the UK is in a can't grow camp, and we are actually currently going through a phase of degrowth. That's exactly what the cost of living crisis is. and you just...
That is not what the cost of living crisis is. This guy is an idiot. Like, honestly. The cost of the living crisis is a phase of degrowth? Really? Come on. Based upon the definition of degrowth which we were just given, that is a fucking farce. The cost of living crisis is being created by capitalism and by the, you know, tiny handful of capitalists at the top of the system who are refusing to do anything that doesn't directly benefit them. And, you know, like the cost of living, like, what? It's not because GDP is going down that rents are going up. Right? It's an idiotic suggestion. The reason the rents are going up is because the people who own all the property are raising rents. That's why. The reason why goods are getting more expensive because the people who are selling them are charging more. Right? Like, we talked about it just a couple of streams ago, maybe even the last stream. We talked about how commodities have fallen like a fucking rock over the last 2 years. Okay, corn, lumber, soybeans, oil, not oil quite as much, but the rest of them have all fallen like a goddamn rock. 60, 70% from where they were at 2 years ago, but we're still getting charged higher and higher prices every month, every year. Something's wrong there, and it's not because of degrowth. Okay, we're still growing. You got United States GDP is still growing, but we're still getting higher prices. That has nothing. It's a fucking joke. That's a joker.
The political dynamics that comes out of it. We are degrowing for all the wrong reasons. We are not degrowing for environmental reasons, but the way it feels in the households that are worried is roughly the same. And these are very, very difficult things.
No, I disagree with this. This is to me this is analytically messy, actually, because what's happening now is basically a cost of living crisis and a recession produced by a capitalist growthist economy, right? That is failing us. To call it degrowth is analytically nonsense. I mean, we have recessions every 10 years. That's not degrowth, it's a recession. We have to have different categories for different things. Degrowth is very clearly described in the literature, very clearly defined. There's nothing planned about what's happening here. There's nothing just about what's happening here, right? There's nothing about decommodification or decolonization, et cetera, the core goals that we're after. What's being reduced is poor people's livelihoods, which is exactly the opposite. So, I mean, effectively, there's a constraint on the consumption of working class people. This is exactly the opposite of what degrowth scholarship calls for, which is constraints on the consumption of rich people and of capital, right? So I think we have to be very clear about that.
Sure. Sorry, can I ask you, the poorest 10% or the poorest 20% in the UK with the lowest income deciles, can they grow? Should they degrow?
I mean, of course. They can't access basic goods, no. They can't access, I mean, have you seen the sort of housing conditions that people live in this country? I live right next to a council estate.
I love the way that this guy fucking framed that. He's like, you like degrow so much, you want the poor people in the rich countries to also degrow? It's like, dude, quit being a fucking twit. That is not what he's suggesting. He's being intentionally obtuse.
The sort of housing conditions that people live in this country. I live right next to a council estate. I know, I see it every day, right? It's absolutely abominable. And this has happened as a result of policy during a period of incredible growth, incredible capital accumulation. So I'm over this, to be honest. What's essential, as I pointed out, is to mobilize production around meeting people's needs at a good standard. We're abolishing poverty here, right? There's no reason for us to have it. We're abolishing income insecurity. There's no reason for us to have that. So we have to focus on what's required in that respect. To the question of speed, I want to briefly address this. The UK is often held up as a climate progressive nation. And of course, there's no question they've made great strides in reducing emissions. But the rate of emissions reduction is not in line with 1.5 degrees and a minimal conception of climate justice or equity. In fact, it's at least a factor of 2 off, including climate pledges. And this is demonstrated by a recent paper by Kevin Anderson in 2020. Right now, there's no country, not even Sweden, that's on track for 1.5 degrees with a minimal conception of equity. So in terms of speed, we're failing, and that's the reality. And that's before you account for claims about negative emissions technology, et cetera, which the UK government does rely on.
And can I ask Sam a question building on that? So the data that Jason's citing is saying that there's no country in the world that has the rate of just carbon emissions reduction that's required for 1.5, for example. And yet the framing of green growth is very strong and very prominent, and the World Bank and the IMF and all the governments, it's spoken as if it's already a thing. But I think the argument here is it's not yet existing on the scale that's required to justify its name. So what gives people the confidence that it will be achieved in the future if there's no evidence yet that it's achievable on the speed and scale that's required, not just on carbon emissions, but on material footprints?
I mean, the sort of the cost of the decarbonisation path we are going through will be an empirical question. We'll find out just how costly it is. But there's climate change is, for me, as I said, one of the problems we can solve within the sort of the growth paradigm, because there are nations that are decarbonising. Or
this is so stupid. This is so fucking stupid. The growth paradigm is what has caused climate change, and he wants to solve it with the same thing that's caused it. It's so fucking dumb.
Growth paradigm, because there are nations that are decarbonising, or not, they're decoupling their emissions from their GDP. There are issues related to consumption emissions versus production emissions, but we can see see emissions coming down. We can also see they're coming down too slowly. We can agree on that, but we can also see the path. We can see the technologies, the investments, the possibilities that would accelerate that speed. We understand what we have to do. We understand what we can do to the car fleet to turn it over. We can understand how we can electrify the economy and then use that clean electricity to clean up other sectors of the economy. Those are all sort of scenarios that have been modeled and stress tested, and the thing that's holding them back actually isn't the technology or the behavioral unwillingness, it's the political will.
The
And
political
it is that
will.
Political will. We have to work.
You know, it's fascinating. This guy is. He genuinely seems like a pretty smart guy, right? And the fact is, he almost gets there right here, right? He almost gets there. The political will. Now, what comes along with politics? Right? Capitalism, money, moneyed interests, right? Like politics and moneyed interests are intrinsically linked. And if this guy is like somehow like, I can't tell if he's playing dumb or if he genuinely believes what he's saying, but like, I don't see how he can't follow that and realize, oh, right, businesses and politics, they are in business together, right? And like, we can't, like he somehow decouples the two from each other in a way I find fascinating, because we don't live in a place where politics and business are not intrinsically linked. And so, you know, businesses have political power, and and they are actively fighting you, right?
Technologically, there's a good line of one of the people who sort of study these things very thoroughly, Adair Turner, the first chair of the Climate Change Committee, who sort of has that flippant remark that sort of says, if you make me dictator of the world, I will solve the problem for you, because I have my blueprint, I know exactly what I have to do. Of course, you shouldn't make anybody dictator of the world, but what he means by that is that it is a question of political dynamics as opposed to technological discovery.
Do you want to respond to that on the
fact is the political dynamics in the United States, the biggest carbon emitter on the planet, are currently situated so that the only way to get all this stuff done is to get money out of politics, essentially, right? Like, even with Democrats in office, we still didn't solve our emissions. Sure, we just talked about how more wind plants and more solar plants were created, but we didn't talk about how, you know, we still haven't gone net zero in the United States, and we're not even close to going net zero. Still have a ton of shit to deal with. Our transportation system is a fucking disaster, right? All these other things that, for now, are being held up by moneyed interests. We have our own politicians propping up car companies, right? Giving money to, you know, to insane projects that are clearly horrifying. Donald Trump's about to come into office and start, you know, drill baby drilling, or whatever you want to call that. He just put in a fracker as a guy, and by the way, that fracker, the CEO, the fracking CEO, also happened to donate a bunch of money to Donald Trump's campaign and then got a job. And it's just fascinating. This guy wants to decouple the two things and be like, it's just political will. It's not capitalism or growth.
technological possibilities, whether it's on carbon emissions or on other ecological impacts?
Yeah, so I was at pains in my talk to point out the various measures that green growth scenarios modeled by the IPCC rely on to accomplish green growth, right? And there's, I mean, the truth is there's an emerging scientific consensus against many of these core assumptions, which I outlined, right? We simply can't rely on negative emissions technologies to that extent. We can't justly suppress energy use in the global south, et cetera, et cetera. We need a feasible conception of technological change and efficiency improvements. There's an amazing paper published by some colleagues of mine in Nature recently on 1.5 degrees and how if we assume more reasonable rates of technological change, which are more in line with what we understand empirically to be feasible, then something like a dramatic reduction in energy use in rich countries is required. And then the question becomes, who suffers that energy use reduction? I mean, if that's necessary,
right?
Then who's that?
And like, who is the biggest energy users right now in just the United States? It's the richest people on the planet, in the country, right? They're all throwing all of their money at AI right now, and cryptocurrency, and all these other things that we don't need, and that are creating a massive energy demand. And for what purpose? Oh, right. To increase their own wealth. And only that. They're not doing AI for the benefit of humanity. We just got done talking about how supposedly the good one, OpenAI, the non-profit, is actually just hiding profits in a shell company, right? Like, it's insane. It's insane. Tiny handfuls of people building nuclear reactors for their little pet projects, while they're drawing from the rest of the grid and increasing our own energy costs. Like, it's horrifying that such a small group of people can enact their will on the rest of the population like that is. But that is the way that our system's set up. And this other guy seems to think that's going to be fine. That's going to be fine, actually. We have the technology. We can rebuild it.
Who suffers that energy use reduction? I mean, if that's necessary, then who's that imposed on, right? Under our existing arrangement, it will be and already is being imposed on poor people, on the working.
Bitcoin is limping around. Bitcoin hit an all-time high and then dropped $15,000. I wonder who sold all those Bitcoins. Couldn't be Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and the Winklevoss twins that just pulled out billions and billions of dollars from the market and probably lost a bunch of other people actual money that's important to them. People who were tricked into getting into a literal scam. Because that's what crypto is. Even though as it continues to go up, it's a scam. Right? It's the same thing with what we were talking about earlier with PBD. Might not be fraud, even though I think it technically could be considered that. Point is, it's definitely a scam. And scams can continue to go up until they stop. But even while it limps around, as you say, they're still using untold amounts of energy to keep those servers running. Because what happens to Bitcoin if all the servers, like all the miners, stop mining? What happens to to Ethereum or any of these other things if you don't have stakeholders on the network and all this other shit? Like, it's like oh my god. They have to keep these server farms running indefinitely forever in perpetuity.
Right? We see that here in the UK. We see that in France. And that's not acceptable. We have to fight against that. We want to get rid of other forms of energy use, specifically related to forms of production that are just not necessary or organized primarily around capital accumulation, right? I mean, it's madness to be devoting energy to producing SUVs in the middle of a climate emergency. Now, the thing is, you talk about political will. The thing is that we know there's strong majority consensus around what needs to be done and how to achieve it. So in a real democracy, that would happen. If we had a democratic economy, we would not be in this situation, almost guaranteed. So who blocks it? The concern is that even many of the policies that green growth has called for, such as very high carbon taxes and so on, those are also blocked. By who? By people who would lose out in such a situation, because it makes growth more difficult to achieve. It makes capital accumulation more difficult to achieve, right? And so when we think about this question of political will, I think the question is, whose will do we need to shift here, right? Whose will do we need to shift? And I very briefly want to address this a claim you made in your talk, where you say that the richer people are, the more they care about climate change, right? Effectively, or in higher GDP countries, GDP per capita, you're more likely to care about climate change. This is not true. If that's the case, then why are indigenous people in the Amazon or across Latin America and in Africa and in Asia fighting with their lives against climate change and ecological breakdown, right? The poorest people on the planet care more than anyone here can bring themselves to, because for them, it's life or death, right? They see this reality very starkly. So that theory about income being associated with concern for the climate, I don't buy.
Okay, can I bring that back to Sam? Was that the point you were making?
Yeah, no, it was a slightly different point. First of all, we agree on the SUV things. We can sort of legislate them out of existence. I don't have a problem with that. I sort of made the point of cyclical, business.
I see. This guy is a fucking paradox, okay? Like, the things that he says It's like he wants to be a leftist, but somehow his job relies on him being a fucking capitalist, right? Because, like, listen to what he just said, right? He said we should legislate SUVs out of existence. I wonder what that would do to GDP in the United States, for instance. It's nonsense, right? Like, he's claiming he's all about green growth, and then he's like, we can legislate away things that create growth. And it's like, okay, then how many companies go out of business, right? And, like, I'm fine with it too. But the fact is if you're going to sit here and argue in favor of capitalism and GDP, and then also talk about legislating away entire companies, it just doesn't check out. It just doesn't make sense.
As opposed to structural fluctuations, people get at the bottom, in the middle of a recession, at the bottom of the business cycle, people are not very keen on the environment.
Because, like, here's the thing.
That's.
And actually, this other guy, what's his name? Shit, I forgot his name. What is this guy's name? Son of a bitch. Jason Hickel. With Jason, he responds to it as well, but the fact, like, I'm sorry, I got distracted by reading a comment. God damn it. What was I saying just now? I just lost my fucking place.
As opposed to structural fluctuations, people get at the bottom, in the middle of a recession, at the bottom of the business cycle, people are not very keen on the environment.
Yes.
That's sort of an empirical
Okay, so
thing.
you're agreeing on that. That's valuable to know. No, really.
No, it's
That's
true.
valuable, yeah.
It's true, and actually this is a very important point. It's absolutely right that at the bottom of the business cycle, people don't support environmental policies. They support things that are much more necessary for their daily survival, right? But we want to abolish the business cycle, right? Why should we put up with that? So we want an economy where people don't end up having to wonder how they're going to pay for food or heating in their homes, right? We have an economy that can provide those things. It just doesn't, because it's not controlled democratically. When you abolish insecurity of livelihood through what I called for, job guarantees, shorter working weeks, universal public services, affordable housing, etc., then you eliminate that concern, don't you? And that's very powerful. That's very liberating. If people aren't concerned about daily life, then they can and they will care about climate, because we know that's high on their agenda. So let's deal with that problem.
Yeah, all right, now I remember what I was going to say. Because he didn't mention it there, but I think he mentions it later. But the fact is, this guy is promising something that doesn't make sense, right? This green growth thing, the more and more that I try and conceptualize what the fuck it actually means, the less it makes sense, right? And, like, promising that you're going to grow the economy and also you're going to continue never-ending growth and also provide a sustainable Earth is just a lie, right? Like, and the fact is, he made that apparent by saying he was going to outlaw SUVs, right? And rather than pitching people this never-ending growth, right, but then also having a bunch of pitches that definitely destroy certain growth in certain places, just admit that never-ending growth isn't good. It's not inherently good, right? And, you know, because cancer is technically unrestricted growth of cells. That's not good, right? So growth isn't by definition, you know, some sort of virtue, you know, and we got to stop thinking it like that, because we've been trying to convince capitalists for too long how actually capitalism is going to be fine and the world's going to be fine, right? So far the math isn't mathin'. So far, you know, that's not looking like a good plan.
Can I say something about democracy? I mean, we're all in favor of empowering people and making it democratic, and you know, having people having a say. And I like citizens' assemblies. I think those are powerful, good things. The counterexample that I often use, I grew up in Switzerland, which is sort of thinks democracy to its bitter end with sort of 4 referendums a year. And within Switzerland, one of the most democratic places is a little area called Appenzell, where democracy entails physically people meeting in the town squares and voting about stuff. And they do that 4 or 5 times a year. So you can't make it much more directly democratic than that. It also happens to be the place that introduced the right of vote to women in 1991, because the men would meet on the town square and vote against it, and the argument was if the women were there, there wouldn't be enough space on the town square. And it was, you know, it was irrational. So you can't always sort of rely on people having your opinion as well. Every now and then they have opinions that you wouldn't share.
Okay, and just, we are going to, you're going to have more time to discuss, and when I open up to questions, I know they will bring out more points that you'll both want to make. So on the point about people's opinions, I'm going to ask you both a really difficult question, and I invite everybody in the room to ask yourself this question. I want to ask you each to say, what would it take for you to change your mind? Like, and we can give, you know, decades here, yourselves going forward. What would it take, Sam, for you to say, what would you need to see, experience, logically deduce for yourself, have an epiphany about, or not see, for you to say, actually, you know what? I actually no longer believe that green growth is going to be possible to secure a thriving future. And while you think about that, and then Jason, I'm going to ask you, what would it actually take for you to say, you know, that definition of degrowth that you speak to, what would it take for you to believe, for example, that it's not going to be feasible without growth, or that that would make you say, I'm going to let that go. It's never going to happen. The narrative's not going to happen, or for whatever reason, you lose your conviction that you speak with, that this is the way forward. Okay, Sam, can I ask you first? And actually, this is a really, I said to both of them before I was going to ask this question. It's a very, very generous thing to be able to discuss. And I invite everybody to imagine if you were asked this question on a topic you're passionate about. So,
yeah, I suppose I need the passage of time and a lot of observation. If we sort of have that scenario where we really respect.
This is fascinating. So far, we've been doing a shit job, right? Time has passed for quite some time. I think well, it depends on where you want to start, right? Go all the way back to Arrhenius. But let's just say, just to stay in the 21st century, 20th century, 60, late 60s was when we started figuring this stuff out. Generally, people really started talking about this. So we've had 60 years to let capitalism solve this alongside climate change, solutions. It hasn't worked. And I'm just wondering to myself, so we got 60 years of that. How much longer does this guy fucking need? Until the deadline? Because right now what we're talking about is, just a few decades to solve all of this, right? And this guy needs more time to figure it out. At this point, I find this shocking.
Planetary constraints, climate constraints in the thing we talked about. So we really go ahead and we put in place the policies and the investment and all the things that, the decarbonization plans have in it. And then if one or two things happen, either emissions don't come down or...
I think what he's talking about is COP29 stuff. Not the IPC, my brain just broke. But the France Accords, all this stuff, all these voluntary fucking measures that governments haven't been taking seriously at all. He's just gonna wait around until they voluntarily decide to do it, I guess. That's his plan. That's what this guy is saying. I just want that to sink in, right? He's had 60 years of data on what capitalism has done with this information. Where we're at, he knows that clearly. But he's just got to wait until all governments get on board. And if that doesn't work, then what, dude? What are you talking about?
People sort of cancel the policy.
We don't have that kind of time, right? To wait it out until all governments and companies decide to like get on board with green. It's like the fact is like the reason that hasn't even happened yet is because of capitalism, because of capital interests. So I guess we'll just wait until the world blows up.
Then eventually you have to sort of admit defeat and sort of say the decarbonization plan didn't work, we have to do something else. Whether what that something else is at that point, we'll have to see. It could.
But isn't it very possible that you put those plans in place and the emissions are coming down, but there's no growth?
Well, that is possible. That's an empirical observation.
Yes,
yeah.
right, okay. Just that was the third possibility. That right. So it's possible. So you'd say you change your mind if after some time you're just not seeing the IEA's projections saying we can do this with growth. That just starts to not materialize.
Yeah, I mean, if emissions come down, we should all celebrate, and if GDP will be what it is.
And can I just follow on with that? You said earlier, I think growth can go on a little longer.
Oh my God! And GDP will be what it is for a guy whose entire worldview is based upon GDP going up, right? Because his entire framing of this whole thing is based upon the necessity of GDP to keep going up. And he's like, whatever it does, I don't care. Okay, weird.
And with that, you actually have to
never
leave the house without a hosepipe. So this is the story of GDP. I'm doing it for the room. This is how every politician and economist has spoken. The GDP growth, it goes up and up and up. And what I heard you say is it can go up, but at some point we should expect it to level off. Now, you're in good company there. Adam Smith said the same. John Stuart Mill said the same. John Maynard Keynes, I would say, said the same, that yes, growth, and at some point we'll get beyond. And so you said, I think growth can go on a little longer. And this is a really tough question. So just speculate as much as you like. Like, how much longer? Are we talking, we can do this through to 2050? So, could we have an era of green growth with the speed that we need, that works politically, but then after that, then we need to go to a no-growth future? Would it be after 2050, or are you thinking sort of, well after 2100? Just a sense of, because you said that, many economists won't say that, well, of course, at some point it's going to come to an end. So I just wanted to get a sense of the timescale you were thinking about that on.
Yeah, that's a difficult one. See how one ducks it. 2050, definitely we can go up to 20.
This is so dumb. This is so fucking dumb. All year we've been talking about how 2050 is the cutoff for, 3 degrees Celsius warming? If we grow unrestricted to 2050, fuck it. Just throw in the towel. Okay? Because if we grow unrestricted as we have been, if you look at any of the graphs, all of the graphs, you too, I think, would probably come to the same conclusion that I am right now. That those graphs will continue going up and to the right. Oceans will continue to get hotter. Biodiversity will continue to be collapsing or fully collapsed at that point. Ocean levels will continue rising to the point where most of coastal cities will be washed away. Wildfires will, pervade straight through the winters. What in the fuck is this guy talking? He's supposed to be a climate scientist? What a joke. That's fine. We can grow it to 2050. No big deal. That's not a very important date climate-wise.
2050, definitely we can go up to 2050.
Okay.
That's
totally fine.
On climate grounds. I don't think that's. I think that I'm confident about that. I would also sort of observe that Adam Smith got his time frame wrong. Thomas Malthus got his time frame wrong. Everybody who's sort of, William Stanley Jevons worried about UK prosperity when we run out.
what I love about this guy, he's not a real scientist. I'm starting to realize he's more of an economist than he is a scientist. He talks more about economics than he does science. He quotes from economists more than he does scientists. And one thing you may not be aware of, economics isn't a science. They purport it to be a science and a mathematics of a sort, but it's really not science. It's not at all science. It's pure mathematics, decoupled from reality, right? Like it exists in its own fantasy capitalist land, right? Wherever capitalism is, it exists, but like, like it doesn't actually. It's not actual science, you know. Like it's not like measuring air quality or glacier depth, right? It's all it's all just, it's not a natural system, right? It's a system created by man, continued by math, but has no bearing on science and really doesn't belong in the scientific realm.
Coal, he got that one wrong. So far we have been too pessimistic. So I would say we probably have.
But once again, Adam Smith didn't know fuck all about climate change, right? Adam Smith was born before the words climate change were ever uttered, right? He wasn't talking about climate change. He was talking about GDP growth over a period of time, and he made an arbitrary prediction 200 years ago, right? Like, this is so fucking stupid.
Yeah, definitely till 2050.
But there is quite a lot going wrong now. I mean, we've got growth, but it's not looking good, right? It's not going well.
Yeah, but we have the blueprint of doing it right.
Okay, so that's...
Oh, thank God. At least we have a blueprint. Never mind. No more questions. Jeez. We got a concept of a plan. Come on, people.
Going well.
Yeah, but we have the blueprint of doing it right.
Okay, so that's your conviction.
we can have a sort of a plan that solves the problem.
Conceptually.
We won't be poorer in 2050.
Okay, because there's a lot of problems to turn around already. Okay, Jason, I know you'd love to respond to that.
Jason is an incredibly polite man, but you can see him. He's like a duck on a pond over here, right? He's churning underneath the water. You can see him sort of circling his lips with his pen, just trying to hold his tongue. You can tell he wanted to jump in there and be like, dude, you're a fucking psycho.
I'm going to ask you to do the same generosity as Sam. What would it take for you to say, actually, I'm no longer going to pin my colors to degrowth because it's not delivering. I'm going to stand for something else.
Yeah, so I actually think about this question a lot, and so I'm glad you asked it, because the truth is that I used to be a green growther.
Well done. So this is just an aberration, isn't it? It's just a cyclical blip.
You can read the story in the final part of my book. What's it called? The last, not the preface, but the end.
Epilogue.
The afterword, or whatever. Epilogue, okay. Yeah, whatever it's called. I'm not
sure. The end of Less is More.
In the end of Less is More, I actually tell the story, I think. And it has to do with, I might as well tell it now, I suppose, since it's kind of fun. So there's a good feminist angle to this, actually. My partner and I had gone to a talk at LSE by Paul Krugman, who I was enamored with at the time, because I felt, he's a progressive economist, he's saying things that I agree with, et cetera, et cetera. And one of his main things was we have to get out of the recession by stimulating growth in the economy. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense to me. Obviously, the economy needs growth. I just assumed this as like a basic feature of the economy. It has to happen. I mean, we're taught this.
Oh shit, thanks for the super chat, Nadia. Did not see that, paying too much attention to this. The doomsday bunkers, yes, indeed. Yes.
When we study economics, right? I had never questioned it. And as we were walking home, my partner asked me, why do you think that the UK and US economies need more growth when countries that have less GDP per capita than they do have better social outcomes, right? And I mansplained in the worst way. I went on and on.
Yeah, you know, the thing about the billionaires waiting for us to die off is that the reason billionaires are billionaires is either the capitalist system, or, well, it was the capitalist system, but it's either just, you know, capital, the existence of capital, or their, you know, ability to delegate other people to do tasks for them, right? But if you get rid of all the people, how are they going to get any of the stuff done? They can't do anything themselves. They don't know how to build shit with their hands. That's for workers. You know, that's not what billionaires do. They're not, you know, Elon Musk isn't building the SpaceX, you know, rockets, right? And so, like, I just imagine them all sort of coming out of the bunker, looking around, trying to get their robots to work, but then they realize that the satellites come down. They can't connect to the neural network. And they're just sort of all standing around with their hands in their pockets, looking at each other like, who's gonna make food now?
About how, no, it's necessary, you don't understand the economy. But that question was like a brain bug for me. I couldn't get over it. I realized I've never asked this question before. And it set me on a very long path of research that remains my work today.
And I'm going to bring you back to my question.
And I'm going to mention that.
Great.
Yeah. So if I saw evidence in the existing mitigation models, and also to do with material use and so on, that continued growth in rich nations was necessary for improved social outcomes, as in there's no other way to get rid of poverty, for example. No other way to end child poverty in the UK but through more growth, right? If I saw that, and also saw that it's also feasible technologically and without screwing anybody in the global south, to bring throughputs down to sustainable levels back within planetary boundaries, then why not? Why not, right? What's wrong with such a vision? Why would anyone be against that? And so yes, and so if I see something that's technologically feasible, ecologically coherent, and socially just, then I'll embrace it.
But
Absolutely.
you haven't seen it, and you don't.
But I haven't.
Right.
Yeah, but I haven't.
Right.
But I haven't, and I look for it every day because that's my job. Because every day I face people that despise my point of view, and that's a hard life. I really.
It's true.
You laugh. It's a hard life.
Like
on both sides.
No, it takes a real toll. It takes a real toll. And so I read everything that people throw at me, and I'm ready to change my mind, and I don't see it yet.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you the same tough question about the hosepipe. So let's just say UK, US, a high-income economy, right? This is generally, with some business cycle in here that I can't crinkle into a hosepipe, this has generally been the direction of high-income economies. GDP is just rising, more slowly than it used to, but rising. So what do you think, for a thriving future on planet Earth, for humanity in the living world, what do you expect is going to be the necessary shape of GDP in countries like the UK and US? Could they plateau out, let's say from now, we could just go level, or would you say that's just not enough, it's going to have to go dip, or are you going to say to me, it doesn't matter what happens to GDP? What?
So, I mean, it's very, very difficult to predict. And I'm not saying this as a cop-out. Let me explain why. Because GDP is ultimately a measure of market prices, right? And so, depending on how we change the economy, depending on the balance of power between labor and capital, depending on the extent...
You don't trust what that lady has in her hands? Look, she's an educator, okay? This is at Oxford. I've known a few educators who love props, you know? And this is her representation of a graph. Which, you know, it technically does work. It does work. It's a good visualization. Is it a little dorky? Yeah, definitely.
GDP is ultimately a measure of market prices, right? And so, depending on how we change the economy, depending on the balance of power between labor and capital, depending on the extent of decommodification, then GDP could be different. But all that being said, it seems pretty clear to me that with the kind of policies that we call for, it's likely that GDP is going to decline in rich countries, right? And that's okay, because what matters, again, is not aggregate production as measured in market prices, okay? But rather, again, what we're producing and whether people have access to what they need. And as long as we're guaranteeing that, then we're not worried about it. But we need to be prepared. And right now, here's the problem. Even a minor disruption in GDP growth in our economy is catastrophic. We're seeing that now, right? We saw that during the pandemic. And so if it's true that Sam introduces policies that do decarbonize, but also don't lead to growth or maybe even lead to less growth, and if we're not prepared for that, people get hurt. And we can't let that happen, right? And so not only that, but also our political enemies will immediately get rid of us. If you sell a story that what we're going to do in terms of decarbonization will also lead to growth, and it doesn't lead to growth, you're out, right? They'll get you on your own criteria. So why sell that story? Okay. Promise decarbonization and good, decent lives for all within planetary boundaries. That should be the narrative that we have.
Great. Okay, I've got my eye on the clock, which is moving to...
Okay. We're going to end that discussion there. I'm going to try and blast through some things here before we take another break. Let's go here to Norway, where they're making some progress on their decarbonization journey.
Nine out of 10 new cars sold in Norway last year were powered by battery only. It's now within touching distance of its target of only adding electric cars to the road by 2025. Top-selling brands were Tesla, followed by Volkswagen and Toyota. Oil-producing Norway penalises petrol and diesel cars with high taxes and exempts EVs from import and value-added taxes to make them more attractive. Experts say the policy has worked because it's been consistent over time, maintained by governments of various political persuasion. Also helped is the fact that Norway does not have an automaker lobby. Christina Boo is head of Norway's EV Association.
Yeah. However, in the United States, of course, we have beyond an automaker lobby. I mean, seems like politicians are just genuinely in love with U.S. automakers. So much so that the earth be damned. Okay, Ford is more important than the earth. Come on. Come on. Come on! Come on. Ford is better than plants. Better than trees. It's better than having your house not underwater, okay? Ford's profits are clearly the only thing that matters on this planet. So yeah, while one country, Norway, is doing well, we got the United States where we have the opposite graph going on. And many other countries, Western countries are also equally struggling to get themselves decarbonized on their cars. And really, even electric cars aren't completely decarbonized. You still have to charge those cars somehow. Now, I know Norway's been doing a pretty good job on decarbonizing their electric grid, better than a lot of other people, but they're not perfect. And of course, paint, all these other things that go onto a car do have carbon footprints. I would point that out. It's not just the energy you use in a car. Building the cars also requires resources. What resources you choose to use for those cars will have an effect somewhere. Which is why I keep saying we need to try and move away from a car-centric world and work on mass transit, things like that. Making walkable neighborhoods, all that kind of shit. But it is good to see some progress being made. Oh, what's this? We're going to talk Palestine during the environmental half? What?
What? What you talking about?
That's right. Palestine it is.
A liberated Palestine means a liberated Middle East. A liberated Middle East means capitalism in the core really faces a crisis, and they will not let that happen. It's funny, like I'm always asked to talk about ecology, when really what I want to talk about is capitalist imperialism, and the two are just are a piece of the same problem, right? The ecological crisis is ultimately playing out along colonial lines, right? We know that it is the countries of the imperial core that are overwhelmingly responsible, and specifically their ruling classes, who control the means of production, and energy systems and investment, et cetera, are overwhelmingly responsible for the excess emissions that are driving climate breakdown, right? We know that's a fact. We also know it's a fact that the global south suffers the overwhelming majority of the impacts of climate breakdown, right? The people who have contributed literally nothing to the crisis whatsoever, not contributed a small amount, contributed nothing, right? And it's not just, of course, climate breakdown that we face. There's also other dimensions of the ecological crisis. And here, too, we see the same thing playing out. When it comes to excess material use in the world economy, overwhelmingly, it's due to excess material use and accumulation in the imperial core. Half of the material use that's used in the core is net appropriated from the periphery, from the territories of the global south, right? Which causes severe damage. You don't see this damage in Sussex or in Finland. You see it in the Congo. You see it in Indonesia, right? You see it in Bolivia, in the frontiers of extraction. The core benefits and everyone else suffers. The ecological crisis represents processes of colonization and appropriation, and also is a disaster that's playing out along colonial lines. I think that's really important to spell out. And if we're not attentive to those colonial dimensions, I really think we're fundamentally missing the point. We're fundamentally missing the point. The other thing I want to point out here is that we're in this incredible paradox, right, where the world economy, we know, is just massively productive. Like, our productive capacities are incredible. Think of the scale of the labor that humanity has at its disposal, the resources, the technology, the factories, the energy, the materials. Incredible amounts of production to the point of breaking past ecological limits, and yet the vast majority of the human population lives in conditions of massive deprivation. 80% of the population can't meet basic needs. So what explains this incredible paradox? It's ultimately our system of production. The social and ecological crisis that we face, which appears unresolvable, is ultimately a symptom of our system of production, capitalism, where our productive capacities, our incredible productive capacities, are organized overwhelmingly around what is most profitable to capital and what can most facilitate accumulation in the core, rather than what is obviously necessary to meet human needs and achieve our ecological objectives. And so we're in this wild place where it's like, oh, solving poverty is just going to take generations. Right? If we're lucky, we'll get people above $1.90 a day by the end of the century, right? The climate crisis, who can figure out how to solve this? It seems intractable. None of this is true. It's lies. These are problems that can be very easily solved and very quickly. The problem is that we don't have control over our own productive capacities because we don't have an economic democracy, right? Some of us live in political democracies where from time to time we get to elect government officials. But when it comes to the economic system, not even the pretense of democracy is allowed to exist. And that is ultimately the contradiction we face, I think, right? This is a crisis that at its root is about capitalism and can only be resolved by overcoming that fact. And the antidote to capitalism is economic democracy, that we should have collective democratic control over what we are producing, what the goals of our production are, who benefits from our production, and so on. And when we do, we can solve these problems quickly, right? We know exactly what to do. The problem is we don't have the power. And so I think that in the face of this crisis, we have to have clarity about what has to be achieved, and we have to start building the movements that are capable of achieving that. For the South, there's another element I think we have to pay attention to, which is that they need economic sovereignty, right? They need economic liberation at a national level first. The global North is overwhelmingly responsible for the crisis, but the global South, we know, also needs to engage in ecological planning, energy transition, et cetera, et cetera. How does anyone expect them to do that when they do not have sovereign control control over their own resources, their own labor, their own lands, their own energy, right? Under the thumb of structural adjustment programs that prevent them from using progressive industrial policy, prevent them from using progressive fiscal policy, prevent them from using progressive monetary policy, basic tools that we know can allow them to achieve developments and ecological transition, they are effectively denied from using. What is the solution?
This guy for president? Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think he's an American natural-born citizen. It's going to be
that for the South.
Somewhat
struggles for
disqualifying.
Economic liberation, right? Now, I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that a struggle for economic liberation in the South is fundamentally antithetical to the capitalist world economy. Because accumulation in the core depends utterly on the cheapening of labor and resources in the global South. It depends utterly on that and has for the past 500 years. And so any attempt by liberation struggles in the periphery to achieve economic independence, to use their own resources for their own development, for their own ecological transition, for their own human needs, is destabilizing for capital in the core. And capital reacts with the most extraordinary violent backlashes. We see it happening all the time. Now it is Palestine, before it was Libya, before it was Iraq, before it was Chile, before it was Indonesia, before it was the Congo. It will never stop. It's over and over.
This guy knows his fucking history, too. Pulls out those references lightning fast. Show me infinite growth on a finite planet. Yes, we can do that.
Climate and everything are the same word.
No problem. Totally feasible. In a fantasy world, that is. Alright, let's go to Thailand. A little further east. Talk coral in Thailand. Actually, wait, didn't we do this story? You know what? We did this story earlier this week. I'm gonna break this one. I'm gonna stop it right now. We talked coral. We talked coral, didn't we?
Schools of juvenile fish.
I'm pretty sure we did. Okay. Alright, what next? Break time, that's what it is. Break time. Alright. Well, I hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope. That's right, our space fams, the only way that we keep going here at the Galactic News Network. So do consider contributing, one of the many ways that we have available to you to help with the production of this show. So many great ways: YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. My favorite is, of course, and always has been, Patreon, where you can get the most space benefits available to you for your Earth dollars. Hey, Jaeger 8 Larson just subscribed on Twitch. Thanks for the subscription. Glad you're enjoying the show. Alright, chat. Perhaps the last space intermission of the evening, so make it count. Snacks, drinks, I'll be right back. By the way, I just wanted to mention this. I don't know if anybody is watching right now who just became a Patreon member, but if you did just become a Patreon member, remember to respond to my galactic questionnaire. Otherwise, I won't know what name to use for your shout out, and I won't know what you want for your avatar. So always remember, respond to those patron mails. Yes. Who said that? Yeah. That's right. More dent. Yule Cat, Santa, some of the other Christmas decorations still around because it is still technically Christmas. 12th and final day. Which means this is your last chance to see many of these Christmas decorations, including Tina twerking. So bask in the glory that is Tina's twerking right now, because this may be one of the last chances you will have to enjoy it. I'm sorry, it's true. I don't control the time, you know? I'm not Gregor. I didn't create your calendar, but I am sticking to it. So, you know, that's just how it is. Yep, it's true. Don't control time, just the stream. And, you know, all these beautiful Christmas decorations, they're going to be going away. I'll still leave some of the wintry stuff, like the snow and the ice, just to keep the feels a little bit. But many of these festive things, including this Santa hat on this old skeleton in the aquarium, it's all going away. He's going to be a regular skeleton with no Santa hat. It's going to be very sad. But it's a real thing. Very, very real. Now, if you didn't know, it's time for the third half, which means it's time for us to do a little bit of space news, which we haven't really gotten into all night. Space time.
After anxiously waiting for a signal for several days, NASA finally got confirmation that its solar probe was safe and that the mission was a success. The Parker Solar Probe made history by surviving the closest ever approach to the Sun, coming within 6.1 million kilometers of its surface on Christmas Eve.
Sitting and watching the seconds tick down to see when Parker was going to be back in range, and getting those first couple of hits from the Deep Space Network was just incredible. Like, you know, the anxiety of, oh my gosh, did it make it? Did it survive?
To endure temperatures up to 1,000 degrees Celsius, the probe was protected by a thick carbon foam shield, preventing the electronics on board from getting fried during the journey.
A daring mission to shed light on the mysteries of our closest star, the Sun.
The mission that has been building up to this milestone launched back in 2018, all part of a quest to better understand how the Sun works. NASA hopes the data collected by Parker will help answer some fundamental questions, particularly when it comes to temperatures.
The surface of the Sun is 5,500 degrees Celsius. But in the middle of this corona, we believe that it gets to up to 1 million or 2 million degrees Celsius. And we don't understand why, what's causing that to get so much hotter than the surface of the Sun.
As Parker now travels further away from the Sun, it'll be able to start sending data back to scientists. A first batch is expected on the 1st of January.
There you go, big news. Big space news there. Sent a probe, and it basically touched the Sun. And when they say touch the Sun, they mean literally millions of kilometers away. But it's the closest it's ever been in the history of man. So good job, us. Got some new fancy space data sent back to ourselves. When she said January, I'm pretty sure that means we should be seeing data from this satellite any day now, as that technically happened on the 31st of December. We didn't even talk about it. I mean, we talked about it before, but we didn't even talk about it on the day it happened. We were too busy celebrating New Year's Eve and talking about how shitty 2024 was. But there you go. That happened 6 days ago, and we should be receiving data very soon. All right. Last space news. A big light in sky expected to appear in east. Supposedly, we'll have to wait till the morning to be sure. Let's talk satellites.
Flew 18,000 kilometers for the first reception that moment, and so we were absolutely stoked yesterday when we got a signal. Our adversaries are very active in the skies above Carnarvon, and so we need to look at those spacecraft, and we need to make sure, for sovereignty of Australia and also our allies, that no one's doing anything nefarious.
It's really good that this landmark, and that's the thing, for the last 40 years it's been a landmark sitting there doing nothing, and now it's finally getting some life back into it.
And there you go. They've turned back on the Carnarvon satellite dish in Australia. Very exciting. Hey. Pause. There we go. Okay. Immediately, if not sooner. I don't know if that's in reference to...
Immediately, if not sooner.
But it's one of my favorite sound shots. Okay. What was I doing? I forget.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Settle down, Emma. Oh, that's right. We're talking about New Year's. I figured, real quick, to get us into the earthly news of the last half of the show, we would talk a little bit about New Year's celebrations, which only happened a few days ago. And really, by talk about them, I really mean view them. Pretty sweet, though, not gonna lie. Fireworks are cool, even though they are problematic for a number of reasons. Although doing them over water sort of reduces some of those problems. Holy shit, look at that. Thailand, okay. Thailand going in. What's that? I assume this is still Vietnam, Thailand. Here's the UAE. Oh my god. The water makes it look so good. Something about it. The reflections. Here's Kenya. Throwing some meat on the Barbie. Now look at that. Everybody enjoying, celebrating the new year together. Just like we did not so long ago. Alright, chat, back to the horrifying news of 2025 so far. It's been bad. I'm sure it's going to get better. Earth news. Let's go to South America first. Actually, no. No, Latin America. That's my bad. Latin America.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Honduras. Where Honduras' president came out, had some words about some stuff. It's been in the news recently, including the Galactic news.
President Xiomara Castro has responded to Donald Trump's threats of mass migrant deportations once he becomes president. In a national broadcast on New Year's Day, she said if he sends Hondurans back home, she could kick the US out of military bases in her country.
Illegal.
In the face of a hostile attitude of mass deportation of our people, we'd have to consider a change in our policy of cooperation with the United States, especially in the military field, where for decades they've maintained bases in our territory without paying a penny, which in this case would lose all reason to exist in Honduras.
Mass deportations are a big worry for Honduras. More than 500,000 of the country's people live in the States without legal status, according to official US figures. Many send much-needed remittances back home. Now Castro is putting into play the presence of US forces, particularly in Soto Cano, a Honduran airbase. They've been there since the 1980s, tasked with, among other things, counter-narcotic operations. Fellow Latin American President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico was asked about Castro's comments on Thursday. She responded briefly.
Ahora con la presidenta de Honduras.
We talked to the president.
Okay, that's good enough. But yeah. I really wish that Claudia here had taken the same tact which Honduras's president, Xiomara, or I think that's it. Xiomara? I'm not actually sure how to pronounce that properly. Either way, I wish Claudia had taken a page from this lady's book and threatened to shoot down American planes and kick the U.S. out of their country. You know, like, instead Claudia's like, you know what, we can work with that. We'll take in as many deportees as you want to kick out of your country. I felt this was a much better response. Way to go, Honduras. We'd have some balls. Or ovaries in this particular case. For fuck's sake. Where will it be cool enough to live after the global temperature goes up? Good question. Well, for a while it won't be very survivably warm. But because I think at some point the Earth will correct for us. You know what I mean? Where they will, where the Earth will probably, from what I can tell, send us into a horrifying dark ice age for humanity, a literal ice age. We've been talking about like how the Atlantic meridional overturning current, the AMOC, has been slowing down in a particular spot that's been worrying not just me but scientists about what might happen in the future with that spot if the current were to slow down further. And, you know, we're talking about sending anything north of, what was it, DC or something like that? Anything north of DC into an ice age. So, I mean, we'll probably, well, it won't be so hot that it'll be unsurvivable. Now we'll just have to figure out how to not freeze to death. You know, there will probably be some period of time where it's so goddamn hot that many people die because of the heat. We already had a shitty year, 2024. How many people died from heat stroke? A lot. I'm not sure the number. So yeah, I'm sure it'll continue to get hotter until it doesn't, and it gets much, 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 much colder to a point. And I don't know how our society would even function in an ice age. Like, I think just most of the population would have to move south, literally. Which would be fascinating. It would be a fascinating sort of dichotomy change, if you will, were it to happen. What in the fuck is that sound? Oh, okay, yes. Let's go to the BBC. Where in the UK, a fascinating little discovery has been found.
Fossilised bones aren't the only way to study dinosaurs. Preserved footprints also offer clues to their prehistoric lives. Now, some of the biggest trackways ever found in the UK have been discovered in Oxfordshire. Scientists hope it'll help them understand even more about how dinosaurs moved around. Our science editor, Rebecca Morell, reports.
Following in the footsteps of a Jurassic giant. This is where a dinosaur walked 166 million years ago, its footprints revealing the comings and goings of.
You think the greenhouse effect will override the shutting down of the AMOC? It's an interesting theory. I think they're both equally likely, honestly. It could be like I don't have the ability right now to assess that in any sort of empirical way. They're such huge systems. But like we both know, the AMOC is a hugely important heat transfer on our planet.
Prehistoric world. But it wasn't alone. Different trackways crisscrossed this entire site. They were discovered on the floor of a limestone quarry in Oxfordshire by one of the workers.
So what I was doing, basically clearing the clay, and I was hitting a hump.
So like
yeah,
this
yeah,
thing
it was,
here?
as it turned out, it was this front bit I was hitting, and I thought it's just an abnormality in the ground, but then it got to another about 3
You know what
meters
I
long,
love
it's
about
come
this?
Again.
This video is hilarious, and the comment section is it's also hilarious because I literally was thinking to myself while watching this video, like, why leave the fucking banner up the whole time when you're talking about something on the ground? This guy just keeps pointing to the banner. They keep pointing down to the ground for the entire video, but then they've got this fucking giant red banner across the screen so you can't see what they're pointing at. And the entire comment section is just filled with people pointing that out. They're just like, what the fuck, BBC? I know that you wanted to remind us it's BBC, but we literally can't see what you're talking about.
The ground, but then it got to another about 3 meters long, it was hump again. And then it went another 3 meters, hump again. And when I got out and examined it, it looked like footprints. And the weird thing about it was, when you sit there, it was like, I'm the first person to see them. Yeah, it was a bit of a tingling moment, really.
Over the summer, scientists, students and volunteers joined the dig. They discovered about 200 footprints, some stretching for 150 metres, making it the largest track site ever found in the UK and one of the biggest in the world. This is the first trackway that was discovered here. It was made by a sauropod, a huge long-necked dinosaur. But the team quickly realised it wasn't the only one, and they found footprints from 2 more sauropods, as well as from a smaller meat-eating 2-legged dinosaur called a megalosaur. And they think that there are plenty more of these waiting to be discovered here. The area was once a tropical lagoon, and the tracks were made as the dinosaurs walked across the mud. But something happened that stopped the footprints from being washed away, possibly a storm that covered them up with sediment, perfectly preserving them.
So the really lovely thing about a dinosaur footprint, particularly if you have a trackway, is that it is a snapshot in the life of the animal. You can learn things about how that animal moved, you can learn how fast it was moving, you can learn exactly what the environment that it was living in was like. So tracks give us a whole different set of information that you can't get from the bone fossil record.
We're coming up to a dinosaur crossroads. What you have here are footprints from a sauropod, and you can actually see as it pressed down into the mud how it created this ridge here. There is also a footprint from a smaller 2-legged meat-eating dinosaur called a megalosaur, and it was moving in this direction. The question is, which one walked through here first? And scientists think it was the sauropod, because you can see.
I think she just said that name wrong. I'm pretty sure it's Megalodon, isn't it? Anybody? Did they not just say Megalodon to us?
Slightly crushed down this ridge as it was walking through. At the Oxford University Museum of Natural History, a Megalosaurus specimen is one
Maybe
of the
I'm
world's
wrong.
most
I must be
important
wrong.
fossils.
Megalosaurus.
I must have been wrong. I must have been listening badly. Oh, that's what happens when it gets late.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
The first dinosaur ever named anywhere in the world. So this exact fossil, this is the real one in my hands, this fossil started all of the last 200 years of dinosaur science. The whole animal would have been between 6 and 9 meters in length, and in life this animal would have had these impressive serrated teeth all the way along its jawbone. These were agile, carnivorous predators. They were the largest predatory dinosaurs in the Jurassic period in Britain.
The future fate of the trackways hasn't yet been decided. The quarrying will go on here for several years. But paleontologists think there are more footprints, echoes of our prehistoric past, just waiting to be discovered.
I wonder what Dr. Grant would have to say about their archaeological activities here. You know, we're going to talk about this again tomorrow because I have fun dinosaur videos I want to watch. There's something wrong with me. Why do I like the Jurassic Park movies so much? They're not scientifically accurate, but they're just fast. They're just one of my favorite fucking film series. If you know what I'm talking about, you're great. If you don't know what I'm leading you into for later, well, You're just gonna have to come to the next stream. Sunday Fun Day will happen tomorrow. The Meg, oh my god. Come on. The Meg was a great movie. It was hilarious. You know, you got Statham in there, you got oh shit, I think that's the only actor I think I know in that movie. That's all you need. That's all you need. Just some Statham. Alright, let's go to Kenya. As people are continuing to protest months after the initial protests over recent abductions and targeting of government critics in Kenya by military police.
The government of President Ruto stops abducting people. This action is by the government, which is targeting its critics. So this regime has become rogue, and we are here to demand, to call the regime back to order, to demand that the regime follows the rule of law or it vacates office.
We're existing in a time where we have to live in fear. So I'm so proud of everyone who's here, because we've all come out to say this is our country and it's not possible for us to live the way we have been living under this regime in this country.
Seriously. The fact is Kenya's government's been incredibly corrupt, and it does stem from the president himself. He has been at the helm of much of that corruption, and or just sort of the guy who looks the other way on the rest of it. And I mean, it's not the only thing that's been going wrong in Kenya, because it's been sort of a problem that's been going on for longer than he's been in power. But he certainly has exacerbated it, continued to work with Western powers while, you know, enriching himself and his buddies, but leaving the rest of the country to just sort of fight amongst each other for the rest of the resources. You hope Jason Statham wouldn't lie to you. Yeah, me too. Me too. He is an actor, though, after all. You just watched the end of Meg 2? Oh, God. I didn't even know they made a second one. I need to watch it now. You know what my my real, what do you call it? Guilty pleasure shark-based movie is? Sharknado. I know it's an incredibly stupid movie, and that is part of the reason why I enjoy it, okay? But Sharknado is one of those sort of, like, just fantastically insane apocalypse movies, if you will, that combines things like tornadoes and sharks in a way that is masterful cinematic. I can't finish that sentence, but it's true. I really do like those movies. I don't know why. They're terrible. They're some of the worst movies ever. Oh, God. Okay. We're going to go back to talking about New Year's Eve, where things were a little less joyous in a particular place in the Baltic region. Let's go to Serbia. We are here to mark the new year, but in a special way. We'll stay silent at midnight. I'm glad that we're gathering here together. And we are here to mark this holiday. But today we mark it with the memory of the people who are no longer with us. I'm here because it's my duty, because my children are here, and because the children of my family are here, because it's extraordinarily beautiful to be together with the people who are showing that some things are possible to us elderly folks who thought this was impossible. I assume that was the sound of fireworks going off somewhere else. But yeah, Serbia's been dealing with some real real protests going on over there. Most of it was sort of set off by the collapse of a train station, which killed, I don't remember exactly how many, but it was a lot. So there was a lot of people at this train station. And that set off these protests. Now, there's been some other problems in Syria's government, which have sort of helped to add fuel to that fire. I think that really the train station collapse was sort of the final straw, if you will, for people in Serbia. But things are very complicated. We don't have time to unpack all of it. Ah, God. All right, let's go now to talk about what's been going on with Russia. Lately, they've been pretty busy. But for different reasons than usual. Before we go to Russia, let's go here to Sweden. Forgot about this one. Ah, God. 2025's looking pretty shit. Jesus Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I need this. I need to do something for this video because the AP archive can't be bothered to actually add subtitles to the videos. Okay, here we go. Now, you might be asking yourself, why are we staring randomly at Swedish graves? Yeah, you're gonna find out shortly. Don't you worry. There's a reason. It's not just for morbid, sort of gross voyeurism or whatever. No. There's a reason. At the beginning of 2023, we received recommendations from the Church of Sweden's National Secretariat, which holds continuous consultations with the Civil Contingencies Agency, MSB, and the Armed Forces. The recommendation said, we need to make sure there are sufficient burial grounds to have capacity to bury 5% of the population. In my case, in Gothenburg, that means capacity for 30,000 people, who in the event of war will need to be buried within a short space of time. That is troubling. It is a troubling sort of preparation that they are undertaking here in Sweden. But of course, all of these countries that are sort of, either bordering or almost bordering Russia, or maybe on the other side of Ukraine, things like that, have all been sort of, I don't know if amping up rhetoric is the right word, but have been clearly concerned ever since the beginning of all of this, honestly. But the rhetoric just continues to get just wilder and wilder. Sweden preparing to bury 3% of its population? It's fucked. Nobody's dead yet. They're not even at war, but they're like, we could be tomorrow. And stories like the one we're about to talk about, upcoming here right now, are the sort of stories that I think lead to this kind of thinking.
Extensive shrapnel damage, the physical evidence there at the Kazakhstan airport strongly suggests that this aircraft was hit by some kind of anti-aircraft weapon. It was going into Grozny. There was a drone attack either underway or in the previous hours. There was radar jamming, which made it difficult for the airline crew to land. And by all accounts, they were hit by a missile. So we know what happened. We need to look carefully at why it happened, and most importantly, how to prevent it from reoccurring.
All right. So yeah, if you didn't hear about that crash, an Azerbaijan airline, or a plane from an Azerbaijan airline, which was headed for, I believe, what was it again? Poland? I think it was fuck, I can't remember exactly where it was headed, but it was forced to divert to Kazakhstan, and on its diversion route was shot down. The allegations currently stand as it being Russian. And shockingly, although perhaps not that shockingly, because Azerbaijan is a Russian ally, Vladimir Putin came out to make a statement because this aircraft was shot down in Russian airspace.
I'm going to bring you some breaking news now, and Russia's president has apologized to the president of Azerbaijan for an incident in Russian airspace involving an Azerbaijan Airlines passenger plane, which crashed on Wednesday. 38 people died when that plane, destined for Grozny in Russia, came down in neighboring Kazakhstan. Earlier, the US said it had indications that Russian air defense systems were responsible for downing the plane. Let's go to Dorsa Jabari, who's standing by for us in Moscow. So, Dorsa, just tell us more about what we're hearing from the Kremlin.
Well, according to a readout of the phone conversation that took place between Russian President Vladimir Putin and the president of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev, the conversation surrounded the Russian president first saying that he was apologizing for the fact that this incident happened over Russian airspace. He did not acknowledge any role Russian military or Russian forces would have had in shooting down possibly this plane, but he did say that he was sorry that it happened over Russian airspace. Then he went on to offer his condolences to the families of the 38 people that lost their lives in this crash. The Russian president also highlighted the fact that the two countries are now working together. The information we got from the readout of this phone conversation was that two prosecutor general members from the Azerbaijan Prosecutor General Office are in Grozny at the moment, working with their Russian counterpart to continue the investigation that has gotten underway after this plane crash happened on December 25th. And we are also understand that the Russian officials continue to investigate the incident. And we have heard from various Russian officials, the one being the head of the Russian Civil Aviation Agency. He said that the situation in Chechnya is very complicated due to Ukrainian drone strikes in the region that have been increasing over the past few weeks. And that is why, reportedly, this passenger plane was not allowed to land in Grozny, and it had to travel away from that area across the Caspian and land in Kazakhstan, where it crashed. So there is a lot of questions remaining, but it's clear that the Russian president acknowledging for the first time that this incident took place over Russian airspace, but coming short from admitting the possibility that the Russian military had any part in bringing it.
I'm very sorry. Things happen on Russian airspace. Sometimes we don't know what the reason is, but bad thing happened. I'm very, very sorry for all people who die. Super, super sorry. Not our fault, but this is bad. Yeah, I feel bad. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta do a thing. Okay, I'm back. Oops, wrong screen. Alright. Where are we at? Time. Holy shit, we've been going longer than even I thought this was gonna take. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. Let's do a happy story. It's already been a rough year, somehow. Let's do a slightly positive story. In Sudan, of all places. No, this is the wrong one. Not helpful. God damn you. It was very specific. Sudan, please. Thank you.
The Ahalina cultural group believes art can mend even the deepest wounds. Displaced children from camps are taught traditional dances and songs representing Sudan's diverse regions. This initiative is about more than performance. It's a way to preserve culture and inspire unity in a fractured society.
We began in the shelter centers to treat the war traumas that displaced children and families were exposed to by moving the steel through music and beats. Our project is still ongoing, and we called it Wellness Arts. Our goal was first to convey our cultural heritage to future generations.
Each step and rhythm reflects Sudan's identity, uniting children who have and are still experiencing unimaginable hardships.
The response from the children at the beginning of the project was weak because these children came from war zones and many of them saw atrocities. It was shocking for us to change these images they brought from war zones, but things have changed now. These rhythms were inside them, and what we did was activating them. The response has been amazing.
For the children, this transformation is a gateway to rediscovering hope and pride.
We learned a lot from this band. We got to know the heritage of different tribes we didn't know before, and we were able to perform their dances. The band made us love Sudan more and told us that we are all Sudanese, united by one homeland. Despite the war, we became one hand to challenge the difficulties.
By connecting children with Sudan's rich heritage, Ahalina is bridging divides and nurturing a new generation to embrace diversity.
Songs and dances are chosen to express us as a whole and as one Sudan. By taking models from the north, east, west, and center, we present a single painting that's essentially our Sudanese identity. The results are clear. We were able to change and instill in them our Sudanese identity and beauty.
In the shadow of conflict, these initiatives inspire children to shine, offering a stage for their talents and a vision of a peace.
I didn't even notice those at the beginning. Palestinian flags in Sudan. At least I think that's what those are, right? Hold on. My brain just broke. Oh, no, it's reversed. That's Sudan's flag. My brain just broke. I forgot. It's black on top, red on the bottom. Palestine. Sudan is the opposite. Now, this isn't a criticism of the people, more like sort of just a personal gripe. I wish people would stop using so many similar flags out there and make my life a little easier so I can remember flags better. Oh my god. There are so many flags that are so close to being a different flag that it just breaks me. Oh my god. Like earlier we had this whole discussion. I remember us having this discussion over like the Houthi and the Yemeni flag. Or was it the Houthi and the... No, sorry, the Houthi and the Hezbollah flag? Because they're slightly different, but it's just like, it's so vaguely different that they're almost indistinguishable if you're not paying like super close attention. That's really all on me. It's my fault. I should be paying more close attention to things. Where? Ah, damn it. There we go. Well, I assume you all know what's about to happen. We're in Africa. And we gotta keep going east. What's east of Africa is the Middle East. So I guess it's time for us to go to talk about Gaza. At this point, things are still fucked. Seemingly just getting more fucked every single day. Here's the Associated Press from 2 days ago. The aftermath of an Israeli airstrike. An airstrike that killed at least 10 people. We were sleeping. Everyone was taking shelter in their tents from the cold. And we suddenly found the world turned upside down. Why and for what? They say that Mawasi is safe. They claim that they are safe, but there is no safety except from in God. Children, women, men, all of them are cut up. So Israel keeps attacking tent camps for no apparent reason aside from genocide. Genocidal goals. But on the same day, another strike happened because Israel's got to finish up destroying Gaza. This one killed 50 people.
Palestinians searched through the rubble at a tent camp sheltering displaced families on Thursday after a series of Israeli airstrikes across the Gaza Strip. Medics said dozens of Palestinians were killed in the strikes, including 11 people who were sheltering here in the Al-Mawasi district, an area designated as a humanitarian zone for civilians earlier in the war between Israel and Hamas. This woman said she heard the sound of airplanes shortly after midnight. As you can see, it is devastation, complete destruction, she said. What have the children done to be hit? The Director General of Gaza's police department and his aide were killed in the strike, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Interior Ministry. The Israeli military said it had conducted an intelligence-based strike in Al-Mawasi just west of Khan Yunis. It said the aide was the head of Hamas security forces in southern Gaza. Other strikes included hits on the Interior Ministry headquarters in Khan Yunis and North Gaza's Jabalia refugee camp. Israel's military said it had targeted Hamas militants who intelligence indicated were operating in a command and control center inside a Khan Yunis municipality building. The Israeli military has accused Gaza militants of using built-up residential areas for cover. Hamas denies this. Hamas's smaller ally Islamic Jihad said it fired rockets into southern Israel on Thursday. The Israeli military said it intercepted one projectile in the area that had crossed from southern Gaza. Israel has killed more than 45,500 Palestinians in the war, according to Gaza's health ministry. The war was triggered by Hamas's October 7, 2023 cross-border attack on southern Israel, in which 1,200 people were killed. Another 251 were taken hostage to Gaza, according to Israeli tallies.
Gotta keep those Israeli tallies in mind. Yes, of course, they're the people of record that we want to be asking about all this stuff. Fucking AP. Garbage. Gotta ask the Israelis how many people they killed. Makes sense. Let's go to Jerusalem. See what's going on there. Now those missiles you're seeing going over, apparently from the Houthis.
We moved here from Haifa. We
thought it would be lower the amount of sirens and missiles that we are getting. It turned out to be very ironic that a month after we moved here, a missile exploded near us. There's nothing you can do. This country is like musical chairs. Yes, but it's really completely different when it happens to you.
This organization, which is almost 2,000 kilometers from Israel, Israel needs to do, I will say, few levels of engaging with them. The first one is to cut totally the supply lines between between Iran and Yemen Houthis, which means to cut all the shipping lanes and all the aerial transportation that the Iranians are transferring weapons to the Houthis.
I honestly found that Israeli man complaining about having to move around Israel somewhat cathartic, considering how many times we've had to hear people in Gaza talk about being forcibly moved around their territory. You know, shoe on the other foot, you know? Oh boy, here we are. And this one is pretty disturbing. And not because of any sort of graphic images, anything like that. But instead, this one's just got to do with the stuff people have to say in Israel. As a parent YouTuber went around asking people what they think about stuff going on to Palestinians and all sorts of other questions you might find relevant.
Yeah, it's so hard. The biggest difficulty is coping with all of the. Oh man, it's such a tough job that the Israeli occupying force has. You know, can we just reframe the conversation to the real victims here? Me, my feelings.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed. Civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know.
Who gives?
Oh wow.
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs.
Oh my god, that was wildly racist. Children grow up to be Arabs. Wow.
את לא רוצה לענות על זה?
תודה.
אוקיי, אפשר לשאול למה?
כי אני לא חושבת שיש מישהו שהוא חף פשע שם.
את יודעת כמה חפים מפשע?
It's so funny seeing these like otherwise lovely old ladies that look like they're probably kind to their immediate family members say such unrestricted Nazi-style politics, like demonstrate such rapacious, supremacist Nazi attitudes. It's crazy. It's a lovely aunt. And the lovely aunt is like, yeah, we should execute every child because then we'll teach the adults a lesson. Longer clip from the first woman here.
Civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know.
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs. I shouldn't say this.
Yeah, because it's horrifying.
I read the numbers last week. My memory died and went to heaven. I don't think children...
Because the fact is, if someone said that, the reverse of that statement about... Or not the reverse of that statement, they just said that statement, but instead Arabs replaced it with Jews. I think everyone would be equal, like just as horrified as I am now by that statement, right? Like I think most people would be utterly shocked to hear somebody say something like that about Jews, right? Children grow up to be Jews. You know what I mean? Like if somebody said that to you, you know, you would be utterly horrified, right? Like, it's disgusting. And I'm sure she would be utterly horrified by that statement if I said it to her, right? But, like, she's willing to say this statement about another group of people. It's clearly horrifyingly racist and disgusting. And I'm deeply offended by this kind of talk, right? Like, I grew up learning a lot about the Holocaust from early age, right? I have Jewish family, and I live in an area that has a large Jewish population. And from the time I was a little kid, you know, we would do Holocaust remembrance stuff and all this shit. And then we're in this moment where we have Jews saying horrifyingly genocidal statements without second thought. Well, I guess she gave it a second thought, but then she doubled down on it. And it's despicable to me. I don't know how we got to this place, and it needs to stop, right? I don't understand how we're allowing this dichotomy to continue on, right? Because the fact is this is just a tiny little single individual, but it represents like an entire paradigm that we're living under right now, where anti-Semitism isn't just illegal. There's entire House committees on it in the United States, while you can say pretty much whatever you want about Arabs and have zero consequences happening to you in this country. In fact, you might get an award, you might get, you know, who knows what, you get a podcast at least. Sam Harris is a great example. But it's just fascinating that this is how we can continue going on like this. It's beyond fascinating. There's another word I can't come up with right now. Depressing. That's not the one I was thinking of.
Should suffer, but they're always casualties. And since they do a lot of pour-vu, that is the natural result.
You know, those Arabs, they breed like rabbits, an infestation.
Do you understand why the world is so angry? Because they keep seeing so...
Overall, the world.
Sure, Israelis are taught that growing up, but this woman is not born in Israel. She's got like a, you know, like a Upper East Side Jewish accent from New York. Like this woman was not born in Israel. I can almost guarantee it.
Okay. This person, even recognizing that the world is angry, puts her as like...
And I'm not trying to dismiss what you're saying about Israelis being propagandized about the threats about them. I'm just pointing out that this woman had plenty of time, I'm pretty sure, outside of Israel to have formulated her own opinions.
One of the more progressive members of Israeli society, okay? I was going to say, I'm suspecting that she will say it's because they're anti-Semitic, or like... The talking tree here, okay? The dialogue tree goes into two directions here. Why do you think the world is angry then? Anti-Semitism is the, average hardliner position, or they just simply don't understand the living conditions that we have here with Arabs.
Does not really understand what's going on here. They do not grasp the concept.
Although there is one thing I will say, which, take you with a grain of salt. But, there is a lot of Zionism. It's sort of built into some of the apparatuses of Jewish life, right? Community life, right? Like in different, just wherever you might be, right? Like things like Hallel. Honestly, I grew up not questioning it whatsoever. It sounded perfectly fine to me when I was a kid, right? Like, go on a pilgrimage to Israel. What's wrong with that? You're Jewish, and blah, blah, blah. because it is sort of fed to you growing up as it just being completely normal and having no actual negative consequences on anybody, when of course there are. But it's just a matter of what information you're told, you know, what's omitted.
Israel was attacked, and Palestinians, there is no such thing as Palestinians. They're
Jesus
Arabs
Christ.
who have many countries to flee to and nobody wants them to. But if we do call them Palestinians...
All right. Palestine existed before Israel. This is just a factually, like, it's a historically insane statement that we hear all the time, but it's just historically inaccurate. You know, like, the state of Israel didn't exist until modern times, okay? There were Jewish states in the land where Israel is, but it was never actually called Israel until the modern era, really, like, in the way that it's, like, currently exists, right? Like, and if anything, like, it was certainly much smaller back in the Bible, if we want to talk about Bible times and stuff. But the point is Palestine definitely was an existing place before the country of Israel was created in modern history. And it's just ridiculous to suggest that it's not. I mean, sure, Britain are the ones, the British are the ones who claimed it, but then the British are also the ones who helped create Israel. So it's like, anybody want to check on some stuff here?
Their parents use them as human shields
Wow.
to gain sympathy.
Wow.
The natural instinct
Just
of
to
a
gain
Jewish
sympathy.
mother is to
Wow.
protect her child. Palestinian
My God.
Palestinian women do not
Oh
have that.
my God.
How do you know this?
From years of living here.
Can you give an example of something you've seen?
As I said, my memory died and went to heaven, but I read newspapers
Oh.
every single day, and I've read many different
I'm sorry.
stories.
Her memory died and went to heaven, but she can remember the resolute fact in her mind that Palestinian mothers don't have the same maternal instincts that Jewish mothers have. That is disgusting.
Where the woman took her child and put her in front, and then she thought this is going to gain sympathy with her readers around the world, and it does.
Is this real? I find it really hard to believe that people are this blatantly evil. Dude, this doesn't register as evil in her mind, okay? That's what's so... This is what people don't ever comprehend, okay? From where we're standing, we hear this lady say some of the most horrifying things with ease, and we are shocked. In her mind, she thinks this is the most normal thing you could say. There is always a cycle of propaganda that must justify the horrifying actions that the state takes. There's so much literature on this. There's so much research dedicated to how, oftentimes also conducted by Jewish scholars, Jewish academics as well, many of which also are not exactly supporters of Israel either. You literally don't know the half of it. Brother, Jewish grandparents are notoriously the most loving and kindest people you will meet, and make bomb-ass food and will always keep you fed majority of the time. Like, I know this lady gives the best hugs and makes bomb, but this is also the exact representation of how all my older Jewish relatives think. Yeah. That's why I'm saying that, like, I'm sure that she is otherwise not a psychopath. You know, like Ukrainians are Nazis. What? No one actually believes that, I don't think. That's like a really justification at best. That I don't even know if Russians believe that. I'm sure there are some Russians who do. She does not consider what she's saying to be evil. Okay.
Seriously, though.
In the same way that, like, the average Nazi Germany supporter, the
denazification of Ukraine as a pretext or like justification for Russia's invasion is hilarious. Let's not forget the what's it called? The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Okay?
Nazi supporter in
If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up.
Germany did not consider the government to be evil. At most, they considered it to be a necessary evil. Let's see what this lady had to say.
נהרגו בעזה.
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
לא? למה?
לא מעניין אותי, אני...
Because that's one thing that I feel like a lot of people who are big into Russia, sort of like Russia defenders, always bring up is that Russia defeated the Nazis. But let's not forget the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, okay? Because up until the invasion of Russia by Germany, Russia was actually working with Germany. They were actually fine with all the Nazi stuff. It annoyed them when they invaded their own country because they had that pact going on. They were like, "What the fuck, guy?" And that's when they were like, "Okay, well, we can't let you do this." Otherwise, they would have been fine sitting there and watching the Nazis take over all of Europe.
How many?
It seems like a lot of people who don't like you do that, where they will deliberately misrepresent your position, even if you tell them that's not what you're saying to their face. But it's so strange. It's such a strange thing to say. Yeah, I don't know exactly what Corey Schuster's own personal opinion on Israel is, but I have watched his videos before, and they are very interesting.
את יודעת כמה חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה?
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
Hold on, I'm going to skip the ones that are conducted in Hebrew. I mean, just because it's, I just don't feel like translating right now. It's been a long day. We're almost at 8 hours right now, people.
הכי הומניים. פשוט חשוב שידעו את זה. הם לא באים לרצוח, הם רוצים רק להגן על מדינת ישראל ועל האזרחים שלהם.
Do you know how many civilians have been killed in Gaza?
I don't know the exact amount, but I think it's around 20 to 25K. I think something like that.
According to BB and according to the UN, it's around 16,000. That was the latest thing.
Okay.
Do you understand why internationally the people are very disturbed by this?
Yeah, I do, because they don't really understand why it's happening. They just see it.
Oh, we're too dumb.
You know, they scroll on
You just
Twitter,
don't understand. We're just scrolling too much.
They just see it. They see the facts, and they don't understand why it's happening. They don't really
Can't
get
understand
the bigger picture.
the
of the
onus
story.
behind the genocide.
And the bigger picture of the story is, you know, everything is happening because of a group, a little violent, called Hamas. You know, basically everything is happening because of that. They started everything. They have always wanted war. Israelis never want war. We don't want it.
Never. It just happens to be that way, you know, it's crazy.
We even barely wanted to start this war after what happened. Do you know what I mean? And, you know, that's basically...
Does it bother you there are so many civilians getting killed?
Listen, my brother has been inside the Gaza Strip for around 4.5 months. So I know a little bit more than usual people around, even around Israel. But listen, most of the kids there that are getting killed, I never support little children dying. You know, I never want it. But if you look at the bigger picture, which is I don't want to look at it like that. Sorry about my...
You know, you never want children to die, but some children have bad vibes, you know? They just happen to be Palestinian.
My French. Most of them will grow up not to hate Israel. I don't really care if you hate Israel, because most of the world hates Israel. But most of them will grow up not only supporting Hamas, which is a crime by itself, but joining them, which is the worst of the worst. Listen, what happened a couple of years ago with Gilad Shalit, we took one soldier that was held captive for around 1,000 prisoners, and most of those prisoners are the cause of what happened on the 10th of October.
What is he talking about? Jesus Christ. Anyway. Yeah, you know, the things being said in this video are utterly just wild. They vary between just purely genocidal to just a regurgitation of propaganda. It's all just fascinating. Horrifying, really. We don't have time to watch the whole thing because of how long the stream has gone on, but let's go back to Gaza and talk about a different thing that's killing Gazan children now. They're all intense.
In Gaza, where 8 Palestinians, 7 of whom were babies, have died from exposure to the winter weather, leading to hypothermia. Israel has blocked humanitarian aid, including blankets and adequate tents. So, what is hypothermia? Well, the condition occurs when the body loses heat faster than it can generate it. The human body needs to maintain a core temperature of about 37 degrees Celsius, which it does through digestion and through movement. And it must stay within a narrow margin of around 1 degree, which allows vital organs, including the brain and the heart, to function. Let's speak now to Dr. Tanya Hasanabi, who's a pediatric intensive care and humanitarian physician. He made several trips to Gaza and joins us live now from Amman in Jordan. Doctor, great to have you with us. Thank you for your time. Now, the point is here, the temperatures may not necessarily be sub-zero, but the cold temperature can still kill if you're not warm, particularly if you're a newborn baby.
Yeah, certainly. So hypothermia is not uncommon in young infants if they're not properly bundled or kept in a reasonable temperature. And that's because as your surface area to volume ratio increases, which is the case as children are quite small, so the younger the child, the larger their surface area to volume ratio, you're more likely to lose heat, but also you don't have the glycogen stores to produce heat. So you don't have the sugar or the sugar stores and the subcutaneous fat that allows you to generate heat when you need to. And so what ends up happening is these children get very cold, their blood sugar drops, and it changes a lot of things within their circulation, and it can directly lead to death. And that is not unexpected. And that is why young infants are cared for so tenderly by their families with blankets and warm environments, and something that people in Gaza have been stripped of every means of doing for their children. A member of my family had a baby just before Christmas, and I'm about 200 kilometers away from Gaza right now. I'm in Amman, Jordan, and it's been too cold to take the baby out. And when we do take the baby out, the baby's bundled and is kept warm. It has been bitterly cold here, not unexpectedly bitterly cold, but it's wet. And if you get wet, you freeze. It's just how biology works.
Yeah, no kidding. And it doesn't help that all these people have been starving this whole time. So they're malnourished. That means there's less fat stores on their body with which to draw from to create body heat. And therefore, they are even more susceptible to being frozen to death. Woof. This back half is getting real gloomy, people. I'm sorry. Oh, God, we're going to have to wrap this up soon. Might have to do some of these stories later. Yeah. Let's just do 2 more. This is your second to last story, chat. Great job to all of you for making it this far. Let's go to Owen Jones.
The BBC is in civil war over its coverage of Israel and Palestine, with journalists there at breaking point because of their outrage at what they regard as systematic pro-Israel propaganda at the corporation. That's a finding of my new detailed investigation into the BBC for the brilliant Dropsite News. It's based on the testimony of 13 BBC journalists on a huge amount of research and the crucial work of 2 data journalists who I worked with. Do go read the piece at dropsitenews.com. It's a long piece because there's a lot to expose. The link is in the video description. Now, fundamentally, of course, BBC journalists emphasise this is a systemic problem. At one editorial meeting in November 2023, when there were lively heated disagreements in an effort to regain control, Deborah Turness, the CEO of BBC News, declared, "We've got to all remember this all started on the 7th of October. That caused a furious response for BBC staff. Lillian Lander, the former head of the BBC World Service, disagreed, pointing to the decades of Israeli occupation before the 7th of October. She said, no, I'm going to have to say that's not the case, and I'm sure that's not how you meant to phrase it. I know all this happened because it was corroborated by more than one BBC journalist who was present. Now, as I was working on the piece, more examples kept coming up. I mean, I was leaked the WhatsApp conversation of multiple BBC correspondents and producers and editors in the Middle East. They're known as the big dogs by BBC management. When the Amnesty report concluded Israel had committed genocide, when that was released, the beginning of this month, one of those correspondents noted how the strapline on the BBC was Israel rejects fabricated claims of genocide. One journalist there said, FFS, it's an open goal for those who say we're frit of upsetting the Israelis and keep on couching our stories in an Israel says narrative. Frit means afraid. As one BBC journalist put it to me, these are established senior correspondents and it's even bothering them. Now, the BBC came back to me and said, we take feedback on our coverage seriously, but criticism of BBC output based on a single screenshot taken during a few seconds of coverage or on false assertions that topics haven't been covered when they have is invalid and disingenuous. It's quite funny, they're calling their correspondents there disingenuous. Now, there was another strapline used that day. Amnesty International accuses Israel of genocide. But the BBC kept the report from its main programmes. It was on radio stations, but journalists note the report was not covered at all on the BBC's flagship news programmes. BBC One's News at 1, News at 6, News at 10, Newsnight, the flagship current affairs programme on BBC Two. Now, according to broadcast regulator Ofcom, BBC One is the most frequented news source in Britain. On the 5th of December, the day the Amnesty report was released, 3.7 million viewers tuned into the BBC News at 6 alone. The news channel attracts only a small fraction of that audience, so the vast majority of BBC viewers just would not have come across the report. And on the BBC website itself, the report only appeared 12 hours after the embargo was lifted, as the 7th item in order of importance. But then the BBC failed to put it in the Israel-Gaza tab at the top of the website. That's always there for people to click on. And that meant the traffic was massively reduced.
I'm sure that was a mistake. I'm sure that was just
a mistake.
Yeah.
An unfortunate mistake. One BBC journalist said that was desperate, by the way. I want to explain how this piece came about. I was first contacted by a BBC journalist about the killing of Mohammed Bahar in July. He was a 24-year-old Palestinian man with Down syndrome and autism. He needed round-the-clock care from his family. He was terrified and traumatized by an Israeli onslaught he didn't understand. Seriously. On the 3rd of July, the Israeli military raided his home, and as the family begged for mercy, the Israeli army set their dog on this 24-year-old man with Down syndrome and autism as he begged for it to stop. This injured young man was put in a separate room and locked away while the family were driven away at gunpoint. They eventually returned. A week later, they found his decomposing body. Now, in the Middle East Eye correctly headlined this: Palestinian with Down syndrome left to die by Israeli soldiers after combat dog attack.
Illegal.
The Independent covered it with Gaza man with Down syndrome mauled by Israeli attack dog and left to die, family says. The BBC's original headline: the lonely death of Gaza man with Down syndrome. What the BBC journalist talked me through was a constant framing of stories on terms favourable to Israel. When the IDF killed a 16-year-old Palestinian girl, it was all framed in pro-Israel terms. The headline: Israel says likely killed Palestinian girl in error. The first paragraph: Israel says its forces appear to have unintentionally killed a 16-year-old Palestinian girl amid a gun battle with militants in the occupied West Bank. Can you imagine if it was the other way around? Can you imagine a 16-year-old Israeli girl who'd been killed?
No, that would never happen like that. Of course not. And we covered that story when it happened months ago. It's as horrifying now as it is then. Oh, fuck. And it's just, I think it's just compounded by the fact that supposedly respected news outlets were failing to cover the story properly. It's so frustrating. So very frustrating. All right. Last story of the night. Don't worry, we will have a after-hour chill stream as always. Which is why we have to end the stream soon, because I've been going for 8 hours already. Oh, God. Okay, last story. We're going to leave it with something kind of happy, because all of those stories just made me super depressed. Let's go to China. Because it's the New Year for much of the world, but not for China yet.
China? China.
The snake has become the patron saint of the family or the household. So in the year of the snake, there's more an image of a guardian in people's eyes. So in Chinese culture, it is forbidden to hurt snakes. It is very rare now, but in ancient times when a snake appeared in the house, people would regard it as a god, the snake god, or the family god. From the image point of view, the snake can give people a sense of terror because it can hurt people. But we have turned it into part of the culture by adding some cultural symbols to it. We've played down the aggressiveness of the snake so that it is culturalized. This is what we call the incorporation of nature into the sequence of human beings. Also, a manifestation of mutual care between human beings and nature. I'm more of a Year of the Dragon guy, which is what we're in right now.
China, new Trump government, or many would like to call it Trump 2.0, basically means that the Chinese economy will face more pressure. Consumers may not have a very good expectation about how the life or the income would improve, and therefore people will just tend to save more money. And to change that, obviously, I do think from the policy side, it will need to reignite the animal spirit of the people.
Jesus Christ. China leaning into capitalism is so fucked. What happened? What happened over there? You think your birthday is the Year of Snake? Hey, that's exciting. It's gonna be your year, it would seem. Fuck your snake. God damn, Gary. God damn, Jerry, coming at the snake hard, unexpected. But hey, to each their own. Figured we would just remind people that the Gregorian calendar isn't the only one. And some people are still going off of a different system. Kind of. Well, it would appear that we've made it through another stream. This was incredibly long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Minnie, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, D Cypher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. Reminder to any new Patreon members to respond to my galactic questionnaire so that I know what name to add to the shoutout list.
lovely. The girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes.
Gosh, it's beautiful here. Just look at that yellow sky. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Welcome to paradise, paradise.
Você me vê sorrindo à toa. 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 Você me vê sorrindo à toa.
Yeah.
Nasceram da terra ou vieram do mar. Sei que não crê, fale de amor. Pela tábua. Sei que não crê, fale de amor.
Who is the guy in black and white? That's Ernest Borgnine. How's it going here?